Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey, what's going on, Pep? That was a great intro. I'm
Thank
loving that. Yes, we got a new show, a new host, and a new hour. I wanted to come on this morning and thank everyone for watching. It's afternoon, actually. Look, it's earlier than normal. It's not that much earlier than normal. Good afternoon. Thanks for watching this space. We are starting Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern from now on with this guy right here, Pep Talks. Pep,
How's it going?
it's
Thank
going
you for having
great.
me, man. I really appreciate you guys having me on this space. This project is one of the coolest things on YouTube. Just got to say.
I heard that. You were a guest on my show, Hey Funny Book, last Wednesday. That was fantastic. And, I was like, before that, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll bring him on. You come highly recommended. The Angry Ginger has got your back. But I was like, I'll have him on the show. We'll see how it goes. But then I was watching so much of your content just on my own that I was like, this is going to be fun. So I decided we'll just let him do the new slot.
Thank you.
And he can come on my show anyway. And you can come on my show anytime. That was a great conversation.
I had a great time. Honestly, that was like that was my exact element. Politics, comic books. I could have talked for hours on that one. That was fun.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people on this space who talk about politics in terms of, or in the context of pop culture. And I'm digging it because we told folks, do whatever you want, do whatever your show is. It doesn't have to be politics, but everything is politics and everything is pop culture. And I'm glad to see that everyone is taking that angle because algorithm.
you found yourself doing that, looking for politics in like almost everything now? Because I've literally comic books, movies, anything. I'm just like, oh, this is the political spin on this. It's ridiculous.
If I want to, let's say it's 10 minutes before going live on Wednesday night, and I'm like, oh no, I forgot to find like a comic book political story. All I have to do is like do an online search for that, and it'll come up. There's a lot of stuff. There's tons of it. And not just now, but like going back, like I'm going to do a whole episode on yellow journalism and the origin of word balloons.
Oh,
like
really?
That's a thing. And it's turn of the century. I have to like really look into it and get the facts straight, but this is all from the turn of the century. It's all and it's comics and it's political and it's journalism. It's all there.
Yeah, you go back to like the 19 even 30s with the pulp stuff. Like that stuff was way more political than people give it credit for.
Yep.
And then like some of the stuff that got me into comic book art, ironically, was like reading the Chicago Tribune and seeing some of the political cartoons. Like I always appreciated that art style. That was really cool.
Yeah, lots of like black and white cross hatching and stuff like that. And really, they like took their time.
Jim Lee style. Let's go.
Right, exactly. Okay, so look, I just wanted to explain to everyone very quickly, everyone watching. Thanks again for watching.
Yes.
As I said, we're here at 1 p.m. This is earlier, so now Tuesdays and Thursdays begin at 1 p.m. and go till midnight or later. We will also we're trying to find somebody on Wednesdays as well who can come on at the 1 p.m. slot. And so the reason we're doing that, and this is my explanation, the reason we're doing that is we want to have as much of a structural foundation as possible on the 3 days that we live stream so that we can begin to flesh out the schedule and grow the amount of time that we're on air from there. We find it easier to get organized and then build rather than to just start putting things in like a patchwork and filling gaps. So we're still proceeding in a organized and in a very patient, methodical fashion, but we are proceeding. And so I wanted to assure everyone that we're talking to creators all the time. We're inviting people all the time. We're trying to work out schedules, but we need this foundation from at least 1 p.m. And it just happened out to be 1 p.m., but from 1 p.m. to midnight, 1 a.m. And then we'll see what happens.
We're directly against the fun half here. So you want to talk about competition?
Hey, you know what? They need competition. We got to keep them fresh over there at the majority report.
No,
they're going to get stale.
Yeah, keep them on their toes. I just appreciate, I love how my first show, I'm essentially covering Emma and Sam being on a totally different network. Just for you guys, a little teaser.
Oh, cool. Right on.
Going through some of the MR on MSNBC today.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching that. So I'm going to bail and turn it over to you for your premiere show. Thanks again for being here, Pep. I really do appreciate this. I'm looking forward to tuning in every Tuesday from here on out. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks again.
Thanks, Letterhack, man. I really appreciate that. This is kind of surreal, man. I'm going to be completely real.
Yeah, well, that's good, man. Trip out.
Okay, I will totally trip out because, guys, I'm on this space. Look at this. Holy shit. This is crazy. Yeah, real. Again, shout out to the Letterhack for doing this and putting this together. And also AG, also known as the Angry Ginger, for kind of putting this on my radar. He kind of informed me right as this was kind of becoming a thing. And I'm happy to be here with all of you fine folks. The one thing that I cannot see is your chat. So I am sorry if I cannot interact with you like I usually do if you are one of my usual, my normal viewers. Also, you guys can follow me over on Twitch at Pep Talks TV. And you can also find me on YouTube at the same. I think the links are in the description. You'd definitely help me out over there. I stream from 4 o'clock usually on Monday and Tuesdays, 2 o'clock Wednesdays. Thursdays is kind of wonky, and then 4 o'clock on Fridays. Do some Saturday streams for fun and some special events, and that's about it. But yeah, you can follow the channel over there. And yeah, thank you for having me on this space, guys. I really appreciate it. And again, shout out AG. Go follow the Angry Ginger. He is one of the realest dudes that I have ever known. So outside of Mr. Letterhack here. So. But enough glazing. Let's get to the show. As I said, guys, we're going to be covering a little bit of the AG. Oh, hey, I got some chat. Hey, all right, we got some people. Look at this. Hey, guys, I see some of my regulars in here. I also see some new people. He'll learn how StreamYard works. And I'm going to eventually. I start slow, but eventually come into my own. You know what? It's kind of how it goes, but most of us use OBS. Oh, I use Streamlabs, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because I have learned just through doing this for the little time that I have that OBS seems to be the superior platform if you do single platform streaming. No chat, but here in spirit. No, I see you guys. I got a little bit of chat up. I'm probably not going to be reading it as much as I usually do, as I said, but like I said, we are against the fun half here. So this is the one little thing that I had where I was just like, oh, well, I don't get my MR time anymore, but you guys get some Pep Talks time. And I figured, why not start the show and start my new era off with some MR on MSNBC. We're going to literally go to Emma was on MSNBC, I think 2 days ago. Let's see. 3 weeks ago. Jeez. And I guess they just aired that. And then Sam Cedar was also on. Now, the Sam Cedar one, unfortunately, guys, I have to be real with y'all. I don't think I'm going to be able to have that on screen. It's probably going to be an audio only situation, but I still wanted to react to that. Also, if you guys are just being introduced to me, hi, I'm Pep. It's nice to meet all of you guys. I know that I was introduced by my government name, but it is very odd being called that. Also, I just want to say, 2016, I kind of noticed this, grabbing a sweater. This was the last time that anything was normal, at least for me. We won the World Series, and it's almost like the day after. I feel like it really was the day after. It was definitely within a few days because the Cubs won the World Series, Trump won the election, and then the world went to shit. So you could almost blame the Cubs. I have been totally open to that, because when people talk about the Cubs curse, a little superstitious. I'm, a Chicagoan, Chicago sports fan. We tend to do things like that. Emma Vigland is also a superstitious sports fan. I used to, again, I'm a goaltender in hockey. I used to be one of the guys where I tap my post. You would see me occasionally like talk to the post, be a little odd duck there. But by the way, if you ever see a goaltender like kind of like doing that where he slaps the post and then he kind of like dips down, he's talking to his post. Marc-Andre Fleury used to do it a lot. You can always pretend Tim Pepper is doing. Oh yeah. So here's another thing. On my normal show, I have a little thing where if you guys redeem over on Twitch, I want to introduce you guys to somebody. This is Tim Pepper. If you can't see the beanie and you don't get the reference, then I'm sorry, but he is I guess you could say that he is my sidekick. Don't fucking call me that. I do a little thing where I channel Tim Pool into Tim Pepper there and give some Tim Pool takes. It's a lot of fun. Welcome to Pep Talks TV. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, guys. All right, so let's get to the show. Sorry, I am kind of reformatting myself. I usually do long streams. If you guys like to just come hang out, and I kind of like to call my show like the stoner circle of the internet, where you guys just happen to find me. Doesn't matter what your politics are. If you're a good time, a good vibe, I'm willing to have a good interaction with you. In my community, yes, we do have some mixed politics, but everybody is very, very respectful. But yes, it is also peppered in, if you will, with my leftist bias, and I'm very open about that. Where right off the bat, I tell people, "Hey, listen, I'm a leftist. I have leftist politics, but good faith debate." Now, I feel like that term has been a little bit bastardized, and I do want to cover that just real quick, is the whole good faith debate thing, because when people hear good faith debate, now they just want, it's like, I just want you to be nice, or I just want you to have counterpoints all the time. I feel like the biggest thing that has been lost, and I mean, color me naive here, but I think that it's been lost, like the high school way that or the civics way that I was taught to debate, where it's like, I actually genuinely want to know about their positions and just kind of like understand what's going on. Don't worry. Hey, Eddie Mods in here. Kirk is a goofy goober. He tends to to play games. He is not serious about this, so please don't ban him. Actually, Kirk, shout out to Kirk in chat here. He's the one who put together that wonderful intro. So no, I'm just making sure that everybody knows, because I kind of did have that realization that I am not in my normal stream. Again, getting used to that. So I do want to bring up this. Let's bring up the Emma on Chris Hayes talking about Mamdani. Oh, hold on, actually. Really? Hold on. Sorry about that. I guess I backed out of it by accident. There we go. Wait, where's my share screen? Okay, guys, technical difficulty time. Now, this is usually a thing that happens on Pep Talks. Where is it? Oh, here it is. There we go. And then, I can remove this. There we go. And then I'll add this. Oh. Sorry, can I get the producer to possibly share? It's asking me to stop screen. Crap, what did I do?
Here, Pep, I gotcha. You're going to want to hit remove this other one from the stage.
Got it.
And then share the new one. So you're going to hit the 3 dots, hit remove.
Hit remove. It just says stop screen.
Yeah, do that. There you go. Yep.
All right, there we go.
Now you should be able to put up the next one.
Share screen. There we go. All right, thank you guys. Yep. Yes, I'm learning in real time here. StreamYards. There we go. We're back. And then let's go.
In the days since it became clear that Zoran Mamdani would be the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City, the response from Republicans has been about as unhinged as you might expect. Donald Trump.
They're calling him a communist right out the gate.
Practically frothing at the mouth, threatening to arrest Mamdani, who, of course, has not broken any laws. There's talk on the right that they're going to like denaturalize him and deport him. At least one Republican congressman has called for the 33-year-old state assemblyman, a naturalized U.S. citizen, to be deported.
By the way, just another aside, have you guys been getting this from, I'm not like the older people in your life, like the boomers, if you will, where they talk about a 33-year-old like they're 17. Like I'm 38 years old, full disclosure. So it is one of the more annoying things in my life where people condescend to me like I'm a child.
And it hasn't just been that. Even some establishment Democrats have refused to back their party's choice or said really vile things about him, despite the overwhelming enthusiasm for his candidacy here in New York. But if there's one thing Mamdani has demonstrated over the course of this campaign so far, is he's pretty good at just kind of sticking to his principles and message discipline. He doesn't bow down in the face of pressure, but then he keeps pivoting back to the center of what he campaigned on, which is affordability. And that is exactly what a lot of Democrats, again, across the ideological spectrum have been.
Hey, you whippersnappers in chat, you better watch
both talking about and are looking for right now.
I can see you.
Lydia Polgreen had a good piece in the New York Times this week, writing, quote, Mamdani's win is a rebuke of the strategy such as it is that many leading Democrats have advocated in the face of Trump's shock and awe attempt to remake the presidency and the country in his dark image.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I'm not trying to be this guy, but it almost does kind of feel like, you know, the Democratic leadership, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, it's like they sat down with the Trump team, just like, all right, guys, we have our differences, but we need to handle this.
Haplessly veering between not getting distracted by Trump's lawless actions and signaling their moderation in the face of Trumpian antics as their base marches in the streets. Democrats are missing the core political reality of our time. Emma Vigeland co-hosts The Majority Report with my buddy Sam Cedar. Fashion here is a senior advisor to Senator Bernie.
How in the hell she looked? Oh my God! Now I'm actually kind of mad at The Majority Report's lighting.
Sanders and the executive.
She looks great there.
Director of More Perfect Union.
Okay.
And they join me now. Emma, I want
something to be said about this. Redo the MR lighting.
Let's start with.
Also, apparently, I need to hire her as an interior decorator. Dude.
The response to Mamdani. And what you make of it. In some ways, he's sort of created in a lab to make Republican and conservative politicians absolutely lose their mind, and they have not disappointed. But there's also been broadly a lot of pretty insane reactions.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, just
and there's the compromise, the audio.
Think about this for a second. The fact that so many people see Zoran Mamdani, a man who is born in Uganda and of Indian heritage, and they immediately go to anti-Semitism or Hamas. What else can you call that? And as you just said, Chris, this is not.
I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure if she dealt with this as much in high school, but like after post 9/11, I was in high school and I can tell you right now, the anti-Islam sentiment in the country was intense.
Not just Republicans.
So dare I say this isn't like anything new.
Republicans,
at least not to me.
Of course, we expect that. So many of the arguments that I'm hearing against Mamdani now.
I mean, you guys remember, like they used to literally conflate Sikhs and like Hindus as being Arabs, and they would do the thing where they're like, I'm not getting on a plane. You see, he has a turban.
I feel like I could have heard them against Obama.
It was a gross time, guys. It really sucked.
In 2008, when he won the nomination, where it's just this constant stream of racist attacks. And unfortunately, though, we saw from politicians like Kirsten Gillibrand and others, some really unfortunate Islamophobic racism directed at Mamdani. And it's just incredible to me to see how, despite the fact that Democratic voters, now CNN showed this the other day, that they sympathize with Palestinians by more than 43 points at this point, that you still see this reflexive reaction because of his faith from members of this of the party here, trying to shut him down and trying to negate his message, especially when Democrats are talking about, oh gosh, we have to bring young people and young men back into the fold.
by placating to their like baser, like literally. It was one of those things where they were treating all these dudes like they were, the South Park edgelords.
The youth vote in this race was
Yeah, that
absolutely overwhelming. Pollsters, I think, estimated prior to the race that 18 to 44-year-olds would be around 30% of the electorate. They were nearly half. So if we want to bring young people back into the fold, this tactic of trying to silence him or not endorse him, it's the absolute wrong way to go.
Yeah. No, and the ones that are doing the early endorsements, I have a feeling that they're going to end up seeing a lot of support going into the midterms here.
That's a really good point. I mean, I want to be clear here about the there's sort of two
hanger, like the ones that like embrace him at the very last minute. I could see them losing their seats.
Things going on with him. I mean, there's this really Islamophobic and disgusting sort of racist.
Yeah, we're literally like we're barreling back towards. I mean, when's the last year we saw it? Like 2008 was like the last time that was like even okay, because right around then I remember that was like the Sam Harris, IDW, and they were getting called out on being Islamophobic.
This attacks, his othering. His politics on the question of Israel and Palestine. He co-founded Students for Justice in Palestine. He was an advocate for boycott, divestment, sanctions. Like his politics on that are politics that a lot of people in the Democratic Party do not share and oppose on the merits. I just want to make the distinction. Like some people just don't like what he says about the issue because they have different.
Yeah, but they're not articulating that well. It's almost like you're letting the racist narrative win. So anybody that has like a practical approach to like going against Zoran
views, one of the things that you end up having to do, Faz, in Democratic coalition
practical approach
politics, which I think is one of the
status quo politics is what I meant.
Things I think he's done very well is that's kind of what happens in coalitional politics. Like you are going to have views that people don't like, and you're going to have to figure out how to talk to people about it, not just sort of like abandon those views and double back because that looks totally inauthentic.
I totally agree with, child face here.
But
I'm sorry if you guys don't know. I have a joke on my show where Chris Hayes looks like he never grew, like his face just stopped aging, and everything else, like he grew it. He reminds me of like the episode of Rugrats where they become adults but they keep their baby head.
Also focus on the things where you do.
I don't want sponsor berries.
You have the kind of maximal amount of power and consensus.
It's my dog standing in the background there.
And I think, my criticism of a current modern Democratic Party is it's lacking in grassroots-ism. And here comes Zoran building from a grassroots coalition, a constituency of people who care deeply about not only this issue, a whole set of issues around affordability. And I would hope that more Democrats would heed it and say, hey, maybe there's something to learn from this. Maybe even, on a whole set of
Democrats learn a lesson and then take that lesson from the farther left. That's actually genuinely funny.
Issues is there's something that we could sit down and talk to him about and gather his inputs on, rather than to stiff arm him and push this entire coalition away, which of course is why a lot of the coalition that Zoran has won has felt pushed out of the Democratic Party. He brought people back in who had been not voting in 2024. So, it's frustrating, but this is part of a billionaire agenda. And to be clear, you have Bill Ackman, you got Barry Diller, you got a whole bunch of people, Mayor Bloomberg, who all are dumping money in. And so you'll see these smear attacks. You'll see them from Trump because they want Eric Adams. They want an indicted mayor of New York City to return. And so you're going to have distraction, the politics of distraction for sure.
Well, but there's something he does that I think reminds me of what Bernie Sanders, I think, has done quite effectively. I mean, I should note, Walid Shahid published this great analysis we've had on the show of like mainstream media coverage of Mamdani, which has been like
that doesn't happen often,
overwhelmingly about Israel and Palestine and Gaza, even though that was not at all the focus of his campaign at all. And in fact, like he would get asked it by the media, but he was always talking about affordability. And Emma, one of the things I think he does well that reminds me of Sanders is he gets this Venn diagram of stuff that he believes in, that's progressive policy, and that sound good to a lot of people. A rent freeze.
It's almost like he has a plan. Oh no, guys! Oh no! Leave it to the Democrats to be, shit shocked at that.
And he'll talk about other stuff, and he doesn't run away from his values on that sort of stuff. But like Bernie Sanders, who I have interviewed literally hundreds of times, he will turn you back to those talking points about the stuff he wants to focus on over and over and over again, where he feels most confident he's got the biggest.
Uh-oh, guys, HBO. Oh God, someone's tapping in, and they went to the cinema, like the Skinamax line. Oh no. All right, that's for a very specific contingent in here that had to shift through channels, if you know what I'm saying, when you were a kid.
Absolutely, and Faz knows this, working for the OG Sanders here. But like, this is how you beat billionaires, and you combat a campaign finance system that is immensely corrupt. Now in New York City, we have matching funds, and that's a huge, I think, model for the rest of the country as to how to combat this influx of corporate money that is now completely dominating the Republican Party. But you have, as Faz just said, Bill Ackman, DoorDash, Mike Bloomberg, all just pouring in endless money into the Fix the City super PAC, because basically Citizens United since 2010 said we're going to merge corporate personhood, and we're going to make it so that corporations can have unabridged speech, because speech equals money, like Buckley V. Vallejo said. And
I remember like when that was passing, like everybody my age was unilaterally like, this is a really bad idea. But for some reason, our parents and the generation that was in power at that time was just like, nah, this is great.
Has created this
is great. My corporation's going to have rights now. Woohoo!
Toxic storm that has brought us to this moment of oligarchy. And it's just incredible to me that you can have Andrew Cuomo, who has like the litany of just absolute scandals behind him, but who also on this issue of Israel-Palestine recently volunteered his services for Benjamin Netanyahu as his lawyer on ICC war
generation is still in power.
Crimes,
just won't go anywhere. That's for sure.
Charges in late 2024, when Israel had already been accused of committing genocide by countless credible scholars and by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. So you have a guy who's lapping up Trump donor money, billionaire money, and offering to defend a man who is slaughtering hundreds of innocent people a day. And national Democrats are flummoxed that primary voters weren't into this kind of thing, specifically because I do think there is another racism here or bigotry that's not being talked about, which is the assumption that Jewish voters are going to just be led by this one particular issue. New York City has one of the largest Jewish populations in the world. And I found a lot of the rhetoric about what they thought, what a lot of national pundits thought Jewish voters would do in this race, to be pretty anti-Semitic. Turns out Jewish New Yorkers are like everybody else. We're voting, and it's the economy, stupid, as Carville would say.
Right, but it's almost comical, like how they were banking on that to be like their saving grace.
Right, these are kitchen table issues.
Yeah, this is the thing about when you get to the number, there's a million.
I mean, dude, you should have heard the way they were talking about the Hasidic vote right before it happened. They were just like, there's no way that he's going to get the Hasidic vote.
Jewish folks in New York City, roughly. It's a city of 8 million people. It's a thing, Faz, that like you always have to come back to with every group. And this is a thing that we all fall prey to, I think, in political analysis. Like when you're talking about a million of anyone, like people got a lot of different views inside that million. Like that's a lot of people. And there's a kind of shortcutting that ends up happening a lot, particularly in Democratic politics.
It's happening again, guys. He just cannot escape the Skinamax
because it's such a.
Oh man, MSNBC's budget really did get cut. Apparently,
diverse coalition.
Shit.
And to try to address the coalitional politics you were talking about earlier, to bring people together on a common set of agenda. This is why Bernie Sanders and myself go back to the things that we know that huge amounts of Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans, Asian Americans, you name them, are going to feel, hey, can I talk to you about the issues around busing? Can I talk to you around the issues of housing? If I talk to you about the issues of childcare, how much will that resonate with you? They'll start to hear. And we are frogs boiling in water in the sense of the politics all around us has become this kind of sense of elitism-driven politics. So you're in the Senate. Not only do you have this kind of bill that you've been talking about all day, and then you got crypto. How do these things get moved to the top of the agenda? But and here you have, if you were to describe the AOC politics, the Bernie politics, the Mamdani politics, is to say you're on behalf of people. What would it look like if you said, hey, the number one agenda item is we're going to talk about housing costs? It's so to many people, it's like crazy that it's not on the agenda anywhere. Why? Because we don't have a work.
Meanwhile, they are rushing to criminalize homelessness, but not do anything about the cost of housing. At least this is where I can say kudos to my Canadian brethren. Even the conservative, the conservatives and the Liberal Party over in Canada are all unilaterally together on this one issue that the cost of housing is way too effing high. There needs to be something done about it. But here we are. We're just like, no, we need to criminalize homelessness and get them off the streets, and maybe we'll take care of the housing issue later.
Politics that drives the agenda. People know that.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can go back to this, right? There we go. And then, now that I know how to do this, I'm going to remove this. Screen. Yes, the first few shows are more than likely going to have me narrating my navigation of StreamYard. So, sorry, guys. I really can't help it. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. As I said, the idea that they keep using he's too young, he's too inexperienced, and he's too Muslim. Like, I don't want to do the Sam thing, but I'm gonna get close to it, where I could say, yeah, there might be a reason that like people are perceiving that he's going to win if that's all they have. Just going out on a limb. All right, so we got one more thing that I want to bring up. And that is Sam Seder on Chris Hayes. As I said, this is going to be MR on MSNBC Day. If we needed to title it, that's how I would go about it. Now, here's the thing. Just so you guys know, I'm going to be playing the audio mostly on this one. But actually, Nick, I think I figured out what I can do, because if I can just go back and forth like this, add to stage, there we go, and then I can just go like this. There we go. So anytime that they start playing the South Park stuff, do not get alarmed when I kind of just pop off screen. But let's see what Sam Seder had to say to his friend Chris Hayes. Now, mind you, he did actually say that he was friends with him. I think that was this week where he was like, yeah, you know, Chris is good. He's a good guy. Oh. What happened there? Did I hit the wrong one? Hold on, guys. I think I hit the wrong one. I must have. No. That's the Hulk Hogan segment I have for later. There we go.
Like that, the clothes keep coming off, so we've decided to tastefully pixelate from here on. The White House obviously was not pleased with the episode.
You couldn't just pixelate the whole thing to make my life easy? Thanks, Chris.
They issued a statement saying the show Paramount just...
Thanks for popping by. Anybody that is just stopping by, please consider hitting the like button on this space. It really helps out this space. Share the channel. Definitely get this out there. And also head on over to my channel if you guys are enjoying the content, and join me at 4 o'clock today. As I said, I do longer streams, and this is kind of a little teaser of what I do.
Dished out $500 million for a quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years, is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas.
He really is pissed about this.
In a desperate attempt for it.
Okay, I need to preface this too. I haven't actually heard of any of Trump's response to this. I've only heard that he got mad. So
Sam Seder's the host of the Majority Report, and he joins me now. I gotta say, Sam, when it gets bleak out there and when people are being cowards, it is a real shot in the arm to see the South Park people being like, absolutely not.
Totally. And I'll tell you, it's a real shame you didn't keep playing that video. I mean, I think the big thing about this is
the fact that he showed Saul really tells you like how much he thought that was funny.
And you know, it's the case that they got what is
first Emma, now Sam. Hell yeah. I did say this is MR on MSNBC. I figured this would be a good topic to have my first debut show on this space with.
Classically,
also because I am very aware that the fun half is on right now.
Known in showbiz as FU money.
Just throwing me to the wolves. I see how it is.
Yesterday, but they're standing up to Trump, and they're risking. You know, in many respects, we don't know what the context of their agreement is with Paramount, what they're doing, it's, could be somewhat risky, and it's showing a lot more courage than we've seen.
Sam Cedar, can I just say, one of the few people that you can do this to, where immediately you take him off screen, but he's still just as interesting as if you were watching him.
From places like you mentioned, like Columbia, or
true radio voice, and I appreciate that.
Law firms, or frankly, Paramount itself, in trying to essentially appease Trump so that they get this FCC green light for this deal.
Yeah, the thing about this whole crooked deal,
and they did,
is just how transparent the whole thing.
Yeah, another just like point that I kind of wanted to bring up is the fact that the deal went through, and like nobody talked about it.
Was like
they're still talking about Colbert getting canceled. They're not talking about how the actual merger happened.
They need the merge. They need the FCC merger. It's dangled. Like, again, there's both the cowardice, there's the bullying, but there's just this kind of like gaslighting about the whole thing. This wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like with Columbia, like it's about anti-Semitism, or the FCC is actually like looking into real issues when everyone knows that it's nonsense. It's like there's something kind of sanity fraying about that, I find.
Well, there are moments where you start to realize, like, we're living in a nascent authoritarian state. You're seeing people being intimidated. You're seeing the level of corruption just play out nakedly. I mean,
why must they do this? I know that you paid for it, and legacy media having all that, money.
Mentioned earlier, Donald Trump's former defense attorney is going to negotiate a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell.
You thought the Trump skit was cringy?
It's just absurd.
Oh man, I thought. I'm sorry. That's where we might have our main difference here.
But it is what an authoritarian country and society is, and it's not hard to find people who say, like, I'm flying out of the country. I'm not sure if I should strip my phone of critiques of Donald Trump. I mean, this is something that 15 years ago we would have joked about and thought impossible. But it's not hard to find those people around who are legitimately starting to edit and censor themselves on a daily basis because of this regime.
I mean, honestly, like that, again, going back to the South Park episode, they covered it great, where they went to CNN. They're like, oh God, oh shit, oh God. No, Trump he may have made a mistake, but he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
And it's so interesting too to think about the role. Like, it's such a classic thing about comedy and like making fun of the leader of the country
again, the fact that now speaking truth to power is being viewed by the right as being like, oh, you're not American. It's like, wait a minute, what?
That's what being a free.
Yeah, that's literally like being an American is speaking truth to power, questioning your leaders. This is the most un-American thing to do, is just blindly follow one person.
Society is like, if you're not in a free society, then you can't have people making fun of the leader of the country on primetime shows. And if you're in a free society, like, that's the thing that we have.
Sorry, guys.
We take for granted. And like, again, God bless the folks at South Park for like reaffirming that fundamental right.
100%. And, look, I mean, this happened to the Smother Brothers.
This is what's annoying. They keep showing the same clip.
Back during the Nixon administration. Nixon had their show canceled on CBS. But the nature
the Smothers Brothers
of the capitulation and the sort of greed associated with what happened with Colbert, I think that's what I appreciate, with the South Park guys are doing, because, like I say, there could be a considerable amount of money at risk. They at the end of the show, sort of like the beeline story was Cartman, talking about suicide, and it was
hilarious.
Almost as if they were saying, like, we could be seriously biting the hand that's been feeding us in a way that we're not going to get fed anymore.
Yeah,
and I think that's really important.
Yes, that there's risk there. I want to read this from the lone Democratic commissioner of the FCC. Anna Gomez, who says the paramount who voted against it, the paramount payout and this reckless approval have emboldened those who believe the government can and should abuse its power to extract financial and ideological concessions, demand favored treatment, and secure positive media coverage. Well said. Sam Seder, great to have you, buddy.
Okay. Much better. Did I turn my notifications off? Oh shit. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. Shit. I'm trying to back out of this. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. And there we go. Cool. Yeah, I have to say that the South Park stuff, I don't want to say like it hasn't been relevant because that's not fair. I just realized that, yeah, my notifications, I need to turn that off. Shit. If you guys hear that for a little bit, it's because I don't know how to do that at the moment. So, yeah. Shit. I'm pretty sure that is literally the comments. Here we go. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. But no, I know that a lot of people were actually saying that. Like they were saying that the Trump stuff was cringe. Not just, some of the people in chat here. I've heard that from other people in my life that they didn't find it funny, that they're sick of the Epstein stuff. Now, how much of that realistically is like, I don't want to say the left, but like the Democratic, mainstream media, like Chris says there, like just kind of overdoing it, like overcovering it. I don't know. What was it? 2 days ago, I think I watched a clip of Geeks and Gamers saying that that's why so many people are already tuning out, because they're saying that the media overreach has kind of it's already hit that boiling point where now people are just not interested, and you can have people just doing like the pushback. It's ridiculous. Everyone I know over the age of 18 likes South Park, also likes Trump, so remembering that made me laugh. Okay, see, now that might play into some of like the polls that we've been seeing, because I don't want to say our boy Harriet, and I make fun of him pretty hard, so calling him my boy's probably not in the cards. But Harriet over at CNN with his wonderful stat board that's consistently wrong. He was saying that the youth vote has kind of turned on Trump, and the perception of Trump being cool is what did it. Where it's like it was cool to like Trump because it was the alternative. Like, remember, these are a bunch of edgelord, what, teenage brained 20 something to teenager. Like, I was a shithead when I was a teenager. I listened to Opie and Anthony. I listened to Howard Stern. I listened to some of the most chauvinistic programming and comedians that you could ever really listen to. Trust me, if you listen to some of the shit that I listened to back then, it is a wonder that it's just like, wow, how did I actually get the politics that I have? Because for real, just Opie and Anthony alone, it's like, wow. But I also do remember that's it. Like, that's why shock jockery is coming back. Like, I just read an article. I forgot where the fuck it was. Oh, excuse me. Try not to swear too much on this program, even though I know I can. I try to be try to be good. Make it easy for editors if they want to release the stuff in clips or in VODs. This is how I do things on my channel as well. So just a heads up. Oh wait, media overreach made me tune out. Okay, see, it is kind of true. Howard is weird. He's a racist liberal who hot AF. Wait, what? So do you have a thing for Adam Freeland too? Because they look exactly alike. Like, Adam Freeland could play Howard Stern in a movie. Like, it is crazy how much they look alike. I remember South Park made fun of climate change. The creators said they regret it now, and that's kind of the thing. I don't want to jock AG here because he made this point before on his program, but I do want to reiterate it, is that redemption is something that people need to be open to, and especially with like the contingent of the younger douchebag males. Yes, they're douchebags now, but they could be reformed douchebags at one point. Just always remember that. So kind of keep yourselves open to that. I try my best. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect by any means, especially, doing the content that I do. Sometimes I can say some things that are beyond disagreeable with something, with those people where they're just like, oh, you're just part of the problem now. I have so many responsibilities under my wait. I almost thought you were trying to spell it sponsor berries. That's not cool. Getting tired of government sweeping things under the rug is more exhausting than anything else. Well, that's kind of where we're at. Like, that's why like the Epstein thing caught so much fire and why it's not going away. I can tell you right now, there's so many people that are legitimately pissed off, that are Trump supporters that are on the left. Like and dare I say, Democrats now. But sponsor berries. Sponsor berries. Yeah, sponsor berries. I want sponsor berries. God, I really do I feel for that. There's also another Rugrats episode, the one where Stu is babysitting Angelica, and she's like, Uncle Stu, I want it was like, I want oatmeal at like 3. It's like, Stu, why are you making oatmeal at 3 a.m.? Because I've lost control of my life. It was so relatable. Yeah, everybody, thank you, Bloodstone, for popping by. Everybody, say hello to Bloodstone. My regulars have definitely shown up today, so really appreciate that. Anybody that is also not a regular on my show, definitely come and follow us on YouTube. YouTube is my primary platform, just so you guys know. It's the one that I started on, that I would consider my main focus. I also I stick to YouTube TOS, as I said. So yeah, definitely head on over there and hit that subscribe button. I could use the boost. Good on the Pep Reg for showing up for Pep. Thank you. No, I really appreciate that, guys. Hate Top Chat. Yay, Top Chat's for losers. To quote the great Jerry McLean from MR Chat. Shout out to Jerry for keeping us honest and keeping us out of Top Chat. I also just have to say that, yeah, you know what? Shout out to MR Chat. Because I have a feeling that if without the help of those guys, yeah, this space would definitely be a little bit more difficult to put together. So speaking of MR, what are they actually covering? I'm not gonna hop over there. I just want to see what the topic is. Wait. It says that Emma was on a different time too? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, well, I guess I'll have a clip for later. Cool. So I'm kind of happy that everybody is going on these shows, but Franny getting canceled, not canceled, but she's never getting invited back to Piers Morgan. I have to say, that was one of my favorite moments, to see her just not give a single fuck and just go for it. So yeah, shout out Franny on that one too. Excuse me. I will be, just so you guys have a little bit of a preview, going to be covering a little bit of the Epstein stuff today, but we unfortunately are going to be covering a little bit of more of the drama stuff. I hate it. I'm not a big fan of the drama stuff, but there is an increase, because I've noticed that just, this is all my perspective. You guys can let me know what's going on, or what you guys think, but I've seen a lot of targeted attacks against Hassan from other channels that, honestly, they're so bad faith at this point. I think that it is just them going after him to go after him. There's also been the same thing with Vosh, and then Destiny. For Destiny to have an update, because there's an update with the Destiny case that I was kind of really? Like, how is he getting a W in all this? Like, dude, it's kind of sad to see. And Ethan Klein may have bit off more than he could chew. I was talking to an attorney an entertainment attorney that brought up something really cool, I have to say, where he was telling me, like, because he watches my show, we do have some very educated people that watch my show, apparently. No, not even trying to joke, guys. I'm probably the dumbest person on my show. But he was telling me how everything that like the legal mindset was saying is complete horseshit, where he's just like, no, dude, like a judge is going to have to look at this. Yes, he could go like point by point, but that's not how rulings work. He's going to look at the overall case and make the judgment. And in these cases, he's going to more than likely rule that this is all frivolous. So the reason that I kind of also came to this conclusion was when I saw that Caseytron was already kind of getting let off the hook by Ethan. I think that his attorneys are telling him, like, you need to start pushing for a settlement right now. But the main reason that I'm really interested in this is because as a newer leftist content creator, seeing somebody like Ethan, who kind of set the standard for TOS on YouTube, going after people for TOS on YouTube is rich, but it's also it's worrisome for me, because the fact that he won the first one really kind of it's making me a little bit more skeptical or more aware. Have you seen the oh yeah, no, there's more to the Vosh stuff apparently. Y'all wait opera performances live on stream. He said he was going to do one today. Oh yes, you will see a beautiful opera performance on my stream today. I will go full vibrato. Which one's that? Is that the one that sounds like a little Yoko Ono-ish? I could do that one, I think. Can I do can I do even just like the no, I can't. I was about to test it. Not happening. Now, one thing I do want to introduce you guys to at the back end of the show here is the fact that I like to have some fun with impressions. Now, as I said, we have Tim Pool, who not my best one, but he's kind of, I don't know, I accidentally screwed up by doing Jordan Peterson for all of my right wing for all of my right wingers. I do Jordan Peterson. What? God damn it, I really do. But Jordan Peterson is probably one of my favorite ones, just because what is meaning? What does mean? His Jubilee, I have to say, was actually probably one of the funniest ones ever. Can we just admit that? I also do some fun stuff with, I got Macho Man. Macho Man likes to show up. Yeah, not the Slim Jim Macho Man. The one that tells the stories, yeah. Although, if you guys want to search out some fun content, I made a little slip up with the Cream of the Crop promo that took a pretty dark, not a dark turn, but it took a turn. So just gotta say, yeah, but hey, either way, I appreciate you guys. Okay, that was a good Macho Man. Thank you. Cream of the crop. Yeah. Nobody. The thing that, okay, I just got to say, people have probably heard this on my show, but I do have to say that Macho Man, one of my favorite impressions to do, because nobody, again, everybody did the Slim Jim and oh yeah, there's so much more to Macho Man than just the oh yeahs. Like the way he would bring you in, it's like, all right, yeah, I was at the Grand Canyon, staring out into the abyss, yeah, looking out, saw the sun, meet the clouds and create a perfect painting, made me think, Macho Man, where are you in your career? You're number 2 to that jabroni Hulk Hogan. Yeah. Not anymore. After this epiphany, I came back and dissolved the mega powers and won the WWF championship. Uh-huh. Sorry. Yeah, speaking of Hulk Hogan. Okay. I'm not a fan. Never was. No. Oh, yeah. Actually, there we go. Not a fan of Hulk Hogan because did y'all know that Jesse Ventura, he was the governor of Minnesota, yeah? Governor Ventura, he tried to unionize the wrestling locker room in 1985 at WrestleMania 2. Actually, sorry, that's a little too much Minnesota there. But no, for real. The reason that I do not like Hulk Hogan growing up was because I was a Macho Man fan and I always hated, I got into wrestling pretty much watching Macho. And then one of my first tapes that I ever rented was the one where he lost to Hulk Hogan. It sucked. It really sucked. So, and he never won it again. So it was kind of rough to watch him just job out to Hulk Hogan over and over and over again. And my cousins, they loved Hulk, the Hulkamania. They took their vitamins, all that bullshit. I just never got into it. And it was funny because I got more into Piper's Pit and stuff like that. So, but just real quick to wrap this up, I do want to say that something that I'm not too happy about is just how we got social media brained with Hulk Hogan. Because even though I didn't like him, even though I caught myself sharing some of the memes, I reflected on it and I did kind of realize I'm like, oh, geez, it hasn't even been 48 hours and you got people that are sharing some pretty wild shit. I have to say, you met him? Okay, now we actually, wow, we are going to have a chat about that on the stream later there, Ilirda. Also, everybody say hello to Ilirda. She is one of my mods. Shout out. But yeah, I just got to say, may not like the guy, but and I kind of came to this conclusion listening to Jim Cornette's podcast because Jim Cornette, same thing. He said something great where he was just like, there's something, I'm mistaking the piss out of Hulk Hogan because listening to his stories, it was easy to take the piss out. He's like, but now seeing people just be very hateful and just coming out and saying all this blatantly hateful shit. It is kind of like, Jesse Ventura was in the Predator. Yeah. He said a very naughty, did you know that I was in the Predator? I said a very naughty word. I also spit on Arnold Schwarzenegger, or actually, I also spit on, oh my God. Fuck. Why am I forgetting his name? Shit. Dutch. Or Dutch was the other guy. Dylan. I spit on Dylan's shoes. Dylan, you son of a bitch. How are you? Looks like the CIA's got you pushing too many pencils. Also, you know what? Just to bring this up and to pretty much close out the show, check out the new Predator animated movie, guys. If you haven't seen Prey, check out Prey first. And if you didn't know, Prey is a Predator movie. That was one of the coolest little things that you just didn't know when it came out. I remember being legit shocked where the Predator drops, because I watched it randomly. Predator drops, and I'm just like, this is a Predator movie? The fuck? That's cool. Hold up, got to make a note to future Jake to record something. Okay. Well, guys, I am in the last minute of my very first show. So I just want to take this time to say thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting this space. Thank you all for supporting me as a streamer. Thank you for supporting leftist streaming content. You guys are awesome. So I just want to say that coming up next, we have a very fun show. Next up, stick around for... what can you do with your old pal Jake? What can you do? He's going to teach you. I'm looking forward to this because I want to know, what can Jake teach us? So, with that being said, I really appreciate you guys checking out the first show. Thank you. Good vibes. Appreciate that. Take care, guys. I I will see you guys next Tuesday.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. We're coming to you live from the Battle Dome on the... Wait a minute. No, not this time. I got my days wrong. We're coming to you recorded from the normal studio because currently I am in the air. That's right. I'm traveling this week, which means that the normal episode of WYCD Wicked is coming to you canned. But there's a very good chance that I'm watching in the comments right now, biding my time. Want to talk to you this week about the various Republican scandals and how we can jump on them with both feet. The various Republican scandals all wrapped up into just a few. The reason being, we do not need everything they've given us. In fact, part of their strategy for survival amidst just constant scandal is to flood the zone, is to keep us going from one to another, to make us drop any of them, all of them, before they reach their conclusion. Before their own crowd is demanding answers. But there's similarities between Trump and another president that y'all are not going to enjoy hearing. There's similarities between MAGA and progressives. Not just GOP and Democrats, but MAGA and progressives that y'all are not going to enjoy hearing. They are, nonetheless, as far as I can tell, true. And we are the only political faction in the United States that deals with truth. So you're going to have to at least consider this aspect of things. And I also ask you, before you get angry with me, which you might, I ask you to consider this fact. Most of us here, most of y'all here in this message, have believed what you've believed for years fruitlessly. Doesn't mean that your beliefs are wrong necessarily, but it certainly means that your strategy is. Case in point, MAGA, and all Republican voters certainly, believe almost exclusively incorrect things. When a poll was taken of Fox News watchers, it was discovered that people who watch Fox News are less informed on average than, brace yourself, people who do not watch any news at all. That means they weren't just unaware of what was going on around them, but they held beliefs about what was going on around them, which were provably untrue. They had negative beliefs, as in they had a negative understanding of reality. They were, I can't stress enough, less informed than someone who watches no news at all. Imagine, for a moment what it would feel like to be a MAGA type and to learn that about yourself. Now, you won't believe it when you are told it. But imagine the sort of person who discovers time and again that their beliefs, when they go to test them, when they look for the information to back them up, say, for example, like Portable Orange, the gentleman we interviewed a couple of weeks ago. When they go to test those beliefs, they find they have been lied to. Now, how do you think they're going to feel about not just being underinformed, but in fact misinformed? How are they going to feel about all that time that they invested into understanding the world that has now been wasted for us to get through to them? It is going to take an act of maturity that I myself have difficulty living up to. It is going to require that we not try to convince them of our fundamental morality, whatever we consider to be good. We don't try to win that fight, because that's not the issue here. If you get down to something fundamental, like innocent people should not be accused of crimes, but if an innocent person is accused of a crime, any person accused of a crime is due a trial. They'll say, well, of course. Of course. Why would I not believe that? Obviously, that's what I believe. If you say things like, racism is bad, the average MAGA voter, even the average person that listens to, I would argue, Joe Rogan, Nick Fuentes even, is unlikely to admit, I think, to themselves, and certainly to you, that they are in fact racist. By which I mean they simply, for them, it's a benefit when they hear about a policy that they are supporting harming somebody of a different race than their own. They enjoy that. But they'll have no hesitation in saying that's not who they are. You have to first appeal to them on the morality they state, on the things that they say are important to them. And it's also not enough to tell them, well, the guy you support doesn't do the thing you want. Because as far as they know, you've got a Joe Biden tattoo right over your heart. As far as they know, you had your heart broken for Kamala Harris. Kamala, sorry. Still, Jake? But as far as they know, Nancy Pelosi is in a poster above your wall. Above your wall? On your ceiling, I guess? You get what I'm saying. They think that you, as a non-Trump voter, are a Democrat lover. Why are we carrying that weight? I don't give about Nancy Pelosi. Before, I don't think politicians should be attacked in their homes, obviously. But I don't care to run political cover for Nancy Pelosi. If Joe Biden, for example, hid the Epstein files, refused to release them, because he thinks that Democrats would be harmed, rich people of any sort would be harmed, he didn't want to do that, that motherfucker should go to prison. And so should Trump. Very hard for them to wrap their minds around that. And that's good. You can make it. We have a gift right now in terms of progressives winning over votes. I'm not saying winning hearts and minds. Simply votes. Win over anger. Win over pettiness. Win over whatever you have to win over. There is every reason in the world for an American citizen to never vote for a Republican ever again. Let me say that again, ever again. There's also every reason in the world to never vote for a Democrat ever again. Now, if you think that's too much whataboutism, I'd probably agree for the longer conversation. I would probably say, well, I would say, the Democratic Party is nowhere near as bad as the Republican Party. When it comes to the general election, we will have pretty much no choice yet again. Even if we are forming a new party, still, most of the votes we're going to be relying on are going to in Congress, are going to come from people who hopefully win in Democratic primaries. But we needn't burden ourselves with carrying around the baggage of the slaver party. And in fact, if we are willing to express joy at the prospect of somebody like Joe Biden going to prison for something he did, or how about this, Bill Clinton, NAFTA Bill Clinton, that guy, husband to super predators, Hillary Clinton. If we're willing to jump in and say, of course, throw his ass in prison if he went to that island, if he's listed as a client of Epstein, trial. Everyone who appears on that list, trial. That's going to change what the conversation they were expecting to have. All those walls that were going up will get a big old crack in them. It might just fall over like dominoes. It's not just the Epstein stuff. In a moment, I'm going to play a clip from our good friend Gina from Raw News and Politics. She's crushing it. Just crushing it. Phenomenal channel. And really doing this better than most of the folks with national TV news experience. It's shocking to see. I am impressed that Matt got her onto this space, and Andrea too. Credit where it's due. But we gonna play a clip from her show, Raw News and Politics. Do check it out. But it's just going over general dissatisfaction. General dissatisfaction of not all Republican voters. In fact, mostly independents. But I would say uninformed voters, also known as the average American voter, and how they're not pleased with Trump. Before the election, I put out there into the ether that I was happy that Eric Adams was in legal trouble. Eric Adams, Democrat mayor of New York. Trump pardoned him. Dude was taking bribes from a foreign country. That'll be Turkey. Trump just pardoned him. Trump's allegiance is not to you, Republican voter. Trump's allegiance is to rich criminals. His allegiance is to Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. But above and beyond everything, his allegiance is to himself. The second to last group his allegiance is to is you, Republican voters. In fact, by being the second to last group, you're really just the group that gets quietly screwed over. Now, it's not the same as not getting screwed over. You are also absolutely by all of Trump's policies. It's just that when he gets up on stage, he loudly says that his policies are meant to target this, that, or the other thing. He loudly says, it's immigrants, it's MS-13, we're going after them. But really what he's doing is stealing from you. You see, the alligator Alcatraz, That wasn't free. That cost tens of millions of dollars to set up. Who got that? Well, a private prison contractor got that. In other words, one of his rich friends got that. Who did he snatch up? Statistically speaking, the people that grow your food. Statistically speaking, the people you employ, Republican voters. That's who he snatched up. Not illegals. Not people committing violent crimes, but just anyone brown. And yeah, some of them were here without documentation. And I know it gives you just the smallest erection you can imagine to think of a brown person who you can call a criminal for the smallest of offenses. But let me give you a little window into the actual immigration process you're talking about. What happens is somebody turns up on our shores and says, "Help, I'm in danger." It's called requesting asylum. You're not supposed to have paperwork at that point. It would undermine your case to show up with paperwork because they would say, if you had to flee your country, why did you have time to file paperwork? Lots of people do that. Your grandparents most likely did that. If you're a Gen X Trump voter, just making some assumptions, your family probably did that in some form. And here's the thing. If you, Trump voter, if you were to need to refill out everything that it takes to become a U.S. citizen, if you were required to do something beyond having just been born, you couldn't. You'd fail. You don't know enough about the country. You wouldn't file the paperwork. You'd get frustrated because there are mountains of papers that must be filled out. All the annoying stuff that you hate doing at the DMV, multiplied by, I'm not exaggerating, years of time. You cannot become a U.S. citizen quickly unless you are a millionaire. And they get you all riled up over how many people in our country. Oh, the numbers are growing. 11%. In this country that has always, I mean literally, always been full of immigrants. In this country which was built upon the assumption that we will have warm bodies coming in, making us stronger. In this country of over 300 million people, let me say that again, over 300 million people, only 11 million are immigrants. Let's just say because you're paranoid, we're going to double that number. Okay. Still less than 10% of the entire population, aka the way it always has been. Nothing's changing except your panic at the rhetoric of Fox News, who we've established years and years ago through multiple court cases lies to you. You listen to liars. So why are they actually doing this? Private prison money. Because they don't actually want to fix the problem. You know how you could fix the problem? I've said it since before Trump was elected. Immigration judges. We have to process cases faster. That's it. We just have to process cases faster. There's a buildup of cases because Republicans have intentionally underfunded all immigration proceedings so that there can be a bunch of people out there on temporary status, on all kinds of things that you can narrow your eyes at and say, maybe I can hallucinate a crime in here somewhere, and then someone I can be cruel to, the only thing that gives me an erection. You got to be better than this, Republicans. You got to be smarter. Jesus, God. You got to be a man or woman or whatever the hell you are, but be an adult. If you say there's a problem, if you say that we must do drastic things about that problem, you should be able to identify what the actual problem is and where you heard it. Case in point, here's a source, Trump. Trump just said he is defunding immigration judges. He just fired an immigration judge via email, effective the day of the email. Why is he getting rid of? She was a judge for 20 years. Why is he getting rid of these judges? Because he does not want the truth to hit your ears. And he never has. Trump, hold on to your butts, Republicans. Trump for you is what Obama was for us. And if you think we love Obama, we're progressives and we love Obama, what you have is somebody who's pretending to be a progressive. We don't love Obama. Obama was a generational disappointment. Obama was a liar. Obama hinted at progressive values, told us that's what he was working on, told us he needed that second term to get it all done. And we believed him because his rhetoric was good, because he was smooth about how he said it, and because he was the only person that we had ever heard up until that point speaking to progressive values, and yet he did nothing progressive. You could argue the Affordable Care Act, but that was originally called Romney Care. It's just Mitt Romney's solution. Republican candidate for president Mitt Romney's solution to the acknowledged healthcare crisis in America. You know how healthcare is expensive for you, but not for any other country on earth that is what we would call a modern economy? You know, it's not expensive in Canada. It's not expensive in England. You can just go to the doctor and get fixed. But America is still acting like it's 1856. Trump is your Obama. Republican voters and progressive voters. Now's the time to help them through it. Explain to them exactly what happened, and do it without sass in your voice. Do it not to make yourself feel better. Do it not to make yourself feel smarter, feel so informed. If you're right, they'll know. And if what you're saying matters, if the stakes are what I hear progressives acknowledge them to be, then you know your personal satisfaction in any given moment does not matter. What does matter? 2026. What does matter? People in prisons for no reason. What does matter? Authoritarianism in the United States. What does matter? People dying of treatable diseases, treatable injuries, treatable everything. That's what matters. Not you feeling smug for a moment. Here is, sorry to tear into you. I'm yelling at myself as well. And you're hearing the anger that I don't feel towards you, but I certainly feel towards myself. What matters is not that. What matters is simply, saving the world from the American tyranny that has plagued it for way too long. Here's Gina from Raw News and Politics. She's discussing a recent survey of U.S. voters and how they feel. There she is.
These are just people who are, I would say they're just not plugged in, right? They're low information voters. They are not plugged in on the day-to-day of what's going on, and they were just looking for something other than the status quo. And they wanted some financial relief especially. So overall, they're not happy with the way things are going down right now. So they were asked, are you less anxious, more anxious, or about the same level of anxiety in regard to the economy as compared to when Biden was in office? 1 out of the 12 said that they're less anxious. 8 out of the 12 say that they are now more anxious. And 3 said, no, I feel about the same. And here are some of the reasons that they gave for why they feel more anxious. Take a listen to this.
It started with the tariffs. You know, what everybody was saying in the stock market, and, you know, and then every week or so, then he threatens somebody or a tariff on somebody again, and just kind of keeps you on edge. Like, I'm not really sure. It feels like you can't really be sure what's going to happen. So when you're unsure, that keeps anxiety.
The cost of living is what gives me anxiety. I thought gas prices were going to go down. I thought that egg prices were going to go down, which they have slightly, but the other prices in the grocery store haven't subsided.
Yeah, not working out. Turns out presidents don't actually really control the prices. Who knew? Besides most people. Anyway, not exactly what they were expecting. They also asked these people who they believe is more responsible for the current economic conditions. And this one always cracks me up. So 6 said Biden. 6 out of the 12 said Biden. 6 out of the 12 said Trump. As in all of these groups, there is at least one Yahoo in the bunch who blames Biden after saying, oh no, the economy's getting better. I'm less anxious now. So one guy who was by far out of the 2 groups, he was the biggest Kool-Aid drinker. He blamed Biden for the state of the economy after claiming that inflation is going down. So are you saying Biden's making the economy better now that he's out of office? There's no rhyme or reason. They also asked about the tariffs and whether or not they support or oppose Trump's actions related to the tariffs. 5 out of the 12 said they support it. 4 out of the 12 oppose. And then 3 said, I don't really know enough to make a decision.
So real quick. I can't do Gina dirty like that. Hold on. Okay, so there is one sticking point I have with this. Gina's not wrong to say that it's illogical to blame Biden for the bad things about the economy and credit Trump with the good things. It's even smart, I think, to point that out to the person that you will inevitably meet that brings something like this up. However, it's wrong to jump to the conclusion that they're being irrational, they're being dishonest, intentionally, I suppose. Because what that person was saying could theoretically exist in a logical world. To suggest that there is one part of the economy which can be quickly affected, such as inflation, and one part of the economy which overall is not good, and you blame the previous president for, that's logical. Now, I suspect, based on years of dealing with these people, that it wouldn't matter what was good or what was bad about the economy. They would always credit Trump with the good, blame Biden for the bad, regardless of what the facts were. But if you make their case into something it is not, and then blame them for being illogical, they will cease listening to you and they'll be right not to. In the same way, if you were to say, I think we should deport people who are here in the country that have that are here on a green card and commit a violent crime. I'm not saying that's your stance necessarily, but if that were, and you were to say that, and then they were to come at you with, so you do think we should be deporting the illegals, so you do think that what Trump's doing is good, and you're just angry that it's Trump doing it. That's dishonest, right? That's not the point you were making. And why would you listen to anything else they have to say? Because they're not listening to you. This reminds me of Mark Furman. You remember that? Gina made many points in this video. All of them I mostly agree with, including the one I'm disagreeing with now, that this person was illogical in this moment. Or not illogical, but being dishonest in this moment. They might sincerely believe those things and not be crazy. But it reminds me of Mark Furman, the cop that tried to frame OJ. You didn't have to frame OJ. OJ did it. Sorry, gang. But, I mean, of all the obvious things in the world, that's one. It was unnecessary to try to Mark Furman, for those of you that don't know, exaggerated in his report the evidence he had found and mishandled evidence. If I recall correctly, this is a case from the 90s. For the former NFL player O.J. Simpson, who at the time was accused of murdering his ex-wife and a waiter. One of the cops investigating was Mark Furman. He was also one of the people who mishandled evidence and was frankly responsible for O.J. Simpson walking free. Now, socially, O.J. Simpson got punished for the murder. His second act after having left the NFL of an acting career and being just a well-paid public personality, that was over, and the rest of his life was a sad thing. But you know what it should have been is nothing but prison for murder. We don't have to stretch to come up with why Trump voters are wrong. We don't have to we don't have to stretch to come up with why Republican voters are wrong. The glove fits them. There is abundant evidence. The Republican Party has done basically nothing but lie to its voters for my entire lifetime. They have done basically no good that they weren't forced to. Like, any positive vote that you can point to a Republican having made was, part of a complicated deal to get them to stop strangling children or whatever they do for fun. They constantly give massive tax breaks to the rich while making life harder for their voters. And then, in order to survive, they must lie about it. So it's not like you're going to have a hard time finding things that they've lied about. That's anything they talk about ever. And if you come across a voter who is using poor logic, count yourself lucky. Because you have someone who's pretty easily been lied to. And it's going to be pretty easy to show them which of the things they believe are lies. When I say that Trump is our Obama, I would like you to flash your memory back to Ashley Babbitt. She died for Trump. She actually believed what she said she believed. Even if you disagree with her, which obviously you ought to. She died in a coup attempt for this guy. Got shot in the neck for him. Bled out in the Capitol. Anybody else watch her get gunned down? I did. She had to be in the moment. No, I take that back. I don't know tactics or any of that. But she was violently trying to break down a door to get to lawmakers while people were security was pointing guns at that door. I don't blame anybody who shot her. That's what happens when you're in the middle of a coup. But I certainly blame Trump for putting her there. And I'd like to point out to you that before she voted for Trump, she voted for Obama. Isn't that strange? She voted for Obama. Then she voted for Trump. Then, when Trump lost, she tried to die. Didn't try to die. She tried to coup for him and died in the attempt. That's sincere belief right there. And you must ask yourself, what did somebody who voted for Obama see in Trump? What did she see in Obama? How about the fact that most of the counties that went for Trump in Michigan in 2016, been too long, in 2016, went for Bernie in the Democratic primaries? What's going on there? Change. Change to the oppression we've all been living under. Promised change to wage slavery, which is what we've allowed ourselves to sink into, where we allow people who threaten our lives by withholding essential services, such as health care, food in the grocery markets at an affordable price. We've allowed people to withhold these things and simply blame us. Blame us for not having them. Well, you didn't make enough money. You're not a good enough person. We measure whether or not you're worthy of living or dying in the United States based on how much money you make for your capitalist masters. How easy is it to start your own business, make money for yourself? It's harder with every Republican vote. Gets harder with every Democrat vote. These bastards don't care about us. They're all neoliberals. With the exception of course, progressives. But, progressives are barely Democrat. I look forward to the day when we can officially say we are a separate party. But both of these parties consistently ensure that you have at least one capitalist slaver with the keys to your chains, holding real tight onto your collar. How many birthdays have you missed? How many recitals? How many meals with the family have you missed because you were in danger of running out of money? And not simply so that you could afford some luxury, but because the very people who you meant to celebrate were dependent on you having the finances to keep them alive, at least to not be a burden to them. How many moments of your life have you missed for that? I have a feeling that's what Ashley Babbitt was thinking about when Obama said, we're here for change. Change, generic, change. Things will change. Things didn't change. Obama continued to serve neoliberal slavers. He bailed them out. He made no fundamental changes to the way our society works. He attempted to get Romney Care passed. It got even further watered down, and it was not a big enough piece of legislation that it couldn't be undone, as is happening with Trump right now. But guess what? On the other side of that, what did we do? Let's say as Democrats, what did we do? We went right back to the same neoliberal nonsense. Right now, Trump voters are getting the same treatment that progressives got in Obama's second term. We are familiar with what it's like to request actual change to the way the country runs and to have it denied to you by the very politician that promised you in exchange for getting into office, promised you they were going to be the catalyst for that change, the driving force behind it. We got to pick them off. We don't have to wait. We do not have to wait. Not all the way till 28. No. No, ma'am. We can do it right now. Get them voting progressive in 26. You will have an easier time convincing a Trump voter to vote for a far-left progressive than you will for a centrist of any kind. Any kind. Because if somebody was voting for Trump, they were voting for something knowingly different than the rest of the Republican Party. And they don't know, they don't know one bit of the specifics. They don't know how government even works. They don't know very much at all, because remember, they are misinformed. They're not just underinformed, they are misinformed. But they do know they're suffering. They do know they've missed recitals, birthdays, huge once-in-a-lifetime moments. They know they've missed that. They know they've missed that. Well, Jeff Bezos has the kind of money that lets him fly in space with stars. Gets to hang out with Katy Perry in 0G if he wants. But you take one day off work, could be disaster. Could be. Let's take advantage of this moment. And let's rethink how we talk to these people. Again, it's different than talking to a Democrat voter. Those people, I think, we can bludgeon over the head with poor choice of words, but we can thrust upon them our morality, because they claim to have the same morality. They out loud say that they believe in equality, they believe in unions, they believe in this, that, the other thing. That's what they say. So that means that's what the politicians say. So that means that's what their voters are expecting. Which means when we say we have a better example of those values, and here's why, it's going to mean something to them. But for Republicans, I will point out that the things they say they agree with, we ought to as well. Not the things they do, the things they say they agree with, such as getting big money out of politics. Such as the personal freedoms of individual citizens. You know, for example, the right not to have a stranger point a gun at you on the suspicion that you might be a criminal. Not any particular knowledge of criminal activity, but simply the suspicion that you may be a criminal. That's enough to allow some idiot with less than a month's training to point an automatic rifle at your face. Let me see that immigration. Oh, you don't want to roll down your window? Those immigration papers. So you don't want to roll down your window? Let me bash it in. But wait, says Trump voter, I'm not brown. They're not going to do that to me. Maybe you're driving a Tesla. Suddenly, Elon said some rough things about Trump, didn't he? Suddenly, I think I need to see those papers. Oh, you don't want to roll down your window? Let me bash in that Tesla window. You pry open that weak-ass Tesla door, drag you out, throw you in the street in front of your girlfriend, put a knee on your back, zip tie your hands. Hey, we're just ICE. You're within 100 miles of a border. Sorry. Oh, no, we include airports as borders. I know you're in a landlocked portion of the country, but you're within 100 miles of an airport, so we're going to give you a beating right here in the street. Your personal liberty's gone to chase phantoms, to chase people that frankly do not exist. The mythical evil immigrant that the Trump admin says all Republicans have always been saying are coming to get you. They're not. And that's not the purpose of it. Talk to them differently. And don't try to convince them to vote for generic Democrats. Be blunt about what you want to achieve, how you want to achieve it, what policies you think should be in place, but also remember who you're talking to. You should be able to phrase it in a way that speaks to them. Because I know progressive policies. These are not designed to help one group in particular. Sometimes they do focus on one group, but the intention is never just to help that group. It's always to make a better society for all of us. It's always on principle. A person, regardless of their color, creed, whatever, should not be treated X way. They should be treated Y way. Decency is an obligation. So you shouldn't have troubles explaining to even a Christian nationalist why you believe what you're supporting is in their benefit and phrasing it that way. Oh, do you like religious freedom, Christian nationalist? Okay, what kind of Christian are you? Oh, interesting. You're Southern Baptist. Only one presidential candidate in the last 20 years would even kind of claim to be Southern Baptist. Are you sure your kind of Christianity is going to be the kind that gets legislated? How about, are you sure yours isn't going to be one of the kinds of Christianity that is outlawed? Are you going to let the Mormons stick around? Was that what you were thinking? Are you going to let the Catholics stick around? Those Mary worshipers? I don't know. Well, what if a Mary worshiper is the kind of Christian that gets into office? Are they going to let you stick around? No. As a streamer I sometimes unwind watching might say, no, no, no. We have religious freedom in the country to protect religion as much as anything else. We have rules against unreasonable search and seizure of anybody to protect everybody. We are not a kind nation. We are not a rational nation. We are not a particularly intelligent nation. But we've got big old balls. We're not afraid of change. In fact, we enjoy a bit of chaos. Offer to these people exuberance, excitement about what their future could be. They say they're a small business owner. Focus on the fact that the people that you're trying to put money into the pockets of will actually hand that money over to their business. Small business means they actually require customers to come in. They can't just scam the government constantly like Tesla does. They can't shave off billions by just bleeding taxpayers. No, it means they need customers. And if those customers have money, that means they're going to have money. You can say, yes, I'm going to make it very hard to become a billionaire. Almost impossible to become a billionaire. But I'm going to make it much easier for you, 100,000-aire, to become a millionaire. I'm going to make it much easier for you to franchise, for you to open up 10 different locations across the state, and to live the kind of life you fantasized about when you voted for Trump. And if you want to make it easier, put your own sacrifices forward. Right now, we have the Epstein list as a wedge issue. To summarize very quickly, Donald Trump arrested, or not, he didn't do anything, but Epstein was arrested during Trump's administration. Biden did not release any of the information that they had on it. And so, a lot of Trump's people, very importantly, not Trump himself, but a lot of Trump's people who were put into positions of power, said they were going to release all the materials they could, including a list of Epstein's clients. Because if there were no clients, what is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for currently? If there were no clients, who was doing all the... of children? Hey, QAnon, you were right about that. Yeah, here's a lefty. I think most of y'all in QAnon probably deserve prison yourselves, just because of the way you carry on, because of the harmful lies you've spread. But I'm not gonna pretend like you weren't smack dab correct about distance of a ring of child pedos. Yeah, I mean that's what a pedo is. But you know, not. All right, let me try this again. Of a ring of diddlers. Yeah. It's apparently, the thing about it is, you're going to have to deal with the fact that Trump is one of them. You got it wrong. He wasn't hanging out with Epstein because he was part of some secret sting operation. How do we know this? Well, because he tried to cover it up. He tried to stop us talking about it. He started insulting you guys when you wanted to talk about it. MAGA voters, Trump voters. I'm not going to pretend like Biden did a better job. I'm sure that, I'll be frank with you, if both of those men go to trial, and let's just assume that neither of them appears on the list as a client, probably because the list was altered, but still, let's just assume neither did. I'm not going to pretend like I think then Biden would get locked up. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to find out that Biden knowingly kept his eyes off it, kept his hands clean, did not interfere with his Justice Department in any way because he was watching his butt, and he would know that knowledge comes with a certain amount of liability. Once you know something, you're obligated to either act or not act on that information, but you cannot claim ignorance at that point, at least as the president. So I think we'll find out that he's free of that. But hey, let him spend the last couple of years of his life, which he chose to end by allowing a genocide in Israel and covering up for pedos. Let him spend that fighting it in court. And Donald J. Trump, I suspect, is involved not only in a cover-up, but in crimes beyond just hiding information related to the cover-up. Donald Trump right now is sweating bullets because he tried to make it look like he released the security footage from the night of Epstein's death. And what he instead did is demonstrate to us that there is 3 minutes of footage. On one side of that footage, Epstein is alive, and on the other side, he is dead. With a neck, according to the coroner's report, broken in 3 places. Ooh, a vigorous hanging of oneself. It was found that that footage that was released to the press, that was edited footage. 3 minutes are missing. It's footage of the entrance, also exit, to the place where Epstein being held. He's covering up what appears to be a murder. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it appears to be. One of the accusers of Epstein and Maxwell. By the way, Ghislaine Maxwell participated in the abuse. What you think that means is literally what it means. On top of recruiting children for this prostitution ring, this child prostitution ring that Epstein was involved in, she participated in the abuse. One of the accusers also committed suicide. At what point? At what point is it enough? At what point will these folks break from Trump? Will they acknowledge that he is, in fact, lying to them? I think that time is now. I think it is happening now. I think you can help make it happen. Talk to them. Encourage that they hear Trump's lies for what they are. And try to genuinely listen to what they're saying. And if something sounds off, you talk it out with them. But understand, as I said before, it is more important to get them behaving differently tomorrow than to get them feeling bad about the way they behaved yesterday. Folks, this Friday, we are going to flex our muscles as workers. As Letterhack has pointed out, as Andrea and Sandy have told me on multiple occasions, it's not enough to rely on the political process. Our political process is thoroughly corrupt. But you know what? All of America, it was discovered during the pandemic, requires essential workers. That's what makes us essential. They need you to go to work. Don't on Friday. Take the day off. It's the Wicked Cookout part of the Heroes Not Villains rally. A hero over in California by the name of Cesar has put together an event on August 1st, that's this Friday, wherein he is asking that we all just take the day off work. That's all. Just take the day off. Deny capitalism your labor for one day. And you don't have to declare it in your workplace. You don't have to say why. Just move the needle. Wiggle that needle a little bit. We want to see how many of you can. We want to see how many of you will. And I'm inviting you to throw a cookout. Throw a party. Go to your coworkers. Go to your friends. Go to anybody who you feel safe talking to about this. Not necessarily that they will join, but that there won't be consequences for you for expressing this. Go to those people and say, on Friday, I'm calling in sick to work and I'm having a party. And I'm inviting you to come to that party because ICE thugs haunt our neighborhoods. Because decent folks, our neighbors who live alongside us, do not feel safe. And I want to see how many of you are willing to come to a house party with me instead of supporting the system for just one day. Instead of supporting the system that allows this evil to happen. And if you feel that you might not be able to take even one sick day, if you can't just walk into work and request one of the days off that you are owed, you know how you can take personal days? If you can't go in and say, I'm taking this day for myself, it's time to really consider what you have allowed your life to become. What system are you in that will not allow you any time at all, not even a single day, to do as you please? Don't support that system. It's the Wicked Cookout, August 1st, this Friday. I hope to see you there. Join me in the Discord for more information.
Greetings and welcome to the Power Report on this Thursday, July 24th, 2025. I am the Letter Hack, and I am glad to be here tonight with you to do some light moderation. We'll get into it. We'll have some explanations between two pals of mine, Dan from the internet and Zach of the Vanguard. I want to bring them on now. Hello, fellas. How is it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you. All right, this is Dan's show, but you know, I'm just gonna sort of like assume the role here for the time being. Thank you and apologies in case viewers weren't expecting this. Okay, Dan, Zach, you guys are here to chop it up, settle differences, hash it out, hopefully find resolutions, see eye to eye, let bygones be bygones. Who knows? Maybe not. It's okay. It is what it is. We'll get to the red meat part of this in a moment, but first, just want to let everyone know that you're both here in good faith, right?
Yeah, I have hazy recollection of where this beef began, but I'm ready to squash it. That's for sure.
We are, yeah, absolutely. And so we'll get into it. Real quick though, I just wanted to, you know, so it's not purely, you know, all, you know, disagreement or grievance or whatever. As a neutral party and a mutual friend, you know, I'm happy to do this. I'm also happy to just sit back. I don't have to be involved at all. You're both capable of being sharp critics, for example, of the Young Turks, particularly in regards to Cenk and Anna. But on the left, we often take it upon ourselves to hold those on our own side accountable when we see fit to do so. And I think it's fair to say that when we create media that, you know, essentially takes aim on a regular basis, we risk some crossfire. And so I wonder if, you know, I'll start with you, Zach. I wonder if you agree with that. And, you know, can you briefly explain your style of media, how you approach the content that you make? And do you see accidental casualties as a thing that you need to worry about?
I mean, yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, you never want to hurt anybody's feelings, right? Like, that's not why anybody gets into this. But it's also, on the other hand, like, you know, Hulk Hogan passed away, right? And I always chop it up whenever I'm going into like a debate or something, right? I always reference Rocky 3. I always remind everybody about Thunder Lips. You know, probably the only good thing Hulk Hogan ever really did for me, right? Was star as Thunder Lips. It was really big for his career. It was great for the Rocky franchise. But there's this great moment where they kind of go crazy on each other in the ring. And then it's over, and he's like, hey, man, you want to get a Polaroid together or something? And Sylvester Stallone's like, what the fuck, dude? You were going crazy on me in there. And he's like, that's the name of the game. You know what I mean? And I've always felt like left media, it's like we might go crazy on each other in the ring, but like this is, you know, not the right wing. Like we're not, you know, again, it's kind of like road rage is what I think about it, right? It's like the stakes are so high because we're talking about shit that everybody feels deeply about. We're talking about stuff that like really hits close to home for everybody, or we wouldn't do this for a living, right? Everybody that has a presence in left media, for the most part that I can tell, they have something in them that like drives them to do this, right? Like they have a personal connection to one of these causes, right? And it's kind of like driving. When you're driving, your senses are all heightened, right? And so if some guy like honks at you the wrong way, you're like, fuck you, asshole, I'm gonna come for you and your children. And it's just like, no, dude, you didn't really care that much. You were just really tense because you were driving your car. It was rush hour. The sun was in your eyes. You had one of those little headaches in the back of your head. You know, you spilled a little coffee, whatever. You just have to take a moment and be like, okay, obviously that guy's also going through traffic. We had a little bit of a spat. Like, let's let cooler heads prevail. We're all driving home from work, kind of a deal. You know what I mean? So I just try and approach it that way.
I get that, because I think there's that classic like meme where the two dogs are like really growling at each other, and they open the gate and they stop, and then they close the gate and they start growling again, right?
Exactly.
So that's one way to look at it. But Dan, do you think that online in this space where we operate, that we should be taking into consideration that somebody's, you know, got their game face on, or take it more literal? Or
yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult because we're often dealing in a lot of different spaces at the same time. So like there's us and our sort of like and I consider Zach and Matt and many of us watching to be in our like sort of degenerate online left media space. And then there's politicians. Like, you know, like let's group like the Vanguards and the Dan from the Internets and the TYTs and the letter hacks and the spaces in the world. Let's group that as far as Colbert and Chris Hayes and like, you know, even some like smaller creators who are getting on, right? Like there's a media class, and then there's politicians, and then there's voters. And sometimes we all get grouped as the left, but like we all have different, this is Power Report, the show. I'm not going to get in my soapbox about it. It's my show. I'm not going to do it. But like we all have different skins in the game, so to speak, when it comes to power, who has it, who wants it, who needs it. And that conversation, I think, you know, to your point, can get mixed up a lot, right? Like we can be speaking as the left, but at any given moment when we're saying or invoking the term the left, we may be talking about Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, or we may be talking about Zach and Gavin and Matt and Dan, or we may be talking about you know, the folks in the chat who are watching, like voters, media, politicians. All of this gets mixed up. And I think, especially when it comes down to the voters who are really dealing with stuff in their real lives, like I have people close to me who are dealing with ICE raids and having to make sure their families don't get disappeared. Like there's road rage, and then there's the road rage analogy, and then there's real life. And that's not to take away from what you're saying, Zach, 'cause I think it's a good analogy, but I think that like one thing that I have noticed in this space is that sometimes this space, lowercase, is that sometimes because of how quickly we're popping off, because we're driving really quickly and we're like focused on our like selves, to continue that analogy, we lose some of the precision of our language and who we're actually talking about. And so sometimes that can get, I think, misunderstood in ways that I don't think even the person speaking those words can intend.
Do you want to respond to that real quick, Zach? Or
sure. No, I mean, I could probably agree with that for sure. I mean, like I said, I think that since I find myself in more of what I would consider like an entertainment class, right? Like Gavin and I, we don't necessarily like consider ourselves journalists, more like pundits, right? So I do kind of see that as my role. Like I kind of embrace the fact that I see myself as somebody who is going to let it fly, whereas there are other people who want to do a more rigid kind of instructive show. I think part of the theme of our show is that it is more of like a hangout, like we call ourselves Silly and Billy. You know what I mean? So that's just something we kind of embrace.
I wonder, Zach, how much of Dan's history you know, like his work history at the Young Turks, and maybe Dan, you could elaborate on it a little bit, just so everyone's on the same page. And I want you to do it in terms of answering this. As somebody who's been behind the scenes, like producing Aggressive Progressive, but also like on panels.
Oh, you had to work with Jimmy?
Yeah.
More on that later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He was Dan's the one who called it and went to commercial at that one crucial episode. That was
interesting.
Anyway,
yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that lore.
So okay, so Dan, you've seen it from all sides, I assume. Like you've seen like how Cenk is kind of Cenk, or is he? You know what I mean? But also like how, you know, you're behind the scenes, you have work to do, and then you're on camera. Hey, you're on camera, you know, energy, right? As they say. So, you know, how does it work like from that perspective? And in answering that, can you elaborate on, you know, your time at the Young Turks?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know you had asked Zach about like his understanding of me, but I guess just kind of like set the table for everyone. I was a fan of TYT and Kyle Kalinske and Sam Cedar and a number of these folks at an embarrassing age, frankly. I tell this story about how so I was born in the late 90s. I'm like the oldest Zoomer you can possibly have, or maybe like the youngest millennial, however you want to count it. And my mom would drive me to school listening to Air America, where I would hear Sam Cedar and Randy Rhoads and Janine Garofalo and a number of other different people like that. And so, you know, these other people in like the online blogosphere of the early 2000s, Chris Hayes, Matt Iglesias, Ezra Klein. Yeah. You know,
I relate to that. I used to be an early Matt and Ezra reader, and now I just cringe at the thought of it.
I love that, because honestly, if you don't hate where you grew up in politics, you haven't done enough learning in politics, I think.
For sure. Yeah.
So yeah, just to fast forward, that whole blogosphere was very influential on me. Me and Emma Vigland, who we didn't work closely at TYT, but we worked and left around the same time, so we have that close connection. But we would always kind of talk about our mutual affinity for Bill Maher until we figured out that like his anti-religious liberal posturing was not necessarily just, you know, like anti-Christian, but it was actually like, you know, Islamophobic, precisely. And I actually realized it because I went to Berkeley and he was going to be speaking at a commencement ceremony. And at the time, it was like a winter semester, like, you know, graduating session. So off course, but, you know, God bless the folks who graduate then. And I was plugged into the activists that time, and the Muslim students were protesting, like, you know, Bill Maher is this like huge Islamophobe. And like, that was, you know, maybe there's not like a particular moment, but to me, that was the moment where, at least for me, and I think I saw for Bill Maher, where he started to go on this, like, I hate college campuses. This is all like liberal bullshit. Like, you know, I should be able to say whatever I want to. And that was kind of his like pilling into the alt-right. But to the TYT stuff, I was a fan of that entire environment. I had started visiting TYT because I had figured out that they were on Current TV at the time, and were with Keith Oldman and a number of different folks, and their studio was in Los Angeles. I was close enough to be able to like catch a bus and a train to get to their studio, and they let me in. I asked what work I could do.
Berkeley's not that close to the TYT studio.
No, yeah, I grew up in the Los Angeles area, and so they were
gotcha,
in that area as well. Yeah. California is basically its own country, if you haven't heard. No, I'm kidding. But again, to speed things along, I met Cenk and JR then. I've talked a lot about that, and I was immediately like, you know, I'm big fans. If there's anything I can help with, go ahead. Not thinking there was anything coming out to that, and they put me straight to work. Like, so I was an intern from
like Jake.
I mean, like, I'm sure there was some jank things into that, but like I was handling a lot of like the community interaction. So we did TYT meetups, which were a really good like early community interaction thing where we hosted like different TYT events in different areas. There was like Chicago and like the Midwest was a really big area. So I was helping run that. Our crowdfunding campaigns that we did in like 2014, 2015, I did. And then I was still working in college at the time, but I was also helping Cenk's nephew That became infamous with his little Facebook series, The Breakdown, and we were helping to write scripts together. I came back down, and I've talked about this on Majority Report before, where I made this deal with the devil with Cenk, where around the time the bigger corporate money was coming in and Cenk had less control over the company, he said, okay, I like you, but for reasons that are about to become abundantly clear, you're going to have to make a very important decision right now. You can work with John Idarola, and he was just beginning the Damage Report. I was one of the founding producers for that. That's what I wanted to do. Anna Kasparian was coming into her own as a producer of the Young Turks and was also starting her own show, No Filter, which I was interested in starting as well. This is when we got a lot of money to expand onto YouTube TV and cable and a bunch of
Katzenberg investment, the like 20 million injection.
I want to say so. Yeah, there was a funding round of $20 million, and that involved some change of the management. It's a little bit iffy here, but like again, to make this as quick as possible. As a result, yes, I got to work with Cenk and Anna. I got to work with Anna and John, which is what I really wanted to do at the time. The downside is I had to produce Aggressive Progressives with Jimmy Dore, which became more, increasingly of a train wreck. What Matt was alluding to was when Steve-O, the former CEO of TYT, and Jimmy Dore were yelling about Alex Jones getting censored on YouTube, and it became like a really big fight, and it abruptly cut. I was the producer who called the abrupt cut because I was like, this is TYT. You can argue. I don't care. But like at a certain point, it was getting unproductive. So I did that. That caused some ruptures between Jimmy and I. It got rough behind the scenes. Things happened. I continued producing for John. I continued producing. I eventually was the producer on the main show for the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna. So basically, this is all to say, I worked very closely with Hassan, Cenk, Anna, JR, John, Emma, a lot of these other different people, everyone pretty much, right? I saw them rise. I saw them at their worst. I saw them at their best. Same for them seeing me. And I left in 2020 around the same time Hassan left. Hassan left for reasons that he has talked about ad nauseum. I left for, at the time, personal reasons. What has now become a lot more clear and what I feel a lot more comfortable saying was because I was seeing Cenk Uygur choosing his political aspirations and disrespecting his employees for union busting and doing union busting, which was something
shout out to Hank.
I was going to say, shout out to Hank Thompson, who was one of the producers and editors for, with Hassan and I, when we were producing that Facebook show, The Breakdown, and a lot of the other things you've seen on TYT, like Old School, all that stuff. Hank's great. Love him. But that's when I started kind of leaving. I dipped my toes into like being a contributor with TYT because I was still pretty good with them, even though I'd left. But once they started doing I had started PowerPoint full force, and I was having folks like Bonnie Carollo and Ravana and Sandy Lovas from Left of the Box, like queer, trans, non-binary people who are on my show. And the way that Cenk and Anna were running and the way that my contributors were running was not sitting with me. And so the more vitriolic I got in that rhetoric, the less and less I was invited on TYT. And I think that kind of like, we see where the intersection comes around then. We both saw this issue with TYT not necessarily living up to the homo progressives sort of bent that they'd had for a couple of years.
For sure. No, that's really interesting, fam. And I mean, good on you for having the fucking backbone to say fuck this when the writing was on the wall. That's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, it was an infamous moment. We're all sitting there watching, and all of a sudden it's getting heated. They're yelling. They're like, YouTube should be a public utility or the internet or something. And then all of a sudden it cut, and we were like, oh, was that a glitch? What happened? It was like a moment as a viewer.
It was because I started cussing out both Cenk. Sorry, I started cussing out both Steve-O and Jimmy. And that's when Bart in the control room had heard me yell as I was running out of the control room, cut it off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, that's not cut on the mics, but that's there.
So, I appreciate the way you say like people should be growing out of their media. I think there's a lot of truth to that. People often say like the Young Turks were a gateway to progressivism, but also like online media, and I think that's true. And I know you agree with this, Zach, that it's true that we grow as people who create media too. Like you can't be satisfied with what you did yesterday. You need to, evolve and move on from there.
Oh yeah. I mean, 100%. I come at this, I think probably a lot more recently than the both of you guys. Gavin and I, we started a blog together writing. Gavin and I have been homies since 5th grade, but we started working on what would become the Vanguard. It's called Milk Mag. Which was a horrible dog shit name that I came up with, but we were writing in college and I was like, yeah, dude, this is going to be great. And so I bought like a domain name and we were teaching each other WordPress. And I very much came at it from the perspective of like, I read Jacobin, like I read Vox every day. I read like, the mainstream media pillars. I would get outraged by the commentary that I would hear that I felt like slighted Bernie Sanders and slighted the progressive movement. But I was not by any means plugged into what you would call online YouTube, online media, that kind of shit. Like I never checked.
And this channel would be like around 2015. Sorry to cut you off, but just like grounding myself, like 2014, 2015.
So we started Milk Mag, I believe in very early 2018 in an effort to cover the upcoming midterms from Kansas City. We were really concerned about Josh Hawley in his rise. We're in Missouri at the time. And there was the whole Eric Greitens scandal that we were really focusing on at the time. So more local politics. And then when COVID happened, we were writing, and at this point, covering exclusively the Bernie Sanders stuff that had happened. So this would have been 2020. And then in 2020, in May, we started interviewing candidates. And at that time, I'd had like a couple of years under my belt of watching Kyle, and like I'd become like loosely familiar with Rising, and I was watching that pretty regularly. But really, at that point was when I became like plugged into the scene. And that was just kind of by accident, right? Like by happenstance. Like we were having a lot of fun interviewing candidates. We were still blogging every single day. I considered myself a writer at that time. I did not ever anticipate to YouTube really, but it was just something fun to do when we were all locked down. Originally, we wanted to get a van and go across the country. Then COVID happened. And so it became like a total nightmare to think about. The original name was going to be Burning Rubber. Then Bernie Sanders lost. And so then we were like, all right, let's call it the Vanguard. And then the COVID-19 happened and we were like, holy shit, we can't justify like getting out of our homes and like, putting people in jeopardy. We're going to have to build like a studio show. So we started interviewing candidates from home. And then eventually we reacted to some drama, and that was what people wanted to hear from us. And we were like, great, finally somebody wants to hear from us. Let's do this.
Yeah. See, and I mean, I've only been doing this 3 years. I mean, I sort of had a hand in online media and the online left by creating art and trying to cross-pollinate audiences and viewers, but never really got in front of the camera till recently. But I'm a ham enough to make it work. I like it. It's fun.
It's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, you get used to it. But anyway, yeah, so that's how I came to the scene. So just very interesting to hear about, you have roots that go a lot deeper than that than me, and I think that was why we tried to theme the show the way we did. Was we definitely kind of try and position ourselves as if we're the audience of YouTube now, because we started consuming so much of that. And once I started getting plugged in, you guys know how it goes. It's like you want to listen to fucking everything all the time. And you're like, oh man, I just need to have audio going when I'm on my walks or when I'm driving my car or shopping for groceries or whatever the fuck.
And I just want to say really quickly, that's a very savvy sort of thing you plugged into, because since this is for the old heads, I want to shout out Progressive Voice. Anyone know Progressive Voice?
Yeah.
So we learned about, I learned about afterwards, but I shout out to him. He's a trailblazer.
Yeah. I mean, like, no shade to what you're doing at Vanguard at all. It's incredible. But like, I want to say Progressive Voice invented like this.
Oh, dude, he did.
Quote unquote,
he did.
Yeah. This quote unquote TMZ of the left sort of thing. Like,
that was a term of endearment. I mean, yeah, people love him.
And let me tell you, Anna and Jenk were talking about that in the production rooms. They were talking about that show. It was on their head. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious right now that like the things that, the three of us on this show sometimes get under their skin. But like the idea that, a young kid in his parents' bedroom could reach these sort of like, I'm not even going to say like, gilded halls, because like, a warehouse in Culver City, but like, like there is a certain thing, like I think, media, I have to like, set grace with the fact that like there's a distance between the people you see on media and the parasocial relationships are very clear and easy to do on YouTube. But like the way you're covering all this stuff that to me kind of seems like banal at times, but it's like, what does this commentator say about this commentator? And this commentator reacts to this commentator. Like that was a formula that worked very well. And, I'll protect his peace, but I've talked to him over the past, year or so. And he's like, on to his own life and doing other different things. But yeah, I want to say that Progressive Voice, like it was known. And I'm not saying like Jake and Anna hated it per se, but like it would color watching. Some of they were watching. I can guarantee.
Oh yeah, Anna went on his show at one point. I'm pretty sure. He booked an interview with her, and I went back and watched a lot of Sahil's video. Yeah, to your point, it is like on the surface, it always seems like kind of banal, right? Like he said, she said, TMZ stuff, and what Gavin and I kind of plugged into was, what do we want? We want to be able to reach people, right? We want to get our progressive message out. And so it's like, dude, I don't care if I have to spend 5 minutes talking about like some guy's show, right? I'm also going to reaffirm the fact that like, we need Medicare for all. We need $15 minimum wage. So the more people you can attract to hear that message, like, is a net benefit. Like, I don't think that's a model that works for everyone, right? A lot of people have other priorities, but we were like, if we're just trying to get more young dudes with a little bit of a bro culture to be open to these ideas, like you got to give them a little bit of something to click on. And that was something that we hella have to give up to Sahil because that he figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, we want everyone to have veggies with their red meat, but they got to have their red meat. I mean,
they will, man. That's America. You know what I mean? The people love the red meat.
Speaking of which, let's clear the air. Cause I mean, this is, you guys get along.
Yeah, dude, can you tell me what the fuck was the beef about? Because I'm going to be real. Like at one point, I know we made a video about Kyle, but this was years ago. And I'm like, I don't have any like animosity or ill will, but like, I understand if you have some like grievances that you want me to hear.
Yeah. What do you got, Dan? Do you want to explain where you're coming from?
Totally. I want to frame this as like, I've, other folks have seen this and, not going to name any names, but there are people that we all consider friends now. People have been on like all of our shows and stuff like that. Oh, nice packs. I love that. I used to have a packs. I don't have them anymore because they got a little bit too messy for me, but
sure, they are messy as fuck. But I've been quitting smoking. So I'm like, I'm out here like trying all the other nicks and tricks and all that shit. You know what I mean?
No. After my own heart, honestly. And now we fight. No, so I guess if I can contextualize this and do this very quickly, let's start in 2025, right? We live in hell, especially when it comes to the media context. This sort of strategy where, there's many savvy strategies of like how to get attention and how to ultimately spread a political message. And folks like Kyle Kulinski is right now, I've called him jokingly and non-jokingly my favorite white person on the left in 2025.
Dude, because he's crushing it. He's killing the game right now.
No, absolutely. And this didn't just happen overnight, as I think we all know here. There was a point where Kyle Kulinski was actually a very popular or frequent guest on the Joe Rogan podcast. And I won't say frequent, but more frequent than Bernie Sanders, more frequent than most other leftists.
Like 5 times,
yeah, like more frequent than Jimmy Dore, more frequent than Cenk Uygur, like he was like the resident. I almost want to say that Kyle Kulinski was on for like election coverage with Joe at one point.
Oh, he was one time with Tim Dillon, and Tim Dillon made a fucking fool of himself. But yeah.
So like, Kyle knew he had this position within Joe Rogan's sphere, and let's fast forward to right now, where like Kyle is on a full-on warpath with his media, and I think like the, not to be like pedantic or like crude about this, but like the numbers, his views, his subscriber count, like I think that has shown that that's a good strategy that's resonating with his audience.
Yeah, dude, he's almost at 2 million. That's crazy.
And it, again, I'm not trying to be pocket watching, but it took him a long while to crack that like 1.3 to 1.5. And
I remember the 1 million party.
Yeah. And so like, again, I've been listening to Kyle Kulinski since the Blog Talk Radio days. He still does it on Blog Talk Radio, but like back then, that was like that and RSS feeds and iTunes and Mark Maron was the podcast joint. Yeah. And you know, the stuff you said about access journalism and, you know, just because you get to be invited with the parties of back then, he was criticizing people on MSNBC who'd be like, oh, a Stephen Colbert or a Rachel Maddow or Keith Olbermann might get invited to the parties within the Democratic National Committee. That doesn't mean you get to like hold back on them in your reporting when you're speaking to an audience. And so I was in a trademark way that I'm happy to take criticism for, kind of taking my approach towards, okay, how do I push progressive values however I can in social media? And the way I figured out was, you know, similarly to y'all, which is like internet drama and beef. And so Kyle had been part of the TYT network and he had come to TYT a couple times and I'd had some photos with him, genuinely a friend. But he was making a series of videos at the time that was like, Joe Rogan said this thing that was left and progressive. Joe Rogan said this thing that's like pro-abortion. Joe Rogan said this thing that's reasonable. And it felt like those things were in response to a larger conversation about Joe Rogan continually inviting, for every one Kyle Kulinski, there's 6 Ben Shapiros, there's 6 Jordan Petersons, there's 7 I don't even know these cranks, right? Like inviting all these.
He was having them all on, man. Yeah, it was crazy. Like he invented the like Weinstein brothers. Like they were shit before. Like he, you know, speaking of your college cancellation tours, if everybody remembers how they pouted about Evergreen University every goddamn time they went on that fucking podcast. Like, trust me. Like I was early Joe Rogan head. I used to work at when I was in high school. I used to work at this super late night pizza place, right? And so all of the dudes there were like stoners that were loving Joe Rogan. And I was like, the Fear Factor guy has a podcast. And I'm like,
dude,
you know,
me too. Cause I was like, I get to like, you know, work at the gym at stupid hours of the night and like listen to Joey Diaz and Joe Rogan pop off. Like
it was
fine. It was
now
fine.
It sucks. Now it sucks. It's dog shit, and it has been for like half a decade. I would never simp for anything that's happened since the COVID really wrecked his brain. But there was a time when he was in Los Angeles when he was getting really good guests, and he was really good at letting them just fucking fill airtime. And they're like, man, it was a unique talent. But I agree, like in hindsight, right? Like what the fuck? But I'm just being honest and transparent. At that time, as like a 19-year-old kid, like I was fucking locked into it.
No. And I maybe been a couple years older than you, which doesn't reflect better on me. But like but you know, like I was locked into it as well to a certain point. But there were definitely some certain points where I was like, okay, I can listen to a Joe Rogan episode if it's like a comedian guest, but I can't listen to it if it's a political guest because I know it's going to be like bullshit or like, you know, whatever. And so I decided to take my stand on saying that, listen, in the context of Joe Rogan continuing to invite transphobes and people who are like willing to throw LGBTQ people under the bus, I think it's kind of sus that Kyle Kulinski is still taking the position that he should be, you know, like defending this, arguing for the, you know, 1 or 2 times where Joe Rogan had Bernie Sanders on or like some leftist on. And I was like, okay, dude, we've got to actually, you know, like let's take some stock here between like, you know, me and Kyle on the internet, right? Like, are you the guy who I looked up to in media who was like, fuck access journalism? Just because you get access to someone doesn't mean you like play buddy with them with their bad political opinions. It means you use that to like some positive advantage. Are you that Kyle Kulinski? Or are you the, well, as he does right now, and shout out R.M. Brown, but like he's Joe Rogan's not that bad of a guy, bro. I mean, you look at his good ideas, bro. Like he does this, bro. And so I called that out. Y'all made a video about it. I don't think it was the best characterization of me or also y'all characterizing me in that video. I'll also say that like my criticism of that video, which has since been unlisted. And so when I was trying to like criticize it afterwards, it was harder to because it wasn't online anymore. But like part of that criticism was like, okay, I'm criticizing access journalism and I'm saying that like this can't be something on the left that prevents us from acknowledging and protecting our allies who may be more marginalized, who may be more like, you know, forgettable in some particular conversation. Like trans folks kind of, I don't mean to say this, but like it was easier to forget about trans folks in the conversation in 2022 or so when I was bringing this up versus like 2024, 2025, when this stuff is front and center and being used as a target, right? And so I didn't love that. I didn't love that in the context of access journalism, because shortly after that, y'all posted a photo of y'all going to Kyle and Crystal's wedding. So I was like,
yeah,
okay,
no, Kyle's my, like, I'll be honest with you, like straight up, like I love Kyle. I think he's been very kind to me, and I consider him a friend. And I'm happy to say that. The reason we unlisted the video was because we've been trying to institute a policy where we don't go after small creators, where we don't, you know, so that's why that one's not public anymore. But yeah, and I think that a lot of the points that you made are really valid, and I think that Kyle would agree with them, right? Like at that time,
No,
I was up. Yeah,
I think so too. And like, I don't want to cut you off, but like, I just to like finish laying the point. So like,
sure.
The beef continued, especially into like this year, and where unfortunately Matt caught a little bit of the strays, and I apologize for that, but I was just like going off because, like, you know, I think your success in calling out TYT and everything they've been doing by saying that we're going to cozy up to Charlie Kirk and Dr. Phil, even though they're transphobes, even though they're you know, xenophobic and against immigrants, even though all these other different things, but you know, because we have these media connections and we can have a beer with them. I was like, okay, Vanguard, I appreciate that you have the right opinion now, but what about then? Kyle,
well, I mean, I don't think Kyle Kalinske is comparable to the Young Turks. So, I mean, I think Kyle, he's 100% independent. He's never taken corporate money. You know,
the only reason I say he's not, and you know, I'll take your points. I don't want necessarily argue those for the sake of time, but like,
sure,
the thing that kind of made me pull back on Kyle was he went on the Majority Report days after the 2024 Trump election, where he was elected for a second term, and he was like, I've made the mistake for the past couple of years where I thought that by playing buddy-buddy with these right-wing commentators that maybe I can nudge them on a couple of issues, nudge them on some other issues. I was dead wrong. Like, you know, not verbatim, but, you know, paraphrasing Kyle.
Sure.
And he was like, I was naive, and I have been naive, and that is a fault of mine, and I will accept that. But from now on, you don't give them an inch. You go scorched earth against these conservatives. You go scorched earth against anyone who is trying to draw wedge issues with our trans brothers, sisters, and non-conforming individuals, with our undocumented friends, with anyone who is marginalized or non-marginalized. If you're a white dude who is, you know, making a good amount of money, but like still can't find your way out of your sector, like you're on our side, right? It was helpful in that moment because like no one else was acknowledging the thing I was screaming about, which is like this leftist solidarity thing, which is now incredibly obvious, which I think we're all on the same page with. But like at that time, I felt crazy because no one was acknowledging it until Kyle did. And not only did Kyle acknowledge it, but he has, as we've talked about before, since then in his videos gone on an absolute 10-gun salute warpath on that statement to apologize for what he did. He's making videos attacking Joe Rogan, calling him, I mean, not verbatim, but like to paraphrase, a little bitch who coddles Trump's nuts. Like he's going hard in the paint to almost make recompense for what he did. And so I think it's like, you know, to be provocative, but you know where I'm coming from. It's not the most aggressive. It's like, I find it funny that a lot of Vanguard success recently has been on pointing out that you can't throw people under the bus when that's something you criticized and made fun of me years ago. I think that's the core of the beef.
Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, dude, I apologize if we like, you know, made that video and it was, you know, fucking scorched earth or whatever. I think to give you the perspective that we were coming from, big, longtime Joe Rogan listeners wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt also. Had a massive platform, huge fucking political, you know, stage for Kyle to go out there. And I thought that Kyle had done a really good job in the past of really effectively making good points, right? And I go back to the early days of when there were people that convinced, like I remember when Joe Rogan got taught about the universal basic income from Eddie Wong, who's one of my favorite bloggers, right? Shout out to Eddie Wong, great memoir writer. But yeah, you know what I mean? And he would kind of get that stuck in his head, right? And then he would talk about UBI every once in a while. And then he has Andrew Yang on, who I had a bunch of problems with, right? But, you know, so I kind of thought that Kyle could get in there and like, you know, be like one of the voices of reason. And I thought that Kyle was earnest, and I thought that he would go in there and do a good job. Like I never really considered Kyle a guy that's like going and cuddling up to right wingers. And my beef with Cenk lies a lot more in the fact that, you know, he's not just going out there and cuddling up to these right wingers. He's doing it so that he can get access to their finances. He's doing it so that he can get a new round of funding. He's doing it so that he can get Peter Thiel's poly market money. And that's one of the motivations that I have for going so scorched earth. Now, I agree with a lot of the criticisms that you offered, and even of some of the early coverage that we did, right? Like, we gave too much slack to this guy. He went and took $100 million from Spotify, and turns out he never gave a good goddamn about being independent, right? I gave him too much charity there, and we've corrected, you know, our positioning from there. But my big beef with Cenk, and one of the things that I always try and really go back to whenever we have the opportunity to talk about it, is that you can clearly trace his demise and his positioning to him, you know, handing out his hat for more fucking money from corporations. And I think that's something that just, like, you know, Kyle has never even sniffed.
Yeah. I'll say just very quickly, that's an astute observation. I could give you, I know we're short on time, but I have a lot of details from the past I've been in. I think I could color that a little bit for you, a little bit more at a later time.
Hell yeah, dude.
It's you're in the right direction, but I think there's like some more sharpening for that analysis there on Cenk. I don't disagree with you though, overall.
It's the way he shits on the left at the same time.
True.
That I don't like. The way he is when he talks about the left, he starts using a fake voice and he goes into like a character to be a lefty. But then when he's talking about our brothers on the right, our brothers and sisters, you know, it's like, you know, it's all chummy. And that's true. I think that exposes the bad faith aspect. Short of instituting a statute of limitations on online grievances, this is exactly what we should be doing, and this is like, you know, a totally admirable thing to just come on here and just be like, all right, what happened? Let's talk about it. Right?
Oh yeah, and I do want to say, like, for sure, like, one of the things that I really regret about my early online career was that, like, I was pretty young, right? 21 when we like started doing the Vanguard YouTube show. And I was extremely pissed off. I was extremely pissed off at all kinds of shit. And anybody that, like, anything would just set me off. And I just used the Vanguard as a fucking microphone to go crazy. And one of the things that I've, like, you know, want to grow as a broadcaster, because, you know, I mean, part of the appeal was that we were young guys. And I feel like, you know, you have to accept that there's going to be some fuck ups there if you tune into a podcast that's hosted by young dudes. Like, you know, college graduation happened during COVID. I never graduated. I dropped out. I got a job and started focusing on the Vanguard the full fucking time, which was, you know, not advice I would give to anybody, but you know what I mean? So we were really young, really pissed off about a lot of things. And I just use the Vanguard as my, like, outlet to just, like, go fucking nuts. And that I obviously regret, right? That I obviously am like, what the fuck were you doing? Like, that was immature. That was not a good thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, to me, nobody was ever going to listen to our show. I was just, like, out there fucking, like, I still worked a full-time job. Nobody in my life knew what the fuck was going on with the politics world. Like, I would just lock in on the show and just use it as an opportunity to, like, fucking, you know, you know, and I definitely, like, fucking made some, like, way too aggressive fucking commentary about all kinds of shit. Sometimes I still do, and I have to be like, whoa, okay, you know, driver at the wheel in rush hour, like, don't behave like this. That's not cool. So I will
defensive driving.
Yeah, I dude, one time I had to take a defensive driving course when I was like 17, and I missed out on an Animal Collective concert with Gavin. He went with his
no
girlfriend
way.
It was so fucking, it was brutal, man.
Not Panda Bear.
I know, man. It was, oh man, it was in Colombia, and I was, which is like a 3-hour drive from where we grew up, and I was like, fuck me, man. So anyway, defensive driving always unlocks a belt. But no, dude, I'll fess to that. Like, I have no problem being like, yo, like, when we first came onto the scene, like, I was a fucking crazy person because I've been in my house for 18 months, and then, like, you know what I mean? I just, like, yeah, that's another reason. Like, some people are like, yo, why are some of your, like, crazy videos from the past, like, not public anymore? It's because I don't fucking want to be, like, starting beef with everyone anymore. Like, I understand who we're, like, taking a look at, you know what I mean? We're up in 2025. Like, the obvious target is fucking fascists, right? The obvious fucking target are the people who are in power right now, the white supremacists, the fucking people who are enabling an ethnic cleansing in Palestine, the people who are doing the most insane injustice I've ever bared witness to in my entire life, the black bagging and deportation of our fucking neighbors. These are things that we have to just, you know, keep our eye on the ball for. Everything else is, you know, window dressing, if you will. It's a matter of getting people to pay attention to these other issues. And so I've just tried to do a lot better as a person at like, hey, let's keep our fucking eye on the ball, which is why when Dan texted me, I was like, listen, man, like, I just, let's get everything out in the air. Cause I don't have anything to like, I'm not mad or whatever.
No. I appreciate you saying that. And I also come from a similar place, like, and maybe even less, right? Like, it's great to hear that, like, oh, you're like 22 and 23 and you're like, okay, that's the old me. This is the new me. I'm not going to try to even apologize for that. Like, I will apologize for that, but like, I'm not going to like die on that hill. I'm not going to stand 10 toes down on that stuff. Right. And, I feel the same way for things I did 6 months ago, and I'm like 28. I just turned 29. So like, there's many a long time to mess up. And, I've been around folks like Hassan as well, who have we messed up later in the year. It's I think learning is an ongoing process, and as long as you're learning and you're like capable of learning, like that's a good step overall. But like, I think the follow-up question I kind of had to that is, when we think of right now in this particular moment you're describing, like, politics is very serious right now, and we both have, unique oblique talents in that we can make boring things go viral if we put our minds to it, and it'll be a little bit of a, we're going to wrap the pill in bacon. We're going to wrap the pill in some like sweets, but we know how to do that. We know how to do that well. How do you balance that? And how do you make sure that like someone said this to me like really recently and like elucidated what I was trying to like get at with this, but like, how do we create more than we destroy when we know that we are ultimately the abilities that Zach and Matt and I have to be able to make things go viral if we want to are based on rules that we don't create. They're based on the rules the same like techno-fascists of like what gets clicks, what goes viral, what are the things that people will react on. I'll post a video knowing that most of my audience won't see it, but a lot of right-wingers are going to comment on it, and that's going to boost the engagement and boost the views. Like I will do that every once in a while. Like Papa loves some AdSense, but like
exactly
at the end of the day, like it's a criticism of you, but it's also like an introspection of myself and all of us of what we're doing here is like, as progressives, where do we draw the line morally in that? Like, and I'm not sure, like, I don't think there's like a, direct answer of if it's this issue, this is when I stop. No, but it's like, I guess I'm curious, for accountability reasons, but also like talking shop reasons. When you're thinking about like, for example, I could just post, no offense to Dr. Rashad Ritchie on Indisputable, but I could post videos of police brutality against Black men and women every single day and twice on Sundays. After doing the coverage that I did during the first Trump years and like all of that stuff, and as a Black man myself, there's a certain amount of trauma that I don't want to inflict on myself and I don't want to inflict on others. It doesn't have to be trauma. It doesn't have to be like, even that deep, but like, how do you weigh that, especially as we move forward? Because like, there's TMZ of the left works in the algorithm, but at a certain point you get people who are just chasing that TMZ hit. Sorry, really fast, because I know my co-host is watching and making fun of me for asking like long ass questions.
Oh no, you're
like,
totally fine. Yeah,
but like, sorry, really fast. But like, there was a moment very specifically, and again, this is not meant to be like I'm petty Dan, but I'm just like pointing out moments and we can all learn from these. My TYT crash out in December was very deliberately planned, and you almost took the bait that I wanted y'all to take, but you didn't, interestingly. And the bait was a video that I'd recorded of JR talking about the Anna Jenk situation. And like, I knew no one was going to ever get that interview because JR is not talking to people like that. And y'all were covering it live. And the way I had titled the video was in a way that didn't make it seem like he was quitting TYT enough. I teased it, but like I didn't make it seem personal. And you're like, oh, well, if he was quitting TYT, he would have named it something differently. And then you just moved on. And to me, and a lot of other people were like, okay, well, this is a Black man speaking some real shit about politics in America as it relates to Jenk and TYT, but also as it doesn't. And you had Mondale Robinson on during this time. So I'm not saying that you're like racially blind on any of this. I'm not saying that at all. Sure. But it's like, again, to my question, when we're weighing the style of TMZ or like clickbait reporting, how do you make those decisions of like, okay, this video is not going to get monetized, but I need to say this because, you know, this is Vanguard and this is where you, Zach, get to like express your opinions versus like, you know, not my favorite video, but it's going to do well and it's going to allow me to like do the first thing I talked about.
Sure.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
Please take as much as much of a long time to explain that. Yeah.
It's a totally fair question, and we basically balance it like this. So all the clips that you see, that's going to be just for like the content that we're thinking, all right, that's going to, you know, put the word out about the Vanguard, right? Like, hey, people who don't really, you know, aren't plugged in as much, don't know who we are, like, let's put that out for them. And then the live streams are where we pack it with all of our dense commentary. So like we might put out one 30-minute clip from a 3-hour live stream. We might put out no clips from a 3-hour live stream, right? But during that 3-hour live stream, we're going to go over all the breaking news stories of the day. We're going to respond to every single super chat that anybody sends us, which usually covers whatever topics du jour there are. We're going to make sure that any like real high impact stories that we want to cover are nestled in between whatever headline grabbing stories we have. And so for us, it's like, okay, let's make sure that every single day when we go live, we're filling the air with at least like 40 good minutes of news stories, right? So let's talk about, the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment. Let's talk about, the different responses that people are having to that. Let's talk about, the DOJ. Let's talk about Emmanuel Macron suing Candace Owens for defamation. Let's talk about, these are all things we've covered like in the last couple of days, right? And we make sure we do all of that. But we never cut those into clips on the main channel because that would fuck up our brand as the TMZ of the left, the gutter guard, the silly and Billy, the like guys who shovel shit. Like we are intentionally pejorative when it comes to those kinds of things. Like we lean into all of that branding. But then if you watch our live streams, like, we do all of the, in-depth analysis. Like today I was just spending my afternoon. I went through all of the 21 toss-up races on the electoral map for 2026 and, spent the day trying to get as much data that I could and as much information as I could about each of the districts that are up there. I think the Democrats are up against a huge motherfucking wall. So I want to temper everyone's expectations, right? I think that a lot of people are anticipating a blue wave as a result of the fucking backlash that Donald Trump, and you would expect that if you were in a just country that would be the case, but because of gerrymandering and because of the way that the deck is stacked this time around, even if the Democrats come away with just a slim majority in the House, that's actually going to be a big accomplishment for them. So making sure that everybody understands where we need to, have our expectations be, how we can move the line on the margins, because that's really all we can normally do. We can always hope for more than that, but there's going to be an element of serendipity there, creating the circumstances for luck, all those kinds of things. That's very important to us, and we never skip out on that. But we also always make sure that we have a little bit of that, spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down, and that's how we decorate the headlines.
Sorry, it was Matt, but I just have like one more question just for the sake of time, because I see it a little bit in chat as well. And this is a question I had, and I will keep it quick, I promise. And I heard, I don't mean to like disregard everything you said, because I heard and I agree with a lot of it. But the criticism might be that, okay, you're going very hard against Cenk and Anna, but behind Cenk and Anna are a bunch of people like formerly Hank Thompson, who are editors and technical directors and producers. There are people like John Adirola and J.R. Jackson and Rashad Ritchie, who seem to like, distance themselves in the way they can from TYT's more like regressive rhetoric, while also trying not to sacrifice their jobs and their livelihoods. Some of these people have newborn kids that they are dealing with, and how America is with healthcare and stuff like that. So like, how do you, with all of that stuff, weigh, like, it's okay if you don't feel that way, but like, do you feel a responsibility in like your coverage to like temper it so that it's specifically towards Cenk and Anna and not towards the TYT network? Like, how are you thinking about what you're building versus what you're destroying in this sort of framework?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, what I think is the real point of our show is the fact that, TYT presents itself as a network. It presents itself, and it really is a corporation, right? It's a corporate news network. They've done multiple rounds of financial investments from private equity. They have, locations outside of their California base that are responsible for their finances, right? Like this is a real major corporation. And the fact that two dudes from a house in Columbus Park, Kansas City, can, fuck with them in such a way that they're going to be talking about us on the mainstream network, or that, you know, there would even be an insinuation that we would be able to put somebody's job in jeopardy, I think just underscores how feeble the network is. And we've always included in our commentary, like, hey, you know, these are people's jobs. Not worried about the gaffer guy at TYT. You know, I think that John Iadarola could have drawn a line in the sand when they said you don't even control your own show anymore. And I gave that commentary, but I also matched it with the fact that I don't know what that guy's fucking circumstances are, right? He might be, you know, involved in something else, right? Whatever. But yeah, like at the end of the day, like I would have no problem like coming after a writer at, you know, Vanity Fair. I would have no problem coming at a writer at the New York Times, right? And I wouldn't think twice about it. I would just say that's media. That's the fucking game. If you guys, you know, want to come back and fire at me, like that's totally fine. We've had debates with really high profile people on our show. We never, you know, are scared to put our money where our mouth is. In terms of like a guy like John Iadarola, I think he's a good person. I think he's a strong ally for the left. I think it's disappointing that the Damage Report is owned by TYT. I think that there are times where I would have liked for him to show a stronger backbone, but I can really feel for him. And then I don't know much about JR. I'm not that familiar with him. I know he's been with the network for a long time. I feel like shit for that guy because I'm like, man, you've worked really hard on something that should have been way cooler and now you're getting fucked. And then I know that everybody I've ever talked to has nothing but respect for Dr. Rashad Ritchie. So I, you know, again, with that guy's situation, don't know anything about him. I know that he tries to keep his show very separate from the main channel. It's not like he's, you know, cuddling up with Cenk on a main channel or anything like that. So I don't have any problems with him either. And I you know, yeah, that would just be try and clear the water on that.
I agree that John Iadarola could break out on his own at any minute and be fine. I think, you know, pulling Mehdi Hassan, as they say. J.R. Jackson.
Health insurance is a motherfucker if that was
being
insinuated, but I agree with you that John is a super talent and he would be just fine on his own.
Yeah, it's you know, ultimately up to him. I'm not suggesting anything, but J.R. Jackson like pioneered what it means to do exactly what we're doing now. Like that guy was involved from day, I mean, over 30 years. Right, Dan? 30 years? It's been a long time.
I remember we reacted to a clip that we saw was from 2007 or something like that. And JR was like, they flip around the camera and JR Jackson's in it. So that was when I was like, holy shit, this guy has been there for a long time.
Yeah, someone sitting behind a switchboard on YouTube with a nice ass microphone is a JR Jackson production. That's JR rated right there.
Yeah. Look, there are it's the business model for YouTube is odd. I cannot figure it out. I'm always frustrated with it. One of the best things you can do for your optimization is to have a beef with somebody.
That's old radio style. We were actually talking to I don't want to say who it was if it was the wrong person. I believe it was just an old radio broadcaster, and they were mentioning to us that it even goes before YouTube. Like if you were back in the day and you were on talk radio, they would all just start fucking beef with each other because that was how they knew that they could just like pass it off to the next guy, and it would be like, hey, he's gonna be all real pissed off when he gets in here, you know. And then
Keith Olbermann and Bill O'Reilly, that was the game that made it fun. John Stewart and Bernie Goldberg, like we're talking about his recent bits, like that's a direct callback to what he did back then with Fox News.
But I like to fantasize a little bit, and I know progressives tend to do this, but I like to fantasize that the criticism of Cenk and Anna will somehow get through, and if they truly are surrounded by progressives that work there, maybe then, you know, it's happening from all sides, and they'll eventually get the message. I don't know, but on the other hand, like the Silly and Billy t-shirts that we did, that was like deliberately meant to lean into something that was very negative from them to, you know, like, oh shit, they're monetizing
Matt,
it.
I can never ever thank you enough for the design that you did of us as Beavis and Butthead. That is like my favorite thing. I need to get like a large scale printout and hang it in my bedroom. That's how much I love it.
But they can't keep insulting you if you're gonna keep monetizing it, right? So like
sometimes it feel free to insult us. Like we have thick skin over here at the Vanguard. Like I was a bartender. Like you can't fucking hurt my feel. Like you know what I mean? Like sometimes we all deserve to be fucking called out. Like you know what I mean? Who's gonna watch the watchers? Like you know you know.
But I think that's what you know, in like thinking about this episode and like sitting here tonight listening to you talk, I think that what it comes down to for me is, and I think, you know, this is true, that we are this can be a superpower, so to speak, as long as we use it responsibly. And I think that people need to be thick-skinned. I think people need to have a game face. I think people need to have a degree of performance and energy when they're doing online media, or else why you? Let somebody else do it, right? So anyway, I think this was really productive, and I think that there was, you know, a lot of agreeing going on. I hope you guys work together in the future. You know, I'm glad you asked me to be here just so I could hang.
Can I say one?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a chance if there's anything else you want to say.
Yeah, like on that point, I'll be mutually messy here if I can for like 60 seconds.
Okay.
Sure.
So after, especially for all of us on screen, after last year where like I went full blackout crazy on TYT, also went kind of full blackout crazy on y'all, Vanguard being, and it ended up hitting some of my co-hosts, Matt as well, all of whom to I've like apologized at this point. I guess that's, you know, not the best sort of like motivation, but I'll say this, like, this is maybe the fifth attempt that we've made to like finally have a conversation. And there were like some points where it was like, we don't want to have a debate, we don't want to have to do this. Other folks have reached out in different ways. I'm finally glad it happened together. But Zach, I respect where you come from, where you came from like a media space. I came from an activism space, and then I stumbled into media. And so I think because of where I come from, that kind of like confrontational like balance of calling out and calling in, which I do not claim to be a savant or even halfway good at. I'm still learning, and I'm still like growing, and I'm still like, you know, being humbled and matured by even folks on screen right now. But yeah, I think it's just like in that vein, it's very easy to say like, you know, I was a bartender, like I'm used to getting shit from people and stuff like that. But like, this was a little kind of hard to ultimately work out and make sure happening. So like, I think it'd be interesting of like, for me, I'm just going to make this sort of pledge that like, Matt, thank you for having this. And also thank you for being down for doing something like this for a very long time, even like back then, 6 months ago. But the reason why I want to do this is because like, it's a trope that people on the left like just get in endless arguments and never get, you know, find solutions. And I wanted people to walk away from this. If not, go ahead and we do a part 2 or whatever, like, you know, fight me. But like, I want people to walk away from this feeling like, okay, this is a model of how people on the left can disagree, can work through differences, and can ultimately like unite, and can also keep that bridge open to be like, yeah, I say that I want to be criticized, but also if you want to criticize me, there's a chat, there's a window, there's a way I can kind of speak to that. So
Good morning, comrades. You're
wow.
listening to WHIVLP New Orleans. I had to do the wide shot for this.
I did the whole thing. Yeah, I was like,
I wanted to do the wide shot just so I can get the cabinet in the shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, no problem, no problem there at all.
Good morning, comrades. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade, Jeff and Robert here on the show. Robert, what you been up to, big dog?
Well, nothing much. What Jeff was talking about for our radio listeners is I'm actually recording from my usually the same place. Like I have an office recording setup, but
he's in the cozy setup now.
Yeah, I have it's a spare bedroom, and so it's like all my computer stuff's in there, and also like a spare bedroom. But I'm recording like in bed because this is where I wanted to like play video games after work. So that's what I'm doing.
Some people have gamer chairs. He's got a gamer bed.
What else is going on? Let's see. It's my birthday today.
Happy birthday. I didn't know that.
Thank you. We're supposed to have a tropical storm here in New Orleans, but I don't know. I don't think that's happening. I think everything's fine. I don't know. I'll be out of town this weekend anyway. So, other than that, everything. I've been hit with revolutionary optimism, and I feel like Jeff and I talked about this offline. I think this is going to be the most online, like, Good Morning Comrade, because it is what it is. I'm sorry, like normie radio listeners, like you're gonna get an education on
y'all getting plugged into the weirdest stuff you can imagine
on what goes online today. So and what goes on online. So
strap
this
in, folks.
This is your warning right now. Yeah, strap in. But no, I'm hit by revolutionary optimism, and the man who has given me this gift of revolutionary optimism is completely unpredictable. This is like, did Marx say, or was it Stalin or Trotsky? It's like sometimes, or was it Lenin? Like things happen. There are centuries where nothing happens, and there are weeks where everything happens. Like I feel like that's where we are, and I'm hit by a wave of revolutionary optimism brought to you by a man named Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm being 100% serious on that. Like I don't think the world is going to end. I don't think I'll do my conclusions first. We'll work backwards. The world's not going to end. Trump support is not going to bottom out because he literally is running a cult. He just told his cult leaders to step in line, to get in line, as you know, as of 24 hours ago. But now it's undeniable because of Epstein and because how obviously the Republican and Democratic parties it seems like all their energy is going to cover for rich and elite pedophiles, and probably more than likely on the behest of foreign intelligence agencies like Mossad. Now I can at least, I'm not mocking anyone. I don't want to like all my like people I know who voted for Trump or right wingers or whatever, but I could at least, as the world burns, we can all point and go, that's why it's burning. And there's no, like the mask is completely off. And I'm absolutely loving this. Like it's
and again, we're in so just to sort of like, you know, lay it out a little bit. The Trump administration has essentially just come out and denounced their entire basically their entire activist base, at least to sort of like Epstein oriented, you know, and again, I don't want to like, the thing about this that ticks me off specifically with the Epstein stuff and with the QAnon stuff is that there's so much BS on the QAnon side of this whole thing that it messes up the real conspiracy. That if you were sort of like a government agent, or if you were somebody who wanted to kind of create that confusion, you would just make a QAnon, because that would sort of make it so that the real issues and the real, you know, government problems and you know, cover-ups get covered up with get mixed up with the conspiracy theories. And you know, the QAnon people believe all that stuff, you know. They say like that's all great,
and like I don't want to like, you know, we're gonna dive into the deep end of online, might as well just do it now. Like to come off like, you know, Brace Belden and the TrueAnon podcast, we're not 100% sure. Like it's kind of anything goes. Like I mean, QAnon, it could have been just a dude on 4chan. It could have been, it could be an intelligence agency. It could be the CIA. It's not above them. Somebody who gets played in syndication on this radio station, Sam Cedar, once said, talking about Alex Jones, he said, if Alex Jones is not a government asset, then the government would create an Alex Jones. And it's a little bit, I truly believe it's a little bit of column A, column B, but the thing about it is you don't want to get like Jeffrey Epstein being a pedophile intelligence asset is not a conspiracy theory. Like there's like, it's not. So
100% true.
When we get all like, oh, did he kill himself? Did they have him killed? There's three. Now, not only is there's been a video forensics of the Epstein night that he
the surveillance camera,
that he killed himself.
The surveillance camera from the prison where he killed himself. There's minutes of
it's not
video.
It's not even minutes missing. It's minutes doctored.
Yeah.
So that's completely different than minutes missing. They
didn't even change the metadata on that stuff.
Right.
It was just like the sloppiest job, like just chop in like you know, CapCut or whatever.
So this is not a conspiracy theory. So the idea is like where people get hung up is like, oh, did he kill himself? Did he not kill himself? That doesn't matter. None of that. It doesn't matter if he got so sad for the crimes that he didn't have, that for the women that the women, if he got so sad over the little girls that he sex trafficked only to himself, and he offed himself, that's the government story. That doesn't matter. What matters is he obviously did this around, even if he did this to himself, for his own purposes, him and Ghislaine Maxwell, he did it on that island, and he did that around the most wealthy and the most well-connected people to ever walk on God's green earth. Who were they? What did they see? When did they know? What did they know? And when did they know it? How did a guy without a college degree get a job teaching math at Harvard? Where did his money come from? Nothing makes sense except for an intelligence agent, except for being an intelligence asset. And the greatest thing about this, I tell you what, how you know this is really, really hitting, is the dumbest people you know on your job who voted for Trump and who are right wing. They've all become apolitical all of a sudden.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, everybody's quiet. All of a sudden, the Trump train, nobody wants to talk about it. All of a sudden, all the Trump wins accounts have all gone silent because this is undeniable.
Not even that. Like, people, like, you had Dan Bongino, you had Kash Patel, who's the director of the FBI now. You had Pam Bondi and all these people. They made, like, part of their bones was like dealing in this conspiracy stuff. They're in the administration. They are running the show. They were literally running around being like, release the Epstein files, like in Bongino's case and Patel's case, like on their, media platforms. And then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, yep, nothing to see here. And like the people, the QAnon and the MAGA people or whatever, they're coming in and they're saying like, wait a minute, we were watching you talk about this. You had JD Vance go on Theo Vaughn's podcast, literally saying release the Epstein files. You had Donald Trump Jr. on the campaign trail making the speeches about releasing the Epstein tapes. Trump was asked by a reporter on like ABC or something, will you, ask point blank, will you release the Epstein files? And he was like, yes, okay, sure, whatever. And he qualified it a little bit and he kind of like backed off, but there's too much smoke. 2 weeks ago, Pam Bondi was saying that she had the Epstein files on her desk and now they don't exist. Like, this is it's so incredibly fishy. Like, it's just like not even the dumbest person on earth could deny this.
I hate to I don't want to like make this about me, but like this kind of stuff is kind of my wheelhouse. We were joking at work today. I was like, because you've listened to the show long enough, like I worked for the sheriff's department and I was a cop, and there was a time they were like grooming me for internal affairs. And I always think like, hey, like they really screwed up by having such a bad work situation that I quit, to where like I would have been a great detective, because like let's work backwards on it. And when I'm saying this, let's work backwards from its most, let's be the most generous that we possibly can be.
The full benefit of the doubt
to the Trump administration and Donald Trump as a person. I'm going to be the most generous. So grab him by the P word. Donald Trump is accused of all this stuff. Donald Trump likes to hang out in Miss Universe dressing rooms and peep on young girls. The most generous take you can have is that Donald Trump is a very insecure man. He's that guy that when we were in middle school, he'd be like, I got with Susie last weekend, right? And be like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're a liar. He's like, I'm not a virgin. I have sex all the time. Hell, I was that kid, right? It's cringy. It's embarrassing. But let's just, that's the best, because he's come out and said it for decades. I'm a perv. I'm a skis. But let's say he's lying about all that just to impress people, just to impress other men.
He just is a guy who liked Porky's in the 80s or something.
Exactly. So what that means is him and his cronies that he's surrounding around him, and it is two presidential campaigns, not the one where he was like, Obama's not because I don't remember him talking about the Epstein. Yeah. No, I just don't remember him talking about Epstein when he first ran for president. So, but it's three. He's had 3 presidential campaigns. Yeah. He won, lost, won. So in his 3 presidential bids, the most generous take is he's a insecure guy who's got the heart of a saint, and he ginned his whole base up around these Epstein files that didn't exist, that nobody was sex trafficked. Epstein Island's not real. Little St. James, that's all 4K lying to us in 4K. So he's been lying about this whole time to win elections. So that's the most generous take.
Mm-hmm.
The least generous take is this man is a serial pedophile. There's no other. There's no middle here. Yeah. Both sides are bad. You can't,
even if there is a middle or whatever.
No, and they'll come up with some like he was a pedophile, so he could spy on other pedophiles. White hat pedophile. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that. So it's like, what are we talking about? And like I said, it's now this has made my job, because people like you and me have stayed the true course, and we're not in a cult. Yeah. We've never gone out over our skis as leftists, because that's what we do. We want material benefits. If the closest person I can think of that I would have this kind of like allegiance to would be like in the Democratic Party that the Trump voters have, is maybe like, because I thought about this the other night, like it wouldn't be Bernie, it wouldn't be AOC, maybe Rashida Tlaib. So if something like heinous came out about Rashida Tlaib, I'd be like, well, that's that. I'm like, gone, jettisoned, out of here. And
even that doesn't even seem possible. You know what I mean?
Right. But let's say, in a world where it is, right? You know, okay, I'll give you a real world example of how that happened with, now for different reasons, not for like upright moral reasons, but for different, Al Franken. Al Franken had a picture of him fake touching a woman's, like pretending to touch a woman's breast. Yeah. And that was enough to get him tossed by liberals.
Well, liberals will always do that. Liberals
right.
will always jettison whoever, as long as they're not like, as long as it's not somebody who's in the inner circle like Joe Biden.
But I guess my point is that like we're not in a cult. Any kind of politician that's looking for my vote, federal otherwise, as soon as they're no longer useful to me in securing my material needs as a taxpaying citizen, I have nothing to do with them. That's not what right wingers do, because their lives are so bad. This is literally all they got. All they got is some kind of hope that Jesus is going to come with 4 horsemen and eradicate the worst people they can think of, you know, and there's even worse people they can think of than brown people and Muslims, and that's pedophiles. And the guy that they put into office to do exactly that, he hasn't lowered their grocery bill. He hasn't put their kids through college. He hasn't lowered their mortgage. He started more wars where he said he was going to end wars.
$800 million.
So the one thing they have to hold on to is that he was going to go after elite pedophiles. And even if he was one of the elite pedophiles, that would have been good enough for them. And he can't deliver on that. Now, who knows why? I don't know. Did he get the boss call from the CIA or the Mossad? And like you always say, Jeff, he got shown the Zapruder film from an angle that nobody's ever seen before. I don't know that part. But we do know is what's not in Donald Trump's nature, the real Donald Trump that we've gotten used to. If there wasn't something deeply concerned, like that he is afraid of, he would say, yeah, I was on the island. Yeah, it was weird. There was a lot of weird stuff going on. I saw a lot of weird things. Who could I have told? Who would believe me? But now that I'm president, I'm going to name names, and he would get the heat off of him. Mm-hmm. But that he can't do that shows you all you need to know.
Yep.
This government and this country has been, since day one, pedophile, ethno-state, racist slavers. And genocidal slavers. The only thing that would fix it would be to sink the Mayflower at this point, to go back in time and sink the Mayflower. It's the only thing to set this thing right. But I'm telling you, since day one, this is how it's been. And now that the dumbest guy you know, okay, he has to see it too. It's a very much what's that movie with the and I liked it, but people hated that Netflix movie, the Bird Box, where it's just like, I'm the one I've been infected by the bird box monster for decades. Now I'm going around You and I are just opening up people's eyes and going, look at it, look at it. You can't not see it now. And I love this because as I don't have to debate the Democratic Party.
Nope.
I don't have to be like, well, if we had voted for Kamala, no, I don't have to do that. Yeah. I don't have to even talk about policy anymore because these people have never been about policy at all. They don't care. All I have to do is, oh, you want to run cover for pedophiles? Is that what you're doing right now? You got to live with that, bro.
Well,
and that's a thought terminator. And you know what? As bad as a pejorative as like thought terminators are, this is one I'm fine with because trying to give logic to people who didn't logic themselves into the position was never going to work. So you might as well just terminate thought. And this does it.
And I want to put a point on what the Democrats are going to do in this whole thing. You notice they're not saying anything that is going to like get them implicated in this anyway, because I mean, and again, just to circle back to, do you remember this post that Nancy Pelosi's daughter put out a couple of years ago?
I do.
It was this. The Epstein case is horrific and young women deserve justice. It is quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether on Republicans or Democrats. So that means that that Bill Clinton's out there, with all of these flight logs, with all of these connections that he has to Epstein and to Ghislaine Maxwell, that he's in there. Who else is in there? There were some high level Israeli government figures in there as well. What was that guy's name?
I don't know. What guy?
I could pull it up, but yeah, there's just like a number of people. Like this is the ruling class in this country has always been like so extremely debauched and like disgusting in this way, and there's no partisaning their way out of it. Like the Democrats want this to go away just as much as the Republicans do.
Absolutely.
If they didn't want to do that, or if they didn't want it to go away, then the evil, horrible Democrats, who, as Trump puts it, who created this entire hoax, as he puts it, they created this entire hoax just to get him. They like conjured it out of thin air just to try and nail Trump on it, which is so funny. It's so funny that that's what he's trying to go with.
And like another thing I thought, like I've said on this broadcast before, like to rehash it, is like I didn't have a problem with January 6th. The problem I had with January 6th was the people who were involved, people who participated in January 6th didn't believe in the thing that they were actually there for. And this proves it right here, because if they were ready to go take a dump on Nancy Pelosi's desk over a fake stolen election that didn't happen, there should be a January 6th every day by now. Every day these people should be storming the Capitol, demanding nobody leaves this building until the FBI delivers us these files, you pedophile monsters. And it ain't happening. These people are having to look at what they've created with the cruelty of their vote over the decades. And I'm so here for it. This is the most dark woke thing ever. And I still think we're cooked as a country. I'm still leaving, but this has given me like optimism to at least as this thing burns to the ground, people will know why.
This is a generation, like this is a generational issue too. Like not necessarily from the perspective as it's going to be the most important thing in our generation or whatever, but what I mean to say is this is the previous generation essentially getting discredited and getting taken down. A previous consensus that existed prior to the emerging one that we have, and what essentially, I mean, we are in the socialism or barbarism moment. The only people that aren't going to basically see where we're at on this are going to be the libertarians and the Nazis. The Nazis are just lined up behind your boy, and they're just gonna just nod and just say all the stuff.
Are they?
And then the libertarian,
you think so? I honestly, that's a real question. I don't spend a lot of time on
and the ones that flake are going to be they're going to turn into libertarians. Or, I mean, there's also a group of people also that are going to be disillusioned Democrats in this whole deal as well that we got to fight for as well.
Those
would
be
libertarians.
And I want
a lot of normies that are going to be coming out of this being like, "What the hell is going on? I got no analysis."
And I want to be very clear on this is what I'm saying is like when I say like, are they though? Are the Nazis really going to line up for it? Because like when I say that, like the first thing that pops in my head is like Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes is kind of like, again, it's a super online episode. Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, but he's also I would love to see that alternate universe where he gets access to the Trump administration, like a Tim Pool or something like that, and see how he shakes out, because he's obviously hurt. Like, you know, from the stuff I've seen, he's obviously hurt that like Trump doesn't want him around, and now he's on his own little bubble, his own little rumble bubble, and he just rages against Trump. But my other point is like, yeah, but the thing about the Nazis is, and we as leftists, like, we don't need to get involved in that. This is, don't tap the glass, don't touch the dog turd, let it be. Just watch. You don't need to like interject and try to like change it. Let them tear themselves apart. If those that want to come to us to where like we don't like to sexually assault children, that's not a thing that we're into, and we're also into bringing material, like making your material conditions better, then like the door is open for you. But like, we don't need to be moving, like, as far as we don't need to be reaching out to these people. There's they can come find us.
No, we got to find the people who don't have a political commitment. That's where we got to be. We got to be talking to people who are
soft
like,
Trump support.
What is this going on?
Yeah.
And like, again, we're seeing a generation, like a generational politics be discredited before our very eyes in a way that we've never seen before. Not just among like media wants to make it just about the Republicans rather than the MAGA thing, but the Democrats are just as implicated. The Democrats think by keeping their mouth shut and all this, they can sort of like skate by. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, I mean, because they're implicated too. Like, they're in it. Like, and if they're not in it, then like, if they're not personally in it, then they're the people.
Their faves, like Christine Pelosi said, their faves are going to be implicated.
Or the people who straight up donate to their campaigns are in it.
Yeah, their boss.
That's how it works. And the combination of soft, I don't even say soft Trump support, but just like low information voters who just come out and vote in federal elections, who are just like, yeah, Trump has swag. But now they're just like, what is this? Like the combination of that with like the surging left of candidates who could potentially win and give people like a material like hand up. This is a dangerous combination for both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and they are both terrified of it. That's why I'm seeing think pieces right now that are saying that they're not from like nonsense.com, saying that, hey, in the New York mayoral race, both Adams and Cuomo should drop out, and they should unify, but because they are just so damaged, they should unify behind Curtis Sewa,
the guardian
angel guy, the one guy I think in all of American politics who he went the opposite way. He didn't have he wasn't a pro wrestler. He had a pro wrestler gimmick based on him.
Yeah.
Remember, Big Boss Man was the Guardian in WCW. Yeah. Like, that's crazy talk.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow. It's like, and I'm just going, please, everybody stay in. Please stay in. Stay
Watch
in.
them. I do love seeing Eric Adams come up and just sort of like talk about Cuomo, like dropout loser and all this other stuff. It's awesome.
This would be like if I had, this is where I like dream, if I was what the right wing thinks that George Soros is, and I had all this money and I wanted to throw my weight around into politics, I would be moving money around and donating millions of dollars to both Cuomo and Adams campaigns. Through some kind of dark money to keep them in.
Just to keep them in.
Keep them in.
I mean,
give them both 10 mil. Burn it up.
And that's the other thing too. And like, that's the reason why, like, all of these campaigns, like the reason Democrats don't play to win, essentially, is that the campaigns themselves are the business. That's where they get their money. That's where they sort of like, that's where they farm their resources, essentially. It's where people make their careers. And the entire political wing of the Democratic Party, the elections wing, rather, I should say, is run by consultants. You know, they're there.
There it is.
They get a bag for fighting for the election. They drive narratives and they run fundraising campaigns, and they get a cut on that. That's the kind of key and the kind of core of how that whole thing works. When you have a Zoran campaign that's actually run by people, that actually brings in volunteers, and that actually stands for something and pushes for stuff that people actually care about, things like making the buses free, things about groceries, and things about like freezing the rent, like core issues that people are concerned about, then surprise, you can get enough volunteers to knock on 1.5 million doors. Surprise, you can raise all the money you need to run your campaign. The good thing about New York is that they have matching funds, called matching funds. If you raise a certain amount of money, the system in there will essentially your campaign does not have to be run just like purely on a fundraising model. Essentially, I remember during the Mamdani campaign, at a certain point, he said, "Okay, we have raised all the money that we need to for this campaign. Stop donating and start volunteering." That was the thing that they literally said to do, which is awesome.
I mean, yeah, and like the Democratic Party
should not be about just raising money. Sorry.
No, the Democratic Party is in the business of fundraising and not winning elections. Like the Republican Party understands power, and they want power. The Democratic Party doesn't want power; they just want access to power. Yeah. They want
proximity to power. Yeah,
yeah. They want the accoutrement that power gives. They want a lanyard to get into the DNC, and they want access to an open bar, and they want companies and CEOs to give them money that they can funnel off. They're
the nobles that want to hang out around the king.
No, exactly. They really don't want to govern at all. That's why they give you no. They give us nothing. They go, well, you'll vote for us, or we'll throw you to the wolves. It really is. It's a hostage. Yeah, it's a hostage deal. Every 2 years, in federal elections, it's a hostage deal. It's you'll do what we say, or this guy will hit you harder.
Yeah. And if we don't win, it's your fault for not voting hard enough for us.
That's their strategy right now.
Nothing.
Their strategy right now is to let the world fall apart. Let Trump ravage, rape, and pillage, and then for all of us to turn to them and go, oh please, it's the midterms, please save us. Yeah. But I don't see it happening. Like even in polls of outside of generational candidates like a Zoran Mandami. You look at the polls for the Democratic Party, and they are not doing well. This just because the Republican Party is constantly shooting itself in the foot does not mean people are moving to the Democratic Party. They're just becoming apathetic.
They're polling lower than the Republicans are right now.
Yes,
in this period of time where everybody hates Trump, everybody hates the Republicans. The Democrats are polling lower than they are because they are not providing any kind of an alternative. They're not providing any kind of affirmative vision. They're just being like, look at how bad Trump is. Can you believe it? Why didn't you vote for us, you dummies? Like when Trump, at least Trump, when he's talking about the MAGA people who are worried about Epstein or whatever, he has the directness to say, oh, well, they're a bunch of idiots. Like at least he's being honest there. The Democrats will be like, we need to build a coalition or whatever the hell. At least he's being straight. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade.
I saw a really good. I listened to Sam Cedar at lunch today, and they had a really good talk about Democrats are afraid of being woke, and he said that look, if you look in those word bubbles of just like, what do you think, those polls of just like, what do you think about the Democratic Party? The word weak always shows up big. And he's like, weak is just woke is just a synonym for weak. Like what?
To them.
But it means the same thing. It means because power resides where men believe it resides. Mm-hmm. So if the Democratic Party said, hey, you're getting health care whether you like it or not, Snowflake, people would be like, yeah, hey, we're going to tax the rich. So it's like, so your kid can go to college and they don't have to go into debt, so they can buy a house and they don't have to live with you when they're 40 years old. People go, yeah, that's awesome. And it's almost like the word woke. It's almost like, this is like my edgy take for the day. It's become like, and the values, like, it doesn't mean like the policies are bad. Like people aren't, when they say, oh, that's woke, they're not railing against like policies that are pro-human rights and anti-genocide and pro-worker. What they're railing against is the fecklessness and the weakness that the Democratic Party puts forth in advocating or not advocating for this thing. The word woke has it's really turned into what we used to use in the 90s. And I say we, I mean me and like other, meatheads like me. We used to say things were gay. We used to say, oh, that's gay. And like people would even say, oh man, that doesn't mean gay. Like, and we really meant that. Like, oh, we're not talking about, being gay. We mean like, man, that's gay, bro. Like, man, that's weak. That's weaselly. That's, it's just kind of noodly. It's wishy-washy. So woke has taken on the same like connotation,
it's the
and that's
exact same thing.
Yeah, and that's why it has no more
like
bite.
like all the words that they use to talk about like critical race theory, CRT. That's a replacement for the N word. Like woke is a replacement for gay.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the thing is, it's like again saying that they don't even really mean like gay. They don't even mean like homosexual people. They just mean weak, and it's just like that's what woke is turned into. And I can see like. I know it's a meme, and again, super online, people on the radio, dark woke. Like dark woke is a thing that's a meme. If you're listening to this on the radio, you probably never heard that. But what it just means is saying things like, hey, you know what? I don't like pedophiles. And I think the Epstein list needs to be
careful there. Don't get too far out on a limb.
What I'm saying, the Epstein files need to be released, and everybody, no matter what, I don't care if it's Bill Clinton, I don't care if it's Mickey Mouse, needs to go to prison for the rest of their lives for doing this. Hey, I don't like genocide. I just watched the Superman movie, and there's a part where like Lois Lane is libbing out and talking about Superman intervening in a genocidal conflict. Yeah, and she's like, well, you didn't know, blah, blah, blah. And what about this? And what about that? She's like living out. And he just yells at her and he goes, people were going to die.
Yeah.
That's what people want. They want decisiveness. They want, this is right. This is wrong. I'm for people. I'm for people not starving. I'm for people not dying for lack of medical care. I'm for people having a good, dignified life in the United States. And you've got Andrew Schultz. Is that his name? Andrew, the podcast guy?
Yeah, the guy who said that, like, oh, I like Trump because he looks like he, has
like
sex or something.
Exactly. I like Trump because he gets all the ladies. Like he literally said that. Now he's on his own right-wing podcast going, hey, the only people that are America first? Democratic socialists.
Dude.
He goes, I don't agree with them, but they're the only people that are advocating for anything that will benefit anybody. And I'm like, there it is.
When Mamdani won, I think it was either the day after or a couple days after, I actually texted former guest of the show, Harvey K. He writes a lot about like Thomas Paine and like Abraham Lincoln and a lot of the sort of like, some of the stronger figures for the sort of like, the limited parts of America that are like good and radical. He's a big FDR guy, right? Mm-hmm. And I texted him and it was like, do you think Mamdani won because he embraced like the good side of America, the part of that, like the sort of like fighting for rights, the land of opportunity, the kind of the Superman stuff? And he just was like, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is because, like, again, there is a part of the left, and like I do it too, like that is like a rejection of all things associated with like the idea and concept of America. And that's a good, like, sort of a natural instinct because there's just so much bad stuff. But like there are good sort of nuggets in there, be it the FDRs, be it the, you don't have to embrace these people entirely. You need to, you sort of at least need to understand what the appeal was and what the fight was. So like the idea of abolition, for example, or the idea of even though it was part of it was war propaganda, but the 4 freedoms, that kind of stuff, like that needs to be used to advance it, not because you love America or whatever. Sure you do, maybe you do, but like people will respond to it, and that's the important thing.
No, you're speaking my language. I say that like, I'm the most hyperbolic person you ever want to talk to. And I like, started this thing as just like get in my DeLorean and go sink the Mayflower. Like,
yeah,
this country is evil.
It's a joke.
I'll be the first person, whatever. I'll tell you with my full chest, this country is evil and needs to be destroyed. It does. Sorry. Now, whatever that really means, do I mean like, oh, does it like crack in half and just get smitten for the earth? Okay, then that's God's plan. Or do we like set up a leftist utopia? Okay, great. That would still be the destruction of America, of what it's always been. Same diff. But I can say the same thing. I feel just like you do. I'll be like, man, I hate America. I hate America. I hate America. But every time I pass a national park or go into a national park, I go, one good thing Teddy Roosevelt did.
That's a cool thing. Yeah.
That guy was an SOB, but he did this right.
Racist.
This is a thing he did. That was good. And it should be more of this.
Yeah.
No,
And
100%.
when you have Medicare and Social Security and all these things that actually make it so that you can die without having to eat cat food, all the stuff that's constantly under attack right now by Democrats and Republicans. I mean, people forget. Like, what was Obama's big thing that he wanted to do? He wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare to make a deal to cut taxes for rich people with the Republicans. He wanted to have a grand bargain that that he would essentially get for being like the very serious person who did that. That was Obama. That's like everybody's fave. And then when people are running around talking about like they love Obama or whatever, I'm like, bro, you don't remember anything.
I was going to say, not like, this isn't a non sequitur, but like, serious question. When did Obama started drone striking Americans in other countries? Was that first term or second? Because I'm trying to remember when I like turned on it. When I was like, this ain't hitting.
It was a second term.
Okay, good.
It was Anwar al-Awlaki was the big one, and his son Abu Rahman al-Awlaki, who I think the son was an American citizen.
Mm-hmm. No, Captain Homer in the chat we're on YouTube as well. But Captain Homer in the chat just said, going back to Carter and Clinton too. Yeah, Carter's another one. Bad president. We've talked about this because I didn't know that much about Carter until I went back and because he's before our time. I thought he was just like the peanut farmer guy who got screwed over.
2011. Okay,
in 11.
I was wrong.
But he got screwed over by Nixon, who should have went to jail for treason. But I didn't know he was such a bad president. But Jimmy Carter, bad president, good man. He walked with little to no security in Palestine because he knew that he did that for visual effect to show that, hey, the people who live in the strip are not monsters. I'm fine. I can just walk here, no problem. Good man, bad president. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to be like, as hyperbolic as I am, and it's like, hey, there are things in this world like genocide. Genocide was my line in the last election. I would ask any Trump voter now, what is your line? Not pedophilia? Because it's not. I need to know where it's at, if you have a line at all. But
Lucky went to your high school, Heavy Dukes? What?
Crazy.
Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, so we could take the pieces of America that work. That's kind of our whole thing here. We could take the pieces of America that work and that are actually good, and we hold on to that, and we scrap everything else. Like, that's how winning is done. That's natural selection at its best. This idea that, the Constitution's supposed to be a living document, this idea that like rich people are POCs, people of capital, are just supposed to lord over us and be allowed to rape our children, and we're supposed to be just fine with it, is not how it's supposed to be. Mm-hmm. And we can do better than this. I was always told that this was the best country to ever exist on earth. I signed on the dotted line and signed away my constitutional rights to the United States Marine Corps because I thought it was that. And it's like, I just want it to be that. And if it's never going to be that, and this is what it is, it's just a playground for genociders and pedophiles, then I don't want any part of it, and it needs to be destroyed. Period.
Oh,
when's the last?
I forgot about that one.
When's the last time you did a time?
Oh no, we're good. The New World 102.3. Let's go. All right. So yeah. Apparently Heavy Dukes went to school with Samir Khan. That's wild. One of the American citizens who was murdered by drone strike in 2011. So correct me on that one. I was thinking of Anwar al-Awlaki, who was associated with Al Qaeda, but he was an American citizen, and his like 12-year-old or something like that son, who was also killed by a drone strike.
It's so gross, and that's why I really believe that. Like, I'm sure that we're old, but we're also youngish. Mm-hmm. I always think that patient zero for the Trump administration and the current like Nazi regime that we have right now is Obama. I'm sure we could take steps backwards and find where it lines up. But Obama with we tortured some folks, but it's time to turn the page. What is that? Well, I'm just going to start drone striking American citizens. Like we're old enough, you and I, American kid from my hometown, from Tampa, Florida, just got murdered in Palestine, in the Gaza, and not in the West Bank for trying to defend his family's home from genocidal Nazi Israeli settlers. Now, we're old enough, you and I, that we remember where there's movies that were out, that Hollywood big budget movies that were, hey, if you mess with an American citizen, if you kill an American anywhere in this world, we're coming for you. We don't play that. And now there were movies starring like Chuck Norris, like Delta Force, 1 through a Million, and all that garbage. But that was obviously that's never been true. I mean, I got my wake up call with that with under the Trump administration with Kamal Khashoggi, where we allowed the Saudi Arabian government
it's an ally
up in one of our allies' embassy with a bone saw, and we did nothing. So now, as we sit here, and Americans are getting black bagged off the street because they're brown, or they're Iranian mothers who've been here for 40 years in the Lakeshore, who are out there gardening, and now they're being picked up by Immigration Service and being sent to Louisiana Turbo Jail, ICE jail. Obama to me is the patient zero that allowed all this. He paved the road for this.
Or at the very least, I mean, again, like if he's not the initiating factor, he's the custodian cleaning up on the back end, right? So like the right wing will go and they'll have torture facilities in Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay and all these other black sites, and then they'll break all the laws, and then what do the Democrats do? They come around and they just make excuses for it. They sort of like legitimize it. When I mean, again, this is not exactly the same thing, but when it came to the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody is just like on Trump's ass the entire time about we need to make sure that we're protecting people and making sure that they're safe and all this other stuff, until Joe Biden got elected, and all of a sudden magically everything's cool. Everything's totally fine. We're good. It's it's ridiculous from the perspective of like, you're a normal person and you see it. And again, that's another one of those things that turns people either into leftists or libertarians. Or the people that buy in turn into liberals and Nazis.
No, we've had this talk before. It's like I don't have the same like smoke for libertarians as I do for just straight up like authoritarian right wingers, which I would consider myself an authoritarian left winger, but that's a whole nother conversation, because like libertarians have their logic is bad, but it is logical. They've just come to the wrong
right
conclusion.
except the conclusion.
Exactly. They're a doctor that like they've diagnosed the disease perfectly, but they write the wrong prescription. And so, but like, I feel like, not that, I have to spend my life like reaching out to libertarians, because I think, Jeff would agree with me. Like a lot of these people are just secret fascists. Libertarianism comes in and out of favor whenever fascism and Nazism comes in and out of favor. Yeah. As soon as Trump won, all the libertarians went away. As soon as the liberals ascend just a little bit, all of a sudden people like flock to libertarianism. But I mean like the libertarians like Iran and a Ron Paul. To where like I can disagree with you, but I understand how you got there, and it's because how you got there is I
will say Rand Paul
fault of the government.
Rand Paul is way less of a rogue on this kind of stuff than Ron Paul was, even though Ron Paul was way more outwardly racist.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, I know we got another topic to cover, but like we got 15 minutes left. But like Rand Paul could sit here. We're going on a side, but it's okay. I think it is important. Rand Paul, to my face, without blinking, we could sit down and he would tell me that he would not have voted for the Civil Rights Bill. And the reasons that he gives are logical, but they're just bad logic. Yeah. I don't think he's racist. I think that that's just his logic, to where like people should have free association. And if I have an ice cream stand and I only want to sell to a certain amount of people, well, then like society will be good enough to where like society will be upright enough to be like, well, we're just not going to patronize that ice cream stand because Robert Johnson doesn't want to sell to white people.
Yeah.
And
I
get that. It's wrong. It's 100% wrong. It's objectively, provably wrong, but I understand it.
I think that like, and maybe you feel differently about this, like specifically with Rand Paul, like I'm not so sure he believes it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
With that Massey guy, I think he's probably a little bit more of a true believer. But also at the same time with him, like he also does not want to like, he was against that Trump bill or whatever. But also, like, he doesn't want any Medicaid. He doesn't want any Medicare. He doesn't want any of that stuff. Because that's the government intervening in people's lives. And I'm just like, come on, dog.
Well, my theory is that the libertarians who are not hiding the ball, who are not hiding the ball of racism, their logic is that I pay taxes to the government and I receive nothing or very minimal. So I think if you were able to take that person and pick them up like, Zeus would pick up the little clay figures in Clash of the Titans, and you drop that person into Norway and you give them a decent life, I don't think they would mind their 70% tax or whatever they pay over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they're now. Again, there's plenty of them. Like I said, it goes in and out.
Yeah.
When racism is cool, libertarianism becomes not cool. When racism is not cool, libertarianism becomes cool again. So there is a Venn diagram there. But
you also see it with the trajectory of somebody like Glenn Greenwald. So like he'll like slide around and like he basically just orients himself against because he is kind of a libertarian. He's like mostly a libertarian, I think, or at least on the civil rights side of things. Which hey, I agree with a lot of libertarians on the civil rights side of things, except for like we need to actually actively unroll things like racism or whatever. Mm-hmm. But like, and I don't think he would necessarily even disagree that hard with that. He's much more against surveillance and things like that. But when the Democrats are in charge, he just goes like blindly. He goes on like Tucker Carlson's show and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know, dog. Like, can you be for real? Like, you want to be friends with that guy? You know what I mean?
See, but I still watch Glenn Greenwald because this goes in my thing of just like material realism. Yeah. He is a good
he's not the enemy.
He's a good investigative journalist, great journalist. But do I want to listen to his social commentary? No. Same thing. You know who else is like that? The Pentagon of Virtue, Norm Finkelstein.
Oh yeah,
Norm Finkelstein. Please talk to me about Palestine all day.
Don't talk to me about trans people.
Don't talk to me about trans people, dog. That's not your lane. I don't want to hear about it. And speaking of trans people, with our last 10 minutes, I think there was a thing that you want. That's
I do want to talk about this just from a like briefly. Because it is something that popped up and it is kind of super online a little bit. But there is a content creator that we've talked about quite a bit on the show named ContraPoints, Natalie Wynn. Mm-hmm. And she did let's call it an effort post where she essentially did the Ethan Klein thing to a certain extent, not anywhere nearly as insane as him, because she's not just like going after like single-minded, like she's not in love with Hassan and not single-mindedly just like throwing rocks at his window and brick through his door, or whatever, like Ethan Klein's doing. But she essentially did the like, she did the old, yes, I do think it's a genocide. And yes, I do think that focusing on the genocide so much cost the Democrats the election kind of thing. And like that, and like talking about, she made it like about herself in a weird way too. I don't know. What did you think of that, Robert?
Absolute garbage. Absolute diva garbage. But I wasn't surprised because it's like fork found in kitchen. So again, this is a trans woman who I was a big fan of hers. I liked her. Like I liked her intellectual takes on leftism. Where I got off the train is when she started cozying up to and started this is one of my like Twitter, back in Twitter days, the ye olde days of Twitter.
I'm still on there. Like an idiot.
No, I mean like when it was Twitter.
Back
it wasn't
when Twitter
X.
was fun.
She started like, I had a rando on the internet, had a knockdown drag out Twitter thread with trans adult movie star Buck Angel.
Oh,
And
God.
trans is a female to male transition. But they're also a trans medicalist, to where like they don't to save everybody the trouble of being online. They don't think trans women are women and trans men are men. Period. So when ContraPoints was buddying up with him, with Buck Angel, I was out. I was like, oh, I'm done with this. Like, we're not doing this. But I wouldn't like. This is the first time
talking about it all the time.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it because that's family business. Yeah. That's family business. Let the family, let the queer community, trans community sort that out. I don't have a place to be here. This that's why this doesn't surprise me that she came out with her garbage enlightened centrism takes on a genocide, because I'm like, oh, this is who you are. This is who you always were. And the thing about her is like, when that whole Buck Angel, I started digging into her because I thought she was just, a lady making content on the internet. She is, and you can get, obviously you can get past your, whatever you did in the past. We're not here to crucify people on that, but she used to be a right-wing Islamophobic troll on 4chan, making 4chan posts. So here we are as a woman who spent all this time and energy to transition into a woman, but she didn't spend any time or energy to transition from a 4chan troll to a human being. So I've been done with that. It didn't surprise me at all. The thing that did surprise me is the instant clapback from her own subreddit, her own fans, and from people who have much bigger platforms than we do, which it just tells me nature is healing. Because a decade ago, this enlightened centrism, third way, Bill Clinton garbage of what got us here was all the rage. And it is dead. It is, like I said, woke is back. We're riding dark woke all the way to, I don't know where we're going. I'm not telling you to vote for, because God knows, not to be
go
like,
woke or go broke.
But seriously, kindness is back. Humanity is back. Being against things that are evil, like genocide and child rape, are back. And I'm just here for it. I'm here. I'm super here for it, for all the people who clap back on her like that. And I'm like, good. That's the way you whip your quote unquote allies back into line. Like, we should be a big tent with hard fences where they are third rails, or you do not cross. And it's
the big tent's got rules, right?
Exactly. Civil rights, genocide, racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. You start creeping up against civil rights and stuff like that, you can't sit with us anymore. Other than that, I don't care what you do. It's fine with me.
Or who you are, even.
Yeah, who you are. I mean, cool, whatever, man. But it's just like that she could, and she knew. So it's like, who is it? And cynically, who is this for? Because somebody asked her on Twitter, on X, they said, hey, what are your thoughts on Israel-Palestine? She goes, I don't have any. Are you going to tell us your thoughts? She goes, God, no, if I did, y'all would hate it. She knew. She knew it was wrong. She knew it was bad. She typed all that nonsense out, and she's so self-absorbed and so narcissistic that she still hits send.
Yeah, if you don't hit send, if you just keep your mouth shut, you know what? People might still like you. But you hit send. You did the thing. You can never delete it now.
Trash person. Just trash. I don't, it is what it is. And I'm really happy that and that's the thing, that like everybody has come out and chastised this woman, but nobody's been like talking about her trans identity as far as like as a descriptor. But I'm like, that's what we want, because
only people that I've seen using that are people who are just like, I have to defend a trans woman on the internet from being attacked. Like pretend they're doing the Bernie Bro thing. They're doing the Bernie Bro thing, just sort of like pretending that they're attacking her because she's trans.
Well, it's the right thing to do.
Also gross.
Because
she herself wasn't doing that, by the way. That was people that are around her. So just to be clear.
No, but it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do because we're not monsters. Two, cynically, by not even getting close to that rail, now you've taken it away from that person as a shield. So they can't be like, oh, you're you're talking about Ethan Klein from H3H3. What does he always say? You just hate Jews. You hate Jews. You hate Jews. Who has said that to you, dog? Nobody. This is your last
Hassan
refuge.
said he hates Jews all the time.
Exactly.
Every
Oh
show.
yeah, every day.
He starts his show every day with "I hate Jews" mantra that he repeats every single day.
No, 100%. So it's like, so when you don't play into that and you take that away, you're taking away that person's either easy out or their refuge of last resort.
Yep.
To where they're like, I'm completely losing. Now I have to pull whatever social card I can because my actual ideas are trash and people are just dumping on them.
I do have one more thing on the dark woke stuff, because it is, again, it also hits on this ContraPoint piece, but like there is this sense that like what the Democrats are trying to do, what Gavin Newsom and a lot of them are trying to do, is like move away from the quote unquote woke thing as calling people like the gay thing, right? Like they're essentially trying to say that the campaign that Kamala Harris ran last time was like a super woke campaign or whatever, and it wasn't. It wasn't any. And I'm like, a lot of the woke stuff or whatever annoys me, but like, come on, balls and strikes. None of that stuff was in there.
The closest thing we had to like a multicultural, multi-ethnic, presidential campaign was like first term Obama.
Yeah,
maybe. Then that's really it. That actually like made it. I mean, you could say Bernie, obviously, but like Bernie never made it out of the primary.
Yeah. Well, last thing, got to bounce.
Yep.
Anything else you gonna say on the way out?
No.
Stay dry. Where are you going?
Atlantic City. I'm gonna go play some poker and hang out for a weekend.
Classic. All right. Well, thanks everybody for listening. This has been your weekly Good Morning Comrade on WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. We're also on this space. We're also on YouTube, Twitch, all the stuff. Find all of our information at goodmorningcomrade.com. Follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof. Yeah. Tell the people bye-bye, Robert.
Bye, y'all.
We love you. Bye-bye. WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Welcome. It is Tuesday, July 29th, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh boy, it's Kristina corner time. Let's go. Anyway, I just wanted to say that there's a lot that's going on right now, and I'm doing like a mix of like good news, maybe some very disappointing news. You know, there's a lot to cover in an hour, but I want to start by saying also hello everyone. Welcome in. Also want to say I saw Fantastic Four for First Steps. As someone who has basically my favorite thing about Marvel was always the Fantastic Four. Now, someone who watched the 2005 one, 2007 one, and then the other two that were really, 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 really bad. This Fantastic Four was fantastic. I have to say it. Guys. It was so good. I could not believe how well, like they kind of glossed over and explained how they got their powers. You know, Sue's pregnant, the kid has powers, you know, already. Galacticus wants to, you know, get the kid or whatever. I mean, that's such a common comic book trope. But the acting, Pedro Pascal was great. And let me see what else. The Thing was great. I wish he had more of a plot line with this girl that he was you know, flirting with, played by Natasha Lyonne. And Joseph Quinn actually might be a better Johnny Storm than Chris Evans. But the heart of the movie is Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm. Like she's really the heart of the movie. We have never mothered before in our life. You know what I'm saying? Like Mother was mothering, okay? I'm just saying, like, we are so back. I mean, I hate when the MCU's like, we are so back. Everything is over. We are so back. No, we're not. And I'm like, guys, we had Deadpool and Wolverine and Thunderbolts before this, okay? Chill out. Just relax. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You know, speaking of fine, I'm gonna be seeing the Naked Gun movie this weekend because I loved Leslie Nielsen, which is ironic considering Liam Neeson is playing the lead in the movie. So I guess doing a PR campaign to find someone whose name resembled Leslie Nielsen worked. Liam Neeson. Also, Liam Neeson is excellent at a comedy. Like he's really good at playing it straight. That's kind of the whole point. But I got some good news. Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson have probably found love with each other. Oh, okay. So I have. Let's see. Okay. StreamYard always doing stupid updates. I'm just saying. No offense. So, Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson are dating. It's clear they're smitten. Exclusive source. The Naked Gun co-stars romance continued off-screen, a source tells people. They're enjoying each other's company. I, for one, am so happy because Pamela Anderson, she was married to Tommy Lee. She was married to Kid Rock. And Liam Neeson lost his wife, Miranda Richardson, in a horrible skiing accident back in like 2009. And so I think they're a good pair. And also, too, I like the fact that Pamela Anderson's not getting any work done. She's letting herself age naturally. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. We stand. Also, she's a huge film. She's a lot smarter than people give her credit for. If you ever watched the Criterion Closet, her episode was like, she was into like niche French avant-garde from like the 1940s and David Lynch. And it's like, okay, I see you, Pam. So, while he's 73, Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson struck up a romance after making The Naked Gun together. A source close to the movie tells people it's a budding romance in the early stages. It's sincere, and it's clear they're smitten with each other. Neeson, 73, and Anderson, 58, are currently enjoying each other's company as the co-stars promote their new comedy, which is in theaters this Friday, August 1st. Reps for Anderson and Neeson could not be reached for comment. At the New Year premiere of The Naked Gun on Monday, July 28th, both stars brought their two sons to the red carpet for a group photo. Anderson has Brandon and Dylan with ex-husband Tommy Lee, and Neeson has Michael and Daniel with late wife Natasha Richardson. Oh, look at they're so cute. Oh, look at they're so adorable. This is actually probably the best news of the week. Let's see. The next morning on Tuesday, July 29th, hello. Anderson and Neeson pretended to get caught making out on live TV for a funny moment while visiting the show together, the Today Show together. She did plan to kiss on Neeson's cheek on the red carpet at the London premiere held July 22nd. Speaking to People in October 2024, Neeson had high praise for Anderson. With Pamela, first off, I'm madly in love with her. She's just terrific to work with, he said at the time. I can't compliment her enough. I'll be honest with you. No huge ego. She just comes in to do the work. She's funny and so easy to work with. This is just like, remember when Pamela Anderson was always in like parody movies and stuff like that? This is actually this movie's a good example of her using like good comedic timing, but also playing it serious because she always played like the dumb blonde in those parody films, like the Scary Movies and all that. So I think this is a perfect opportunity for her to show off like, yes, I did, The Last Showgirl, which showed her dramatic, acting, which was phenomenal. She got a lot of award buzz, but was kind of scooted off because of Demi Moore with The Substance. So I'm so happy for Pam. I've been a fan ever since Baywatch. Okay, and I was really young. Anderson added that Neeson is the perfect gentleman and he brings out the best in you. With respect, kindness, and depth of experience, it was an absolute honor to work with him. Look at I love like all the hands grabbing all of them. Like this is such a perfect like Naked Gun like thing. This is so perfect. For an Entertainment Weekly cover story published earlier in July, Anderson said, "I think I have a friend forever in Liam." So cute. She added, "We definitely have a connection that's very sincere, very loving. He's a good guy." That sounds like y'all in love. You can't fool me. I know. Also, a lot of people think this is a PR stunt. I'm like, nah. Maybe it was a PR stunt that turned into a real love because, you know, they're pulling out all the stocks for the promo. So in May, she told Entertainment Weekly that she and Neeson bonded over shared love of literature and a good laugh. Oh, so cute. Anderson added to the outlet, "We had many dinners out with the cast. I invited him and his assistant over for romantic dinners with me and my assistant, so our relationship stayed professionally romantic during filming." What does that mean? Professionally romantic. What does that mean? What, Pamela? Come on. What does that mean? Okay, so in The Naked Gun, Neeson plays Lieutenant Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Leslie Nielsen's Frank Drebin from the original Naked Gun films. Anderson plays his love interest Beth. Naked Gun hits theaters Friday, August 1st. Oh, that is so cute. That is so adorable. I do not understand like how, like, oops. There we go. I cannot believe how adorable these two are. I mean, a lot of people are like, what? That's a weird match. No, it's not. It's a great match, I think. If it's in character, it's professional. I guess that's what it means, Albert. Yes, I'm all dressed up. I'm in my bougie baby era. Okay, let me show you all my outfit real quick. Little cute little fuzzy dress. And also I found my bougie baby purse that I cannot open for the life of me. I've had this forever. This is a lot of y'all thinking, oh my god, that must have been expensive. No, it was not. It was like $5. So yeah. Yeah, fit check. You guys have seen a lot of those in recent in the next, few years. I don't know. Stay. So did you guys hear about Trump? He really said too much is what I'm gonna say here. Yeah, it really does. So Trump admitted that the fallout between him and Epstein had nothing to do with Epstein stealing his people or whatever. Yes, she's actually I really want her to actually join this space. So that'd be cool. She's actually into that. So I love Alyssa. She's so cool. She might be coming on Moon Knight Extravaganza as well to do a Star Wars movie with us. So that's also awesome. But Trump revealed that one of the women that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked was Virginia Giuffre. I repeat, this means he knew Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking women and did nothing about it. Why? Because he also was involved. If he wasn't, he would have said something sooner. I don't get it. Wait, I'm behind Pam. I know, they're so cute. They're adorable. Like, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting, I think. That Trump's like, yeah, he trafficked her. I mean, the funny thing is, here's the deal though. Epstein got a lot of employees from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, I've read a bunch of articles about it, but it's like, yeah, he got the Katie Johnson teenager working, becoming like a locker room employee or a massage. Like, it's all just gross, guys. Like, the fact, I mean, Trump cannot assume that this is, I don't know why does he assume that this is going to work in his favor? I have no idea. And now with Ghislaine Maxwell willing to speak up, I have a theory that he's going to use her to his advantage and blackmail her into saying that, oh, it's just like Bill Clinton and blah, blah, you know, it's just these Democrats like Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and I'm innocent. Which is ironic considering he said he knew Epstein was trafficking girls and did not do anything about it because he is actually involved. But speaking of Ghislaine, I know that's what we all call her. This is sad. I mean, this is making my blood boil right here. So, whoa, hello. Trump isn't ruling out a pardon for convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. She was part of the assaults and the rapes and all that went down. We know this. The president continued to field questions about Jeffrey Epstein while talking with reporters in Scotland on Monday. Stay there. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at that. He's like he tan. This is what my mom used to look like when she would use a tanning bed, but even worse than this. Donald Trump doesn't appear to be ruling out the possibility of pardoning convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, telling reporters on Monday that he's allowed to give her a pardon. What does that mean, dude? But that he is yet to be asked to do so. He's going to pardon her. Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, Trump said when asked about the prospect while meeting with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Scotland. But nobody's approached me with it. She has. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about the aspect of it. He talks so weird. Right now, it would be inappropriate to talk about it, he added before moving on to the next question. Last week, the Justice Department met with Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year sentence after being convicted of sex trafficking and other charges. We all know what those other charges are, related to her and Jeffrey Epstein's abuse ring in an effort to determine if she has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims. She's going to list a bunch, but not Donald Trump. We know this. The move is part of an effort by the Trump administration to appease members of the MAGA base fears over the administration's refusal to release large troves of evidence related to the Epstein case. You know what's so funny, though? He hasn't taken a dip in support. Like, the MAGA folks, he still has a lot of support. Like, this Epstein thing is not really doing anything. So it's like, what are we doing? You know, what's the point of this anymore? Trump gave a similar answer to reporters at the White House on Friday when asked about the possibility of a pardon for Epstein's longtime accomplice. I'm allowed to do it, but something I haven't thought about. Trump also told reporters on Monday that he never had the privilege of going to Epstein's private island, Little St. James, where the disgraced financier and convicted sex trafficker who died in prison in 2019 allegedly invited wealthy associates to party and have sexual encounters with underage girls. Sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. It's disgusting. A lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island, Trump said. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. You were on the Lolita Express. You first met Melania through Jeffrey Epstein. The first time you engaged in sexual intercourse with Melania was on the Lolita Express. It's well documented that you hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, that you've been to that island. Okay? Trump, you lie. But that's basically your second language. Actually, no, that's your lying is just your first language. Never tells the truth. The president claimed that he had fallen out with Epstein, his friend, for many years, not because he was a predator with a fixation on underage girls, but because the financier had poached his staff for sex trafficking. We learned that today through he was talking to he was doing an interview with the press on Air Force One, and the audio came out. I want to see if I can find that audio. For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. He did something that was inappropriate. What? Traffic your employees? He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. Mostly like young underage girls who worked with their moms in Mar-a-Lago. Like, yeah, that's it. Trump said, I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of Mar-a-Lago persona non grata. Also, what's interesting too is that's not why they had a falling out. I think we read an article. They had a falling out over property that they were bidding for. That was the falling out because Trump wanted the property. And so did Epstein. That's where their falling out happened. Because Rolling Stone reported on that. This is all lie right here. This is not why they had a falling out. The notion that Trump even considered is even considering pardon for Maxwell has sparked backlash from Epstein accusers as well as some Republican lawmakers. Ooh, who? She didn't just procure girls for Epstein, but she participated in their abuse. I think that's an important thing for people to understand. Epstein abuse survivor Annie Farmer said on Saturday in an interview with ABC News. Farmer added that if Maxwell were to be released from prison, it would be devastating not only to her, but for so many people involved in this case. Teresa Helm, another survivor, told MSNBC on Friday that a pardon for Maxwell mean the complete crumbling of this justice system that should first and foremost stand for, fight for, and protect survivors. On Friday, House Speaker Mike Johnson told NBC News that while it's up to Trump to decide whom to pardon, in his opinion, Maxwell's 20-year sentence was a penance. I think she should have a life sentence at least. Well, here's the problem. Mike Johnson, isn't everyone on summer vacation right now for a full month because you did not want the Epstein files to get released? What is the point in this? That what you're saying? So again, not my decision, but I have great pause about that. As any reasonable person would, he added at the prospect of pardoning Epstein's accomplice. The president seems to still be weighing his options. God damn it. Sorry guys, I lost you for a minute there. I don't know what happened. I think I clicked on the fucking Leave Studio. My mouse is I need to get a new mouse. I need to get a new mouse like right away. We're back. We have never been so back on Kristina's Corner. Anything can happen on the space. Ooh. So I have another thing I want to discuss. Have y'all heard about, because y'all know that my Backstreet Boys, they're at the Sphere in Las Vegas. We watched a bootleg on stream. Shh. Y'all honestly thought maybe I did rage quit. Maybe I did. I don't know. So y'all know if we're feeling with the Sphere in Las Vegas. It's this guy who owns like a couple of sports teams created the Sphere to give it like a very almost 3D, 4D experience. Well, they're doing The Wizard of Oz. Now, if y'all don't know, The Wizard of Oz is probably one of my favorite. It's definitely like top 3 favorite movies of all time. It's Black Swan, Goodfellas, and The Wizard of Oz. I know, what a pick. 4th being Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and 5 being, I think, like Austin Powers, or no, Barbie, I think. I don't know. I gotta do that. But I have a lot of reservations about the Sphere doing The Wizard of Oz. So this is something that I'm very, very, very passionate about because y'all know a lot of us here, obviously, we all do hate AI. We hate when old Hollywood movies that look grainy for a purpose are restored with AI into like 4K quality. But it's not meant to look like that. There are films that are meant to still look the way they did back in the 30s and 40s. But here's the problem with them restoring The Wizard of Oz in 4K, because I watch The Wizard of Oz like almost every month, and I cry every time. I don't know why, but you can see where they put the makeup on, like the Munchkins and Ray Bolger, Jack Haley, Burt Lahr, you know, the Scarecrow team. You can see like where the wig ends, and I don't like it because it takes away the fantasy aspect of it all. It just takes it away, and it's like, I'm like, this is not what it should be, because it also bastardizes the Technicolor being used. Technicolor back then was meant to, you know, look the way it does. Now, this is so heartbreaking to me. Like when I watched a video narrated by Ben Mankiewicz of all people. We all know Ben Mankiewicz. He's the grandson of Joseph. Like he comes from Hollywood screenwriting and directing royalty, and he's narrating how they're gonna do the Wizard of Oz in the Sphere. The only thing I think would be cool is that they're actually giving y'all the full experience of what's like in the tornado. The tornado's gonna be around the sphere. They're gonna be blowing wind and smoke and stuff at you. And I'm like, woohoo! That's the only fun part. And I knew they were gonna do that. I knew that they were gonna do that. So, tornadoes, monkeys, and towering flames. How the Sphere plans to bring the Wizard of Oz to life. Senior executives from the Las Vegas attraction are recreating key moments from the film inside a venue at the same moment they happen on its massive screen. Okay, look at this, for instance. Look. If y'all remember what the wizard looked like in that, he looks completely different. Mind you, they used a lot of AI to expand the screen so it's around the sphere. So they added, like, where Uncle Henry would be or where this person would be, even though they're not shown in the scene, like in the screen. I'm like, that's using the AI. What are you doing? This is not what the wizard's supposed to look like. He didn't look like that in the 1939 movie. Why advance this with AI? Why? It makes him look like an alien and not as scary. When the Sphere in Las Vegas opens its doors for the Wizard of Oz next month, visitors to the venue will find themselves in the middle of a twister. That's the only cool part. And not just because the 160,000 square foot LED screen will wrap around them. Executives at the Sphere say that its version of the classic 1939 film, which opens August 28th, will incorporate immersive real-world physical elements at a scale that I don't think anyone has ever done before. I'm just going to watch a bootleg if someone films it. According to Glenn DERY, Executive VP of MSG Ventures, the executive responsible for the technology and physical effects in the venue. That means when that tornado hits Kansas, the 10,000 people inside the Sphere will have wind whipping their face, leaves flying in front of them, bolts of lightning puncturing the fog, and swirling haze that the company will create inside the venue itself. $5,000 for that? No. I mean, I also saw some clips of it. It looks cool, but it's like people are gonna have like seizures. Like, you think the Sphere Backstreet Boys was bad? Like, this is gonna cause so much people staying at hospitals in Vegas. One of the big sequences in the film is when we're transported to Oz from the Gale family farm right out of the gate at the opening of the film, as you transition into color into Oz, DERY says. And we wanted that to be really impactful, something that was truly enormous and huge, and something that they couldn't have done back when they originally released the film. But we were able to kind of reimagine what that would look like and felt like, and what it actually feels like to be there. Fun fact. There were very few photos of tornadoes back in the 30s. So they assumed their best the way to make the tornado out of Muslim cloth. It was phenomenal. It's phenomenal. But this tornado in the Wizard of Oz movie looks nothing like what's in the Sphere. I mean, again, so much AI restoration and additives. I wanted it to feel massive because it's a massive space. We have 13 million cubic feet of air in the Sphere, he adds. How do you do that in a way that doesn't distract from the film, but actually adds to the immersion and makes it feel like you're in there? I think we've hit that mark. It's really fun. Yay. DERY says that his team created a custom rig that layers in fog, haze, and leaves before turning on a 12-foot tall, 750 horsepower fans created from electric vehicle motors. Oh my god, what? Yeah. This is worse than the 4D movie theaters. We do that piece by piece by piece, kind of like an orchestra. I saw the video. I know what you're talking about. DERY says, we create a really great giant sort of, oh, look at that. There we go. Look at, okay. We sort of kind of plan that fills the whole venue with this kind of lovely cloud, basically. So it's like you're going into a dream sequence. I mean, look, see, that's what it's going to be like. That's what it's going to be like if you're inside, if you're at the sphere. See, like, yeah, it's going to be crazy. It just looks too clean. And we're in the tornado with the house and all that. Like, it's I hate what they're doing here. You know how many people are gonna have panic attacks? Way too many. The tornado, of course, is just the beginning. Once Dorothy gets to Oz, she has to deal with the wizard and the Wicked Witch of the West. In the film, towering flames of smoke introduce the wizard, whose ghostly projection declares, "I am Oz, the great and powerful." DERY says that those flames will be present in room as visitors to the sphere are introduced to the character. What? Also, why did you make them look like that? You want to see flames, so let's bring that in. Let's feel some of that heat. Watch the sphere catch on fire somehow because of this. DERY says, let's see what was that like for them to stand there and face Oz. And later in the film, when the witch dispatches the flying monkeys, oh Jesus Christ, DERY's team found a way to create actual winged creatures that will fly over the audience's head. Why? But this is too much. We've had to develop systems to be able to enable them to invade the space and could come at you from above and beyond, he says. It's been a lot of fun to try to figure out, again, how to do that in a venue of this size and scope and scale in a way that's compelling. Is it, though? Is it compelling? The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere is in many ways a cumulating event for the venue, which until now is focused on residencies from popular bands and musicians, like the Backstreet Boys, as well as the documentary film Postcard from Earth, which uses every square inch of the venue screen. Oz, however, is the first real project from the venue to take the learnings from what it has done before and expand into 3D space, combining a reimagined high-definition AI-enhanced version of the film, a re-recorded score, and those physical elements make it top priority for Chairman James Dolan, who originally conceived of the Sphere. Guys, this sphere for the Wizard of Oz restoration is in 16K. 16K. Not for 16K. So using AI, they take away all the graininess and it looks too smooth. The color looks weird. It just looks too bright. Like I hate near and yellow cinematography, but it's just too much. And everything, again, they use AI to expand the scenes and add AI and add like trees and scenes and objects and characters. It's really bad. It's just too much. I mean, I know Judy Garland would probably approve of this, because it's another way for people to experience the Wizard of Oz for like a first time, but like, goddamn. There were some things that our chairman was just dead set on. The tornado was one of them. Our winged monkeys was another one. And there were things that were kind of part of his vision for what this experience would be out of the gate. DERY says, we have other moments where we're peppering in other flying creatures and different kinds of fun moments, like apples appearing from nowhere when they're thrown at Scarecrow and Dorothy right before they rescued the Tin Man. Oh my god, this sounds like a Rocky Horror screening. Like what is this? Sphere, along with his partners Warner Brothers, see, look how clear that is. It's so bad. Sphere, along with his partners at Warner Brothers Discovery, Google, which contribute its artificial intelligence expertise, and Magnapus, are betting that those moments will leave audience with drop jaws, panic attacks, creating an experience that can't be replicated anywhere else on Earth, transporting visitors from the Las Vegas desert to the Emerald City. Thanks. I hate it. I hate it. I really do. I hate it so much. Do Rocky Horror in the Sphere when everyone's, make it rain during, over at the Frankenstein place. Like, what the hell? Bring a pool out for people to jump into and do a weird orgy and dream it be it. Like, I don't know. But But do you guys understand like how bad this all looks? Like I've seen the 8-minute segment video, and yeah, one of my friends saw the Backstreet Boys, and I was like, what the hell? But but I just don't understand like why, like I get it. Like they want to do something big and different, and Wizard of Oz is a perfect movie that comes to mind. But like you're overdoing everything. But I guess I mean, the Sphere does most of the work. As someone who watched a bootleg of the Backstreet Boys Sphere concert, the Sphere does a lot of the work. Like half the time, the Backstreet Boys were not even on stage. There were like silhouettes of them doing like All I Have to Give, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're not even on stage. They're doing like a dress, costume change or whatever. Brian's voice is definitely altered because he can't talk because he sounds like RFK Jr., but he can still barely sing. Like it's not looking good. At least NSYNC fans have admitted defeat. Why? Are you all on TikTok? Have you seen Justin Timberlake's tour? The world tour that definitely got ruined because he's not even doing anything. He is like dropping the mic, walking around the stage, letting the audience sing, and I'm like, is this like a what is this? You spent $500 on a Justin Timberlake ticket just to see him not really sing at all or not even dance and just walk around and being cringe. At least NSYNC fans admitted that Backstreet Boys are better because they're doing the Sphere, they do residencies, they're going on DD tours, they still produce albums, and I'm like, they're still together after 32 years. Oh my God, Bozy, that's so funny. That is so funny. I don't know, guys. I have weird feelings about like like. Oh my God, what if they ever thought of doing Finding Nemo? Oh my God, you're gonna be underwater the whole time. I do recommend trying mushrooms when you go to the Sphere and see when it kicks. I'm sorry, guys. I can't help it. Also, Crystal and Sagar grilled Dem Senator Slotkin. Oh, cool. Good for Crystal. So that's interesting. Oh, you know what would be better? Titanic. Imagine them doing Titanic at the Sphere. The Sphere, you know what? The guys who did a Macarena performed at a concert, and everyone's doing the Macarena. I'm like, Macarena and Gangnam Style. That's how we were united at two times in our lives. It's like the stuff around, but we don't eat it. True. Hey. Why is Jimmy Peck in my mentions? Okay, cool. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, there was a Bailey Sarian episode, Dark History, where she did like the ups and downs of Las Vegas and how it's had its highs and lows and trends that worked and didn't work. So I think the Sphere is going to be is definitely bringing a lot of tourism back to Vegas. So at least that's something. But like all this money for just the Sphere doing most of the work. It's like, I want to go, but I'm at the same time, I'm like, I'm surprised I didn't think of doing Titanic first. Like, imagine you go underwater. Oh God. Never mind. I don't want to think about it now. I don't want to think about it. I don't. Jack, draw me like one of your French girls, and it's like Kate Winslet's. Never mind. I love Kate Winslet. Love her so much. Love her, love her, love her. Let's see. Oh yeah, guys. So you guys heard of the Sydney Sweeney did the weird jeans ad, and a lot of people are saying Brooke Shields did it better, and I'm like, Brooke Shields was underage when she did that, and her mother like sexualized her and pimped her out for profit. Just to make it clear here. Like, I love Brooke Shields. She's never had no ugly duckling stage. She was born beautiful. She's gonna die beautiful. I love her. Though I will say she ended up losing her virginity to Dean Cain, probably the worst Superman. So that's a thing that happened. She revealed that in her book, and I'm like, oh, why him? Like he's in the news right now, shitting on the new Superman movie. Like, gross. Like, he's like, they made Ma and Pa, rednecks. Yeah, the whole eugenics thing is like, what the fuck? Dean Cain was like, Ma and Pa, they made them rednecks. I'm like, well, they're from Kansas. No? They're not rednecks. They're just, country folk. His whole criticism, and, the Rolling Stone, Variety did a story on him and how much he loves Trump and how he's, back in the game. And I'm like, no, what are you doing with your career besides going to Comic-Cons? Like, he did like a Superman Comic-Con. I'm like, why invite him? Like, it's just, I don't know, guys. It's kind of pathetic. And a lot of people are like, why are all these, what do all these MAGA people have in common that are celebrities who support Trump? Failed careers. I wish I had a soundboard. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Ooh, another Rolling Stone article. Hey, guys. With all this Jeffrey Epstein thing, who do you guys have heard the least from in regards to this issue? QAnon. QAnon, the people who were all about, the Pizzagate and the panda eyes and the drizzle, whatever, the frazzle drip, whatever it's called. And also that Wayfair was sex trafficking children in their furniture. Those people, they haven't said anything about Jeffrey Epstein. Go figure. Exactly. Conspiracist MAGA influencers are posting a lot less about human trafficking these days. Huh, that's fascinating. A new study shows that prominent QAnon adjacent voices have largely fallen silent on an issue they have appropriated and distorted for years. Oh, where we go, when we go all. God, I remember everyone was posting that, and I'm like, stop. This is mental illness right here. I'm sorry. As someone who's mentally ill, I have a right to say what is mentally ill or not. This is mental illness. For years, adherent of the pro-Trump QAnon movement and MAGA influencers in its orbit spread unhinged conspiracy theories about human trafficking and the sexual exploitation of children by powerful liberal elites. Many believe that Trump was engaged in a secret war with this cabal of predators and would eventually bring them to justice. But with Trump back in the White House, those known for sowing fear of a trafficking epidemic have slightly scaled back any mention of it. A new joint social media study from Montclair State University Center for Strategic Communications Global Center on Human Trafficking reveals that from the start of this year through July 20th, a selection of prominent MAGA accounts on Twitter featured 64% fewer posts about trafficking than during the same period in 2023. That year, the paper notes, was the highest volume year of trafficking posts among online conservative voices. Author Daniela Peterka, I think that's how you pronounce it, Benton, academic director of the university's Global Center on Human Trafficking, and communications professor Bon Benton also trafficked a 79% reduction in total volume of human trafficking posts in the studied accounts between 2023 and 2025. Do 2020 numbers, like 2020 and 2021. Those people, I knew way too many people who fell for that crap. A lot of the new age hippie folks typically fell for this stuff. And they became pro-Trump, and it's like, you're liberal. What the hell are you doing? It's not immediately clear why trafficking peaked as an issue for the online right in 2023, though Peterka Benton tells Rolling Stone that the hit movie Sound of Freedom, which pulled in conservative audiences, could have been a factor. While the film overtly embraces a range of trafficking myths, it is not possible to say that it was overtly a QAnon movie, she said. That said, QAnon advocates and QAnon adjacent accounts so completely embraced the film that the perception became that the movie was an endorsement of QAnon specifically and myths about trafficking generally. The movie shows forced abduction as a primary route by which trafficking happens when such cases are actually rare. Yeah, you lure them in. Benton says, as QAnon adjacent voices have spread fear that kidnappers are taking people from shopping malls and parking lots and playgrounds, stranger danger. The film's success presented an opportunity to amplify many such myths. The sharp decline in feverish content about trafficking, some of which sucked people into the QAnon misinformation ecosystem, with seemingly well-intentioned but exploitable slogans like "Save the Children," began last year. Actually, it began before that. Well, yeah, the decline of that before Trump's second term, but the remarkable shift comes into focus as Trump continues to fend off questions about his association with the late pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. After Justice Department and FBI released a short memo announcing that no new disclosures about trafficking of underage girls was forthcoming. You bastard. The president, when asked on Monday about potentially pardoning Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted for sex trafficking and other things, said that he was allowed to do so. Maxwell has appealed to the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction, with her attorney also directly calling on Trump to act. She has also offered to testify for Congress about Epstein in exchange for clemency. Oh, Jesus Christ. That woman did not kill herself when she gets released, okay? I'm just going to say that. Even as right-wingers clamor for the release of more material on Epstein, they seem to have turned a blind eye to the broader topic of trafficking. Of the far-right accounts, Paterka, Benton, and Benton Real analyzed, including those of Pizzagate promoter Jack Posobiec and Wokeness on Twitter, by the way. He has that. That's his account. Conspiracist Marjorie Taylor Greene and anti-LGBTQ podcaster Matt Walsh and Donald Trump Jr. not one mentioned this month's cuts to the State Department's office to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. Which made headlines throughout the mainstream press, and an indication the author says that this group has never addressed the problem of trafficking in responsible or realistic terms, instead using it to whip up panic and grow their audience. Yep, that's exactly right. Domestically, programs for prevention and support for survivors have been defunded under guise of stopping DEI and woke programs. Paterka Benton says, noting that marginalized groups are at the greatest risk of being trafficked, this would appear to confirm what we have argued for a number of years. That there's no real interest in engaging with the problem of human trafficking from these voices. They appear more interested in fake and artificial messages about trafficking that incite panics, but do little in relation to the problem. Y'all know the satanic panic, right? You're familiar with satanic panics. Oh, rock and roll music's the devil music. Oh, the daycare workers are molesting the kids. Oh, video games cause mass shootings. Heavy metal music cause mass shootings. The government controls the weather. I don't know. It's just weird stuff. The study also revealed a possible reason for the disappearance of trafficking as a concern discussed on major MAGA accounts. The posts don't have the same traction they once did. For example, Green's most viewed post on human trafficking in 2023 compared to her most recent post about it reflected a 97% decrease in visibility. Benton and Paterka Benton found the effect was similar for posts from Posobiec and conspiracy theorist Mike Cernovich. Hey, remember him? He tried canceling Sam Cedar and James Gunn. My boys. Suggesting reduced interest engagement from their audiences on the subject, they wrote. That's interesting. Another possibility Benton points out is that the panic over trafficking led to destructive personal feuds, diminishing its appeal as a weaponized idea. Accusing opponents of trafficking has been a unified message among the influential accounts we evaluated, he says. The tactic can lead to individuals on the same side of the political spectrum using the smear against each other that may have reduced interest in putting out content related to trafficking. That is true. MAGA's kind of torn on this. Over time, Benton says, when calling everyone you don't like a trafficker, the context can become a circular firing squad very quickly on Twitter. Okay, very quickly. Twitter owner Elon Musk, who temporarily revived the Pizzagate sex trafficking conspiracy in 2023, demonstrated as much following his public blowout with Trump when he claimed that the president was named in documents related to the Epstein case and was therefore blocking their release. Paterka Ben says that even MAGA has moved on from its paranoid and absurd fantasies about white children being snatched from public places by a cabal of traffickers. Lasting damage has been done. Trafficking is typically the result of broader injustice, and QAnon has greatly hindered efforts to remedy and combat those injustices, she says. Instead, we've been given a version of trafficking that looks much like the satanic panic of the 1980s. What did I tell y'all? Trafficking is about the real experience of vulnerable people, the self-serving approach whereby trafficking becomes a cultural to be used against enemies will have unfortunate consequences for many years to come, and victims will experience those consequences most accurately. No, acutely. Ugh. Goddamn. It is sad, guys. It's a sad world we live in. Like, these people don't take the issues they hyper focus on and get a panic going seriously. They just use it for like clout and money and influence. Like, I don't know what to say. On stream, on my Twitch stream yesterday, which was 12 hours long. I don't know what was wrong with me when doing that. We read about, even some Republican gun owners still don't feel safe when people have concealed carry, which is fascinating if you ask me. Like, there are still people who believe the QAnon stuff. Like, they haven't left 2020, 2021 COVID era. So it's like, some of them but they still think Trump's going to do something. I'm like, he's in the Epstein files, okay? Your man is guilty of a lot of sex crimes. Okay? I don't know what to tell y'all. I really don't know. I don't know. Also, I'm still working on my Eve Teschmacher cosplay from Superman. I gotta wait for the rest of the stuff. So far, my wig and my shoes came. And I'll be doing a stream as her. I'm gonna be very, very. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I have to think of. She's kind of ditzy and very not knowledgeable and stuff. So I gotta really get into character for that one. Also, the actress who plays her, Sarah, she's always engaging with my Instagram stories that I tag her in. So I'm gonna tag her in the the cosplay post I'm gonna do. I hope she likes them. Also, tonight, Moon Night Extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern. Dun, 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 dun. Jaws. We're doing Jaws with Alex at Devil's Advocate Productions, which is going to be fun because it's the 50th anniversary of Jaws. We got to do something. We got to celebrate. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I will stop doing that. But that's like, I'll just say John Williams score or whatever as my like little tag. But yeah, I'm excited to cover Jaws, and also I'm very excited because August we're going to do Star Wars movies, like all the good ones. Okay, we're not doing prequels. Don't exist, and the sequels that J.J. Abrams did. What are those? I don't know what those are. Rogue One's good though. Rogue One exists in my Oh yeah, 14 minutes left of it. I'm getting ready. Okay, so this show might go on a little bit longer, you guys. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, that's kind of cool though. That's awesome. So I'm very excited. I mean, my argument. Hey, do you want to do A New Hope? Maybe we'll have you and Alyssa Mercanti on. We actually might have the screenwriter for Rogue One on our show. We don't know yet. We're trying to figure guest out for that. So yeah, this could be a lot of fun, guys. I'm excited. Also, we will be. Some of y'all were disappointed that we didn't do an after party last night, or not last Tuesday, but we are doing an after party tonight. So y'all are gonna be very happy when you hop on over the Moon Night Extravaganza YouTube channel to find out that we're gonna be goofing off as always, because some of y'all were like, no after party, boo. So After party's coming tonight. I don't know what shenanigans we're gonna get into, but I guarantee you it's not gonna be for, you know, the innocent eyes to see. Just kidding. I don't know what's gonna happen. I know we just shoot the shit over at Moon Night Extravaganza with the after parties. Also, we're trying to get Sam Cedar back on. I know what y'all thinking. Are you gonna wear this dress when he's on? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Also, Facebook keeps suggesting I friend him, and I'm like, stop tempting me because I'm friends with Matthew Film Guy. Like, seriously. Like, I'm friends with Matthew Film Guy on Facebook, and so it's like he's always like suggested. I'm like, no, stop. And every time I keep saying like, no, get rid of it. But there he is in my suggested to friend people, and I'm like, stop it. There's a lot of people, media people that I keep getting suggested from because I'm friends with so many people that are involved in journalism. So it's like, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to friend this person. It seems really unprofessional because they don't know who I am. Also, Facebook is so like 2020 coded. Like all the conservative nonsense, like they actually think that Elon Musk saved a baby or Donald Trump adopted a donkey from Africa or something like that. And I'm like, are these all these accounts responding to these stupid like AI memes and stories bots? They can't be that stupid, right? I guess not. I don't know. I don't know, guys. They gotta be bots. I can't comprehend. Like, I mean, I'm in Facebook groups that make fun of MAGA, so we put them on blast, and you know, if they say stuff that's very offensive, we end up, letting their place of work know. Like something like bad. Like, I mean, like the amount of like people who fantasize about like violence towards people, it's like, God damn, and we make sure, and then they complain about losing their jobs, and I'm like, ha, that's what you get. See, technically I'm my own boss, so I don't have to worry about that. But I will say, I had a dog sitting job. I'm gonna tell you guys a sad story. I had a dog sitting job, but I think I lost a customer because the one dog refused to go inside the house. She was like outside for God knows how many, and it was hot. But she has a lot of shade and thick trees that are good use of shade. And so she found out, and she was like, "You put my dog's safety in jeopardy." Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, but I did everything. I tried a bone, I tried a toy, I tried a biscuit, I tried, trying to get a leash on her. I tried chasing her, and I got my bruise, oh my God, the black bruises that got on my knees and legs. Like, I'm like, damn. Like, and a lot of people were like, "That's it? That was it? That was it?" I'm like, yeah, that was pretty much it. She hates me now, but oh well. You did everything right. I did everything right. Even my mom was like, she refused to come in the house, and she was doing this every day. And I'm like, but I still keep busy with my animal sitting jobs. I got one on the 6th starting. So I'm going to bring all my streaming stuff with me so I can do the space, It's gonna be fun. Well, actually, no, I think it'll be on the 5th, so I think it should be fine. Also, reminder about, another reminder, guys, of course, Moon Night Extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thursday, I might be on. I know you're all thinking, where was Kristina at on Power Report? Y'all watched and figured that out. I might be on Power Report this Thursday. Also, I'm gonna stream Friday and Saturday. We're doing Dark Shadows. Shadow Saturday. We watch the Gothic soap opera Dark Shadows on my stream. It's become part of it's part of my stream. Like, everyone likes to watch the soap with me, and it's fun. And of course, Sunday Fun Day, and yeah. So, gonna get ready to take a little break and relax before Moon Night Extravaganza because Alex is coming on next. Yay! And I will see you guys in 2 hours. Bye.
Hey, folks. How's it going? I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, TV, video games, music, whatever I got going on. And today we have a special guest who has not arrived yet. I'm texting him to let him know that the show's live. But I just wanted to plug real quick. Yes, got the Max left hand. Hello, Chad, Rich, Eck, Johnny, Bo Z, Cat B, B Cat. Sorry. And it looks like our guest has arrived. So let us add to the stage. You may know him, you may love him. Pascal from the Pascal Show.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up with it? Man, same old. How you living?
Good. I caught your stream earlier. A little peek behind the curtains. I'm editing some clips for Pascal. So I was in the middle of doing that and my show began. So we are here. And I just wanted to let the people know who you are and what you do. And give them a little background.
Sure. I host a show called The Pascal Show. Obviously, my name's Pascal. I talk about everything from true crime to pop culture, politics, everything in between, anything that's trending, anything that's a big deal, anything that everybody gives a damn about. I cover it on my show. We just talk it out, have a good time. I crack a lot of jokes. I act a fool a lot, but it's all in good fun. You know what I'm saying? It's all for the get the word out there and obviously keep the news and the information interesting, because a lot of times, it could be really boring, just reading the news. So, and for me and for my ADHD mind, I need to keep it interesting. So try to keep it entertaining and try to keep it light to a certain extent when there's time to make it light, if that makes any sense.
Yes, of course.
So, yeah.
Like I just cut a clip. You talked about Gaza earlier, and we are going to touch on that briefly. Actually, why don't we just do that right now?
Oh, okay. We're going there.
Heavy stuff
We're
out
going
of the way.
straight into that stuff. Okay.
But yeah, so this just struck me because this is Hillary Clinton. Saying aid organizations report that thousands of children in Gaza are at risk of starvation while trucks of food sit waiting across the border. The full flow of humanitarian assistance must be restored. And I just kind of wanted to use this as a jumping off point for how liberals definitely, but also some conservatives are starting to pull back a little on their support for this genocide in Gaza. And, I saw the tweets like right when it happened, right out after October 7th, when, it was clear Israel was going full tilt into this is our end game. We're done placating these people. We want to get rid of them. And the tweets abound saying, years from now, people will have always been against this. Everyone who leading this, everyone who was saying, including Hillary, the protesters at Columbia and Harvard, they're either misinformed because of TikTok and the Chinese propaganda, or they're paid Russian actors trying to sow discord in the United States. And I just wanted to get your take on this new spin from some high-profile liberals and even conservatives. Like Richie Torres is technically a Democrat, but we know he's a conservative.
I mean, when it comes to everything that's going on in Gaza and the fact that there's that starvation and there's clearly documented proof of starvation going on, etc. I mean, for me, how do I say this? I think the reason why you're seeing a lot of people starting to kind of let off the gas a little bit with their own political bias is because now it's coming down to human decency. It's how do I find the word? Sorry, we're going straight into this. So
I know.
So for me, it's a humane thing. Honestly, it's a humane thing. So I think a lot of people are now going, well, damn. At first it was all about, I'm going to stand on, 10 toes down on this side, pro such and such, pro this, pro that, anti this, anti that. But then when you start seeing kids malnourished, starving, literally, we were just watching some of it yesterday, earlier today, where you see these kids who can barely lift their heads off of a pillow. Kids who are absolutely emaciated. As soon as you start seeing that stuff, it's kind of like, well, F your political bias. Now it's time to figure out what's going on, because these are human beings. This has gone beyond political bias. Now it's like, holy crap, this is bad. This is really bad, and there needs to be something done as soon as possible.
I think
I just can't believe that's even happening.
I take a little bit of more cynical view of this, in that they got the polling back, and they go, "Oh, this really is hurting us in elections. This is really hurting us when it comes to donor support. That's not APAC or any other affiliated organization." And because the images of children starving, being mutilated, have been circulating since
for a while,
like days after Israel retaliated after October 7th.
Right.
So this is the first time they're acknowledging it. I feel like it took them 2 years to do polling, internal polling, and they are. This, I think, also ties into their fear of, when I say elections, not only Kamala's loss possibly being significantly linked to her refusal to make any kind of differentiation between her and Biden's policy going forward, and Mamdani's win here in New York. Simply a primary win. I think he's going to win in November. Fingers crossed, what knock on wood. But I think they are terrified of more Mamdanis. Of Kat Abou-Ghazala in Chicago, of Omar Fettah in Minnesota, of this rising discontent with what the party's telling them, feeding them, and they want to stave off as much as they can. Hakeem Jeffries put out a post, and immediately Ken Klippenstein, reposted with the photo of him with Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm.
Like just 2 weeks ago, something like that, very recently. They were trying to hide in the back of the photo, just like what was it, Gretchen Whitmer, when she put up her folder in the White House to cover her face with Trump.
Yeah,
they're trying to make deals behind backs, and that's just not the way. It's not the way politics work anymore. And I don't think they're getting that memo now.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, for me, I'm kind of curious as to, well, I mean, you just said, when has it changed, or when was the shift that initiated that politics have changed? Is it because Trump is in office and suddenly the like the shift and the energy of like the political energy has changed and shifted in that way because Trump is in office, or is it something else? You see what I'm saying? That's my question to you.
I think that's a big factor as well. I think you're right. Because again, when it comes to immigration, we're hearing more outrage about that than there has been in the last 4 years. I remember, the kids in cages repeated over and over for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then Biden gets in, and then, we don't talk about that anymore. Why are you still talking about that? No, Biden's here. We're good. We're at brunch. And then Trump gets back in. Oh, this immigration is too much. Now, of course, what Trump is doing is fucking crazy and inhumane.
Yeah.
And snatching people off the street just because they're brown. But
true.
Where was fixing the problem that Trump, really Obama started? But they don't want to acknowledge that. And it comes to this Epstein stuff. They don't want to acknowledge their own part in these. I don't want to call them tragedies, horrors,
crimes
in this. They're complicit. They're complicit, and they don't want to admit that they're complicit. They don't want to get rid of leadership because it's them. You know, like they don't want to throw Bill Clinton under the bus because that's their butt. That's who they have dinner with every night. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I see what you're saying. But the thing is, and you're not wrong. I mean, yeah, these are the same people that they break bread with every single day.
Yeah.
You know, they're the people that they're rubbing elbows with every single day. But I also think that this would cause anarchy. That's what I think. If there was some huge, I don't know, revelation that there was some deeper things going on, these big, huge leaders of the free world are involved in some serious crimes outside of just running the country. And they were a part of, let's just say they were a part of like the Epstein files, or they were a part of any of this other crazy stuff. I guarantee you the world would implode, or at least the country would implode. And then, it could lead to deeper things, more vicious things.
I understand that. This is an international problem, right? Like Prince Andrew's implicated. There's Russian oligarchs.
If we're talking about Epstein, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Epstein,
about Epstein. And I've heard actually on the do you know the Patrick Bet-David podcast?
Yeah, I know the show. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So
I don't watch it all the time, but
no. Right wing guys. One of them was kind of making this point of like, in defense of Trump not releasing the files, going like, well, do you want anarchy? Like this could unravel the world stage. And I'm like, well, maybe, but whoever's on it, like, you could just arrest them. Like, there's a vice president, there's a speaker of the house, there's still a chain of command in all these countries. And when it comes to political officials, now when it comes to like celebrities or just rich people, CEOs, again, board members leave or get fired all the time, or get arrested all the time. Not as much as they should, but they get, there's ways that they can, that this won't, I don't think it'll completely collapse society. I don't think like they release the names and then it's just rioting in the streets. I think there will be. I think QAnon people or, some MAGA lunatics are going to go try to assassinate people or hurt people. But I don't think it's anything that warrants not releasing the files or protecting, because they also keep saying this is for protecting the victims, but they're just trying to protect the assailants.
They're trying to protect their own asses. Let's be completely real on that. And let me just say this too. I'm not sitting here saying that. No, of course, when it comes to Epstein files, I mean, if you've been watching my show at all, I'm someone who's like, release all the information.
Yeah.
Be honest.
I'm not saying you are.
Redact the names of the victims who doesn't want to be in the list or on the files. I mean,
of course,
and just unleash the hounds. You know what I mean? Release the Kraken, right?
Yeah, and
just be completely straightforward. I still think that I think it would start an upheaval. Yes, I get it that we do have a vice president, we do have the Speaker of the House, we do have all these people in line just in case. Let's just say Trump has to go bye-bye. Let's just say he has to step down and resign because he's been exposed and he's a part of the whole situation. Sure, JD Vance will step forward, he'll take over, but at the same time, not without some sort of grievance from Gen Pop, okay? From the court of public opinion, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be losing their minds because there's people out here. You got to remember, you got people out here that are hardcore Trump supporters. He has a crazy, devoted MAGA base.
Yeah.
He says, jump. Some of these people will sit there and say, majority of them will sit there and say, how high? Please tell me how high so I can keep making money and keep getting rich. So, if he sits there and says, well, why are we looking at Obama or, and he's sitting there pointing all these people out, those same people, those hardcore supporters are turning around and going, hey, he's got a point. We shouldn't even need to worry about Epstein anymore. You know what he's doing? He's exposing those dirty Democrats. That's what that's what they're basically saying. So,
and I wouldn't put it past them to keep going with that and believe
absolutely. It. Oh, they're going to, they will continue. But here's the thing. Imagine if he was to be found caught red-handed and he's like, okay, I'm a bad guy. I have to resign. Let's just say that. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
I don't think he would ever.
If he does. Let's just say he does.
Yeah.
He either is not going to go down without a fight, which also could mean a fight out in the streets as well, fight out on America turf. Okay, not only just in the White House and him fighting his way to stay in office, but there could be turmoil and a reaction out there in the court of public opinion, in between people who are basically saying, let him out, kick him out. And then there's the other part of people who are sitting there going, let him stay. Yeah. So I like I said, there's just such a visceral reaction to that. Once you say his name, once you say Trump, there's such a visceral reaction. Either you love him or you hate him. Either you support him to the death or you don't support him at all. And I think that could very well be detrimental to the country if he was to be in these files caught red-handed doing.
Well, he's already starting to say, Democrats put me in the files.
I mean, he already been doing that.
Which tells me this is going to come out actually, and he's going to be in there, and he's already trying to prep his audience for, if you see my name, it's the Democrats put it there.
Yeah. He's doing he's doing the I like to call it the Kansas City shuffle. Okay. He makes you look left while he goes right. I think that's what's going on right now. It's not only just him saying, he's not admitting that he's in the files, but he's like, Democrats are doing bad things. They put my name in the files. And then he's like, but don't forget about Bill Clinton, about Obama with the Russia. Right. Larry, I don't remember his name, but he's like was the president of Harvard. He's naming all these people because, like I said, he's trying to deflect as much as he can. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shoot, he's throwing out Kamala Harris, Oprah, up in this piece. Like, real talk. Like, what are you on? What
everyone he named recently was just a black person.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, he might as well start naming. At some point he's going to run out of names. He's going to start naming like me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell, man?
Well, yeah, I'm repping the South Park shirt today just because
that's what's up.
South Park did great on their episode last week.
Yeah,
I got a review on my channel if people want to check that out. And they went into all the Epstein stuff. Like, they didn't hold back with those punches. It was fantastic.
It was like old.
Yeah, they brought Saddam back. It was great as Trump. It was so Trump, funny.
Which was crazy. But yeah, because at first I was like, I didn't, you know what I mean? I was like, why are they doing the same thing from the 90s? But then I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, that's funny. Okay, I get it. But
because they even made mention in the episode, he's like a Tin Pot Middle Eastern dictator. Oh, yeah, perfect. Right. Like, perfect way to bring that character back without actually bringing him back.
Yeah. So it worked. It was funny. And honestly, your review was the reason why I went and watched it, because I was like, I didn't even realize that South Park was even out again. I thought that they were.
My entire
shameless
page.
Plug. There you go.
Shameless plug.
Yeah, man.
Got my Fantastic Four, Peacemaker, Tyler the Creator album reaction. It was the first album I listened to. It was fire.
Yeah.
But sorry. Anyways.
No, it's a good album. I like that album.
Yeah, it's great.
I've been rocking with it at the gym. So
I can't stop playing it.
It's a good album. But yeah, so I mean that was actually a really good episode. It was nice to see, because I'm not really a big South Park guy. You know, I've seen back in the day when they were like at the height of, they're still popular, but back in the day, when they were really, really popular, I've seen a couple episodes here and there, but it was not a show that spoke to me so much. But I went and saw the bigger, faster, uncut movie. I've seen, you know what I mean? I've seen World Police. Okay. Team America, World Police. You know what I mean? Like I've seen these shows, you know what I mean? And so, I appreciate the comedy for what it's worth, but yeah, it was good to be back.
Pitchfork Dragon asked when the second episode drops. That's tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
I thought they come out on Sundays, but that's interesting.
Wednesdays
Okay.
at 10.
Yeah. So in other words, they're editing it. They're literally probably recording and writing the script right now as we speak. That's one thing I thought, and that's one thing I had mad respect for with South Park. I had an opportunity to they have like this behind the scenes how they make every single episode weekly, right?
Yeah, 6 days to air. It's a great doc.
Yeah. Oh, you've seen it. Okay.
Yeah,
and it's literally like 24 hours to air. Literally. It's like they come up with the script almost like the night before, record everything the night before. Then they do all the editing, all the animation, all that stuff. And then literally within minutes, they get it to wherever they need to send it to get like broadcast on Comedy Central. It's absolutely insane how fast they get it done, but how long it takes them to come up with the script, come up with the concepts, and do the episode. And I think they've only missed the deadline twice so far in 20 some odd years.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they do it. It would drive me crazy.
The only one I know about was in 20. Actually, no, they made that to air. They just it was the 2016 election. They thought, because when they do election episodes, they look at Vegas odds to see who's going to win, because usually Vegas is right. And this time they were wrong and Trump won. So they had to basically recut and rewrite not only that episode that was coming out that night, but the rest of the season, because that was one of the seasons where they were doing a season-long arc. So they had to change as they went, and they said it was a nightmare. We never want to do an election episode again.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't do a season last year.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them either. I would take a whole season off. If that was the whole case, I'd be like, nah, we make enough money. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm a diehard South Park fan. It did speak to me
what's up.
When I was a kid. My heroes, the audience knows, but I got 6 heroes. I got, in order of knowing that they exist: Weird Al, George Lucas, Matt and Trey from South Park, Eminem, Bam Margera, who made CKY and was also on Jackass, and Kevin Smith, who made Clerks.
Yeah,
and
Clerks.
James
Yeah.
Bond. Yeah. So those are my guiding lights in life. All of them, none of them have gone MAGA, so I'm happy about that. They say never meet your heroes. I'm pretty sure my heroes would be all right to meet.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised, brother.
Right. But I did want to touch on something that happened locally. Not to bring it down again, but the March for Our Lives posted this on Twitter in response to the mass shooting that happened in New York last night. Another mass shooting brought to you by American gun makers. Midtown Manhattan, 4 people dead, 1 critically wounded. The shooter used an AR-15 rifle, the weapon of choice in nearly every mass shooting in America.
M4, an M4, y'all.
Okay. So, it was another mass shooting here in my hometown. It happens way too often. Ben Dixon, who's also part of this space, has been hammering every day the lawmakers in Minnesota who were killed. And just, it came out recently that the police response, they waited over an hour when they saw the gunman go in, or when they saw the gunman come out. They still waited an hour to go in. Yeah.
Stop.
Very much Uvalde.
You
all
lying.
Over again.
What?
Uvalde all over again.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
that's not good.
I wouldn't be surprised if, when more details come out about this, that cops didn't move in to the building till way later. They're scared. They're chicken shit, and they shouldn't have that job if you're that chicken shit.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the end of the day.
At least, from what we've seen in the videos so far, it looks like they were pretty on it. They were pretty reactive. And very, from what we've seen, they were very prompt.
And from what we've seen, it's the NYPD providing footage.
Right, that's true too. But there was also a lot of live footage, a lot of live streams, a lot of YouTubers that were live streaming out there, showing everything. It looked pretty, like they were just
I mean,
responding.
NYPD can definitely lock down a block. no problem
doubt.
with that.
No doubt. So I mean, I guess we'll see about that. I mean, my thing is obviously, thoughts and prayers to everybody who lost someone or who has lost their life in that situation. I can't even imagine. It was a really, I could see it was a very, very scary situation. But my thing that really pisses me off, what grinds my gears more than anything in the world, is the fact that what we're learning about this actual shooter to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy that clearly had a history of mental health issues. They even said that. He had a documented history of mental health. How in the hell did this guy get his hands on a a very powerful weapon like an AR-15 or an M4? How does one get that? You see what I'm saying? So either he got it illegally or he bought it legally, and there's no background check on the fact that he's been locked up.
And that's why I
mental health.
brought up the March for Our Lives tweet, because they hit the nail on the head. It's the gun makers. The gun makers have lobbyists who pay off politicians or donate to politicians, legal bribery,
right,
and make the gun laws lax where they can, so they can sell more.
But then
I don't think any kind of rifle should be legal to have in your house. I think if you want a rifle for hunting or sport shooting, you keep it at the lodge where the hunting happens or the target practice happens.
That's not a bad idea.
A home defense gun, you have a 6-shooter or a 12-shooter, whatever, handgun.
Yeah.
Still can be dangerous, still can be used, but like,
you can do some damage.
At least it's not as much. It's not as much. I remember Joe Biden years ago after Sandy Hook made a cut of ads saying, buy a shotgun. Buy a shotgun. And a shotgun and like a Glock in the house. Okay. Anything else, anything more calibers, bigger magazines, keep it at the hunting lodge or the target practice lodge.
See, and somebody just said this in here. Etch just said, what you hunting with an M4 really? Yeah. I mean, I agree 110%. I mean, like, what are you needing that heavy artillery for? It's not like you're going out here. It ain't the zombie apocalypse. You see what I'm saying? And then it's also like to you lobbyists out here, right, that are out there in the strip club with that lawmaker, okay, or with that gun person or whatever. How about this? While he's got the boobies in his face, why don't you turn to that person and say, hey, how about you change the laws for this really quick? How about we do a background check on mental health to make sure that these types of heavy artillery, this kind of heavy artillery does not get into the hands of the wrong people. I'm just being real. Those lobbyists that are doing all the legal bribing, okay, because that's clearly what they're doing. It's legal bribing. They're out there, they're kicking it, they're schmoozing. That's what they are. They schmooze, they drink colors, they talk trash, and they try to make things move for their lawmakers. How about you go while you're at the strip club with these guys doing lines? God knows what else you're doing, and I'm sure it's a crazy time. How about do it for the good and try to control some of the craziness that's going on? I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real.
I think the lawmakers should, and this is my being a devil's advocate. This is my being a devil's advocate. No, it's all right.
Boobies are fantastic, okay? Boobies can make any man say yes, okay? The right kind of boobies.
Magical.
Okay, they are magical, and the right kind of woman too. The right kind of man, the right kind of woman. Okay, they can definitely say yes to the right kind of boobies. Okay, just saying.
Now,
but
this is me playing devil's advocate and being kind to the gun owners, to the people who like to collect guns. I collect comics. I collect video games. I understand what it's like to collect things.
Super lethal though. For your libido.
Super lethal fucking Pokemon cards.
for your libido, though. You know what I'm saying? Just for your libido.
So you want to have a collection? Fine. You have it at the fucking range.
Yeah.
And you bring your buddies. You got a couple beers. Hey, here's my locker with all my guns. I got the 1917 right there. Like, you keep it there. Or
crazy
if you want to keep it in your house, no ammo. There's no ammo in your house.
No, it makes sense.
And checked. Like I wouldn't mind, like it's CPS is a institution that needs a lot of retooling, but like a regular unscheduled check, on a kid, on a child. If you're a registered gun owner, there's going to be unscheduled checks that guns are safely put away, stuff like that.
Okay, so great idea. Okay, I commend you. I give you a gold star for the effort.
I'm just shooting.
No. You good? Hey, there's no wrong answer, right? And there's no go-to problem solver for this whole thing, unfortunately. But let's talk about that. You say CPS, and I know you said, CPS has its own problems, and it does. Yeah. But think about this for a second. If they were to treat it like the CPS, there are so many houses that are being overlooked on how they're treating their children, right? Like CPS workers aren't actually, social workers, et cetera, aren't really going and doing their due diligence, doing checkups on those families, checkups on those kids. There's plenty of kids that are being kind of neglected. So, so the idea that you have, unfortunately, there's not enough people to do that job. Do you know how many guns are out here, man? You know how many?
I can't imagine.
There's a lot. There's a lot. So you'd have to have a lot of people hired to do that job.
That's a job.
Keep an eye on the Joneses and the Johnsons, within the same neighborhood, including
make it a government job.
Everybody else.
Make it a government job, and it pays well.
Well, here's the thing, though.
And it's funded.
I mean, CPS is a government job, ain't it?
And,
you know what I'm saying?
And it needs to be funded and have more staff and more training.
Yeah, I mean unfortunately, we live in a world where money means go, right? Green means go. And if the job isn't paying well enough, people aren't going to do their job. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's so something like that. I'm not knocking the idea.
No.
It's a good idea, but I can see it just kind of falling through the cracks, people just getting lackadaisical, people becoming complacent with their weapons, and then we're back to ground zero.
I think
all over again. You see what I'm saying?
Think all this is with the caveat that this would be a well-funded agency that would operate at peak efficiency. And even with that, yes, there's going to have slips through the cracks and whatnot. But I think even just the idea of, hey, if you own a gun, you might get randomly checked, would make people a little, clean up a little bit, act right, a little more.
You'd think.
Like,
and
look,
you'd hope.
In New York, we got congestion pricing. So it means like if you go above a certain street in Manhattan or come across any bridge into Manhattan, you're charged $9. It has, and to my wife's detriment, because she's the driver in the family, it has actually reduced traffic because people think twice about, instead of driving in, maybe I'll take the train, maybe I'll take the bus, maybe I'll only come into the city this many days. And it has its faults. Truck drivers are like, we got to make deliveries, and now you're just going to charge us extra.
Right.
Deliveries that we've been doing. Like, it's not perfect, but it does incentivize people. Hey, maybe don't use your car. Just a little. And even just a little nudge, I think, can make it'll be better than it is now. Maybe not much better, but better.
Yeah. I mean, you still got a crap ton of people driving into New York no matter what. But at the same time, $9 is that's a lot of money. Okay. I'm sorry.
It is.
How much is it for a subway ride now? For one subway ride?
Like $250.
It's $250? Damn, that's expensive too. It just went up. That's crazy. But yeah, you know what I mean? So I guess, $250 definitely beats $9. Especially if you got to go in and out all the time. That would be a pain in the ass. But yeah, I mean, here it is. When it comes to gun laws, when it comes to gun control, et cetera, I mean, there is no definitive answer. There is no go-to kumbaya moment that everyone's going to agree on and it's going to make everybody happy.
Sure.
But right now, what's frustrating me more than anything in the world is that there isn't red tape and certain things implemented to make sure that these guns are not in the hands of dangerous people. That's the problem. They always say it's the person, it's not the gun. Okay, fine. But when you got somebody like this Shane Tamura walking into a building because he really wants to send a message to the NFL by shooting up the place with an M4, and he has a history of mental health, which sounds like he had a history of violent moments that got him locked up for at least 72 hours. There's no reason why this guy should have a weapon in his hands in the first place. A lot of these guys are that we've seen in mass tragedies, like school tragedies, going to a park, going into these various areas. A lot of times these guys and their mental health goes unnoticed, unchecked, flies under the radar, right? They're quiet people that keep to themselves, right? Never had any moment where they've been locked up, but they're still able to get the guns because the background check doesn't show the red flags about them being locked up. But this guy Shane, he had a record that should have been acknowledged, and that should have been an absolute red flag and a way to stop him from actually obtaining an M4 rifle in the first freaking place.
I would be interested to find out where he got
that needs to be figured out. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I'd be interested to learn where he got the gun. Because did he get it in Nevada and then fly with it to New York?
He drove. Oh, no. Oh, baby. Let me tell you the story real quick. No, he drove, baby.
Wow.
He drove all the way from Las Vegas. He drove multiple days across many states, pulled up into New York, where he stopped and double parked right outside 345 Park Avenue. So he drove straight from Nevada, Las Vegas, to New York, pulled up in that mug, double parked because he knew he wasn't coming back, got into the building, and then he caused a whole bunch of tragedies.
Got off on the wrong floor.
This mother lover had a plan. He knew, and he got off on the wrong floor. Okay, he took the wrong elevator, and it took him to the wrong floor. In a way, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but regardless, this dude planned this whole thing out, hopped into a car, drove, did a road trip with the weapons, all of it in the car, got into New York City. And what's crazy is that it's not like he stayed at a motel. It's not like he hung at a Holiday Inn. Okay, no. He pulled into New York City, and as soon as he got into New York City, he pulled up and he caused that tragedy. No hesitation, no pumping the brakes.
That's crazy.
No second thoughts. This is exactly what he came into New York City to do, and he exacted everything he wanted to do for the most part.
I
So
think
again,
Adam
absolutely
asked
crazy.
Right here is right. A tool that would be useful would be militia regulations. The right to bear arms is part of the Second Amendment. So I suggest militia requirements like training, mental health checks, domestic violence checks, etc.
Okay, I'm with that.
Yeah, so I'm actually cutting the clip that you talked about on your show earlier, and I will finish that when we're done here. And we're going to talk Fantastic Four a little bit and Superman and the right-wing reaction to these things. But first, me and my wife are always looking for new jobs. I'm a film guy. She's a writer. We're always looking for new gigs. And we came across a very strange posting.
Oh, no.
It's called Red Balloon Work. It's a job board that claims to be a job board without any of that DEI woke stuff. So I just wanted to play the little trailer. It's a minute long.
Is it Sydney Sweeney in jeans saying she's got good jeans? No? Okay.
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if she showed up here.
Doing the Nazi salute at all or anything?
I want to ask, I want to keep three things in mind when I play this. I want to keep three things in mind. Is this AI? Is this a black actress affecting a kind of white or neutral voice, trying to get rid of her black scent? Or is it a white woman dubbing over the voice? Because I can't tell which, but listen to what she says. Keep those things in mind and just
wait. Time out. One more time. Explain to me again what are we looking at one more time? What is this?
This is an ad
Okay.
for a job board called Red Balloon Work. And it struck me as, because this was on like Indeed or whatever.
But it's weird because if it's DEI, doesn't she check all the boxes for
well,
DEI?
That's what I'm saying.
DEI. So
there's definitely some Candace Owens influence here. Here we go.
Looking for a job isn't easy. It used to be that you could apply at a big name tech company and build a great career for yourself. But times have changed. Many of these companies have gone full woke. And if you aren't the right gender, ethnicity, you don't use pronouns, or if you're not an activist for the preferred cause, then good luck. Why would you risk your career on that? At Red Balloon, we're connecting good employees with top quality companies that value you for your skills and your work ethic, not your social activism score. Employers who post jobs on Red Balloon are focused on creating an enjoyable and productive work culture, free from divisive woke mandates. So if you want to find a serious career path without the nonsense, come to Red Balloon and post your resume today. Because you shouldn't have to choose between your job and your values. That's redballoon.work, where you can find your future.
Yeah, so
okay. First off, that girl's real. Okay. Second, I mean, because there's all kinds of people that sound all types of ways. I mean, there's plenty of people that sound like me, that look like me, and then there's plenty of people that look like Candace Owens that don't sound like Candace Owens. So that is a very real. That's very real. That looks very real, at least to me.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to see if like there was some weird glitches in her hands or anything strange. There was one part where she was like walking to the door and she did this, where I'm like, wow, her neck is very flexible. But other than that, it just looked like a regular black girl talking about anti-woke bull.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm half white, half black, half Christian, half Jewish. So my dad. Yeah, I know. It's a lot. I always say it like that because I always believe religion is a separate thing. It's not an ethnicity. Like, most people would say half black, half Jewish because you imply the Jewish person is white, but they don't have to be. Anybody can be Jewish.
True.
So that's why I say
Mazel tov, baby.
Thank you. But my dad, who's the black Christian one, he, his voice, you wouldn't necessarily know over the phone that he was a black guy.
Yeah.
There's times where you can tell, there's times where you can't. My voice very similar. This it was the way her lips were moving. I feel like sometimes it was not quite in sync with the voice. That's why maybe it's her doing an ADR, additional voice recording afterwards, or I doubt maybe they got just a white person to do it. But the fact that it's a black woman delivering this message is important. It's the Candace Owens of it all. We want to, hey, black people, this is a safe place. Aren't you tired of going to a workplace and they're all about that woke stuff? Don't you want to just throw that out? Come over here.
But you'd be surprised how many black people are tired of the woke BS too.
No, I know.
So, in a way, it's kind of like, all right, they're speaking to that one black person, you know what I mean? Or even that one white person too, going, oh, okay. She ain't okay, so this must be legit because it's coming from a black woman saying this. Yeah, I am tired of the woke BS. Hell yeah. Set me free.
Yeah.
Give me the job. What is this job, baby? You know what I mean?
I did look up some Reddit posts about them because, hey, what's this job about? I've never heard of this company. Let's check the internet. Most of the jobs they offer from, random Reddit person says they're under $20 an hour, mostly labor jobs, and most of them don't even get back to you.
How did I?
How surprising.
I was thinking like, the manager of a CrossFit box or I'm kidding. But seriously, CrossFit boxes.
There's all these other videos they got on their YouTube channel.
Oh, there's more.
More though. I clicked one of these and I want to just
play this. You saw the same girls right there. Scroll up. Look over the far. There she is. There she is.
Spokeswoman. Okay.
Yeah. There
Oh,
you
look,
go.
Riley Gaines.
And her name is Meyer.
Kalkiden Meyer.
Yeah.
There's almost enough K's in there.
Yeah, that makes you wonder. What? She's 1K short. 1K short.
But I just wanted to play one of their clips that I think is probably for TikTok to get them to go viral a little bit, and it just struck. This was funny.
I think if you were to get employed, how long would you?
I think it's important to know the vaccination status of my coworkers.
What's your policy on paying employees to attend protests?
How are your safe spaces? What's your policy on microaggressions?
Did she have a septum period? What's going on?
Yes, she did. And this is what made me think more that there was AI going on, because I'm like, there's no way you got a child with a septum.
AI. That's got to be AI. This has got to be AI.
Right, because they're also, their bodies aren't moving that much.
God, no, it's not. It's just their faces.
I already feel.
And then like this one too, like Natasha Lyonne over here.
Yeah, that is Natasha Lyonne for sure. That is definitely.
Or they put makeup on her, which is
they
like,
did.
you know, again, in on your show earlier, you brought up the Balenciaga thing. That's them doing the Balenciaga thing.
Yeah. Wow.
I only work remotely. You're triggering me.
My pronouns are they, them, there.
V, viz, veer.
Z, them, zir.
I'm bored. Hold on, I got a text.
You don't run a daycare. You run a business. That's why you need redballoon.work.
You don't want employees
that's real.
complaining about DEI. And
homie, that's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. They had time.
It's probably
they
all
had
their
time. How, are they a pop? Is this red balloon thing? Is this popular? Like,
I don't
what
know,
is this?
because let's see on the channel itself. You know, this is their YouTube channel, 2.8 thousand subscribers, so not much. Let's
I mean, they got some real. This is a real deal. Holyfield. Holy crap! That's
they got
crazy.
17,000 followers on TikTok, on Twitter. Oh, you can't see that. But
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I just wanted to let everyone know about that. So in case you're job searching and you see red balloon, now you know what it is.
Now, I mean, if you're tired of that woke BS,
yeah,
call red
You
balloon.
work for a real true patriot.
Now do some burpees. Yeah, that's interesting. That was interesting.
Yeah, onto a lighter note.
Okay. Started with Gaza, ending with. Go ahead.
Yeah. And speaking of Gaza, one more time. My mom, being the white Jewish of the family.
Yes, Mazel Tov. Yes. Yeah.
She was born during World War II. She's old.
Really?
So
that's what's
she,
up.
from a young age, taught me her dad, by the way, came from Russia before that, when the Russians were doing their own pogroms against the Jewish people. Oh, Rooney's jumped in and he's gone. Told me from a young age, don't fuck with Israel. Like Israel's no good. They're weird and creepy. Not too much in depth. Just whenever Israel would come up, she'd be like, no. I remember in high school, they offered birthright, like student exchange. You know what that is? Where they so they send American high schoolers. It's in many schools all over the country. Where it's like a very normalized thing, to Israel for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, something like that. And it's like a cultural exchange, right? Our school also had one with Germany. And my friends did that, and they would host a German student with them for a couple of weeks, and then they would go to Germany and be hosted by the same student. The Israel thing was separate from, but it was also offered. It was I don't think that you ever hosted anyone from Israel, but you go there, and I only know about the details from watching H3H3, which Ethan Klein.
Yeah.
Where he met his wife. You go there and you are given a tour of all these cultural sites and whatnot. And it's like a vacation, an educational vacation. but you're also escorted around by IDF soldiers who are usually the opposite sex of the majority of the group, or at least enough of them are, so that you will fall in love and want to stay to Israel. Like the whole point of it is to get you to want to move to Israel and become a settler. And thank God I never went on that trip. My mom was like, you can go to Germany, and I chose not to, but you can go to the German one, don't go to the Israel one. And at the time, I'm just like, it's an active war zone. It's Afghanistan and Iraq. You know, everybody hates Israel. I don't want to be walking around with there's missiles overhead. And my buddy who was going on it was like, oh, don't worry. They have the Iron Dome defense system. Like you'll see the missiles, and we're escorted around by soldiers. And I'm like, if I need to be escorted around by soldiers in another country, it's not a safe country.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm off here. And you know, it only in recent years did I learn how off Israel was as a concept from the beginning and what they've been doing for the last 70 years. So that's my last piece on Gaza. And
it's very interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did want to move into a little fun talk about Fantastic Four. We saw some movies.
Okay.
We saw Fantastic Four and Superman. And what was the third one you mentioned? Happy Gilmore.
Gilmore 2. Yeah.
Which I haven't watched yet, but I was thinking about checking out.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's start with Happy Gilmore 2. Since you mentioned it. Meh. Like, you know, it's one thing to try to bring back the nostalgia of something that of an iconic movie like Happy Gilmore, but it's another thing when they're just trying really hard to be funny. They're trying to bring in trying so hard to recapture that lightning in a bottle like the original that it's kind of like Coming to America 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, did you see Coming to America 2?
I didn't watch it because the trailer. I didn't have to.
You really didn't have to because it was trash. Because it just isn't the same, right? And they try to extend the story and make it interesting and all that. And that's the problem. With this one, it was the same thing. They try to extend the story, try to keep it interesting, try to give him some reason to, you know, want to reclaim that success like the first one did, right? But there's something about it where, you know, there's certain parts in the movie that it just totally took me out. No, I'm like, what the hell? Why did you do that? Why did you choose to do that? Why not just keep certain elements that were working from the first one in this one, but you just completely take these things out? Then there was other things like, of course, there are people who have died since since this time over time, and then you're trying to bring in new people to take up those characters' roles, and it's like, well, it's not the same anymore. It just is not the same. And that's the
Carl
problem.
Weathers.
Yes, I'm talking about Carl Weathers.
Man, I knew they had to like acknowledge it at some point.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like, you know, I'll just say it. I mean, hopefully it's not too much of a spoiler, but Lavelle Crawford plays the father, plays the son of Carl Weathers. But there's something about it where it's just like, that makes no freaking sense, man. Why you even? Why even bring him in?
I was thinking of
a minute, but you don't have to do all this added stuff. It's not funny. You know what I mean? But
and that's the key is I was thinking of watching it just so I can have an excuse to make a video about like legacy sequel comedies. Because
I recommend you just watch it then.
Sometimes they can work. Usually they don't. I'm thinking of Dumb and Dumber. I'm thinking of Zoolander. Speaking of the Sandler verse, they did make another Joe Dirt that went straight to Netflix. Sandler has a Netflix deal. I don't know how long it goes, but that's why he's been churning out movies for Netflix. And I think this one was just like, hey, no one's paying attention to my Netflix movies. I need to make a big splash. It's Happy Gilmore 2. How about that?
Yeah, it really. See, the thing is okay. One thing I have mad respect for with Adam Sandler is that he works with the same people. He's built a family.
Yeah.
He's built, he's built an empire off of working with the same people every single show, every single movie. He's brought his kids and got his kids involved, which is really sweet and all that. But there's just certain things where you're like, no, man, it's not funny, or the lightning that you caught before, you're not catching it in these movies. It's just like peak Adam Sandler was like the Billy Madisons, the Happy Gilmores, the Wedding Singer. You know what I mean? That was it. Yeah. And I'm not saying that was it. There's so many other movies that he's done that were funny too. But the new stuff where he's just like the Hubie Halloween type stuff. Like, you could just take several seats, baby. Just sit down.
He's just doing his character, his Waterboy character, but just in a different movie.
Yeah, you're trying too hard. Just
I appreciate his work as well, like the way he works. He brings his friends. I always love it when directors do that. James Gunn is another one who will always bring back the same actors, same creative teams. Adam S says, someone defend Little Nicky. You can. I can. I love Little Nicky. I thought that was funny. I like Little Nicky. I'm a Little Nicky defender.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that one too much.
I think I was the right age for that when I was just starting to get into metal. And that was a very heavy metal kind of movie. Like, hell yeah, let's go. I mean, my Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, no kidding. Devil's Advocate, yeah.
Very much spoke to me.
You must really love the Pick of Destiny then, huh?
Oh, I do. Hell yeah, dude.
I figured as much.
Tenacious D. Dude, Weird Al is my favorite musician of all time. And I saw him live a couple weeks ago at Madison Square Garden.
That is wild.
Yeah, that's why I shaved for the first time in like years just to have a mustache, so I can I'm growing out my hair so I could have the 80s Al look.
Right on.
Just for the concert. And I'm keeping it just to keep it going.
That's what's up.
Yeah, but yes, Tenacious D, love that movie. What did you think of, first of all, what did you think of Superman, and then what did you think of Fantastic Four?
Okay. Both of them I can answer with both. I mean, I'm not going to answer both of them the same way, but with Superman at least, it was entertaining. It was entertaining. I mean, there was something about it that some people were losing their doggone minds, and like they try to turn it into some woke BS, and I'm like, just stop. It was a fun movie. It was entertaining for what it's worth.
What do you mean by that?
It doesn't matter. Like, they were sitting there going, oh yeah, he's an alien. You know what I mean? They try to throw a political spin on it, and then everyone just took that. A lot of like right-wing content creators took that and ran with it, and they're like, oh, I'm never gonna watch this movie because they said he's like an immigrant, he's an alien and blah blah blah.
And it's like, the fact that that's the original text of the book.
Exactly. Okay. But at the same time, they're losing their doggone minds over this stuff, and then they're saying, I care not to watch this movie solely because of whatever they read online. And so I'm like, all right, shut up. Let me watch this movie for myself, and I could tell you what I think. I thought it was good. I thought the dog was interesting. Crypto. I thought the dog was interesting. Cute to a certain extent, but then I'm also like, why? But then
because he's crypto.
No, because he's crypto, and I get it. No, I get it. But there was a certain moments where I was like, I feel like it would have been nice to have a little bit more of not a whole lot of exposition, because that I don't want to be played like I'm dumb. But I wish there was a little bit more of a background story on some of the things, Don't get me wrong. I don't need to know about him coming from Krypton and, blah, 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 the crystals, and him going to the North Pole and, the Antarctica and all that crap. I don't need all that crap. We already know all that stuff. So I appreciate that they kind of plopped us in the middle of the situation, but it would have been nice to have a little bit more explanation on certain things. Because it just felt like there wasn't enough explanation.
And there was a lot in there. So
and there was a lot. And then I'm like, okay. And then, some people were like, oh, he's so emotional. He's Superman. He's not really a person. He's not really a human either, but you know what I mean? Like, he has emotions just like any other person on the planet. So I'm just like, of course, I don't want to see somebody who's like the American way. Like, no, I want to see him being Kryptonian, human. You know what I mean? I want to see him be the human side as well as being Superman. So I didn't mind like the sarcasm. I didn't mind a little bit of the humor and the wit that he had in the movie. But yeah, like I said, there was just certain parts that I wish there was just a little bit more explanation. Mr. Incredible, I thought was fire. I thought he was really cool.
Mr. Terrific.
Mr. Terrific. That's what I meant. Mr. Terrific. I thought he was really, really great. And definitely like the Green Lantern too. I thought he was really funny.
Yes.
But he's always great. Nathan Fillion, whatever his name is. He's always great in everything he's done, everything from Firefly to even now. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like I said, it was good. But like I said, I just felt like there could have been some things could have been more. It could have been fleshed out a little bit more. Then the ending, where Supergirl comes out of nowhere, drunk off her ass, that threw me off. That took me for a tailspin a little bit. But, you know, it is what it
makes
is.
Sense. Makes sense. Because that is kind of just thrown in there right at the end. And like, is it a spoiler? Kind of, but it's 1 second. It does. It's okay. It's been out a couple weeks. You've seen it if you've been on the internet.
5 seconds long.
That I can tell you from a comic reader is going right into her movie, which is based on a book where she is
like a party girl.
She's 21. She's coming of age. She goes to, like they say in the movie, she goes to planets with red suns so she can get drunk because she can't get drunk on a planet with the yellow sun because of her powers. And she is. I'll leave it at this because I don't want to spoil the book or the movie. It's called Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, written by Tom King. Highly recommend. Beautiful art by Bilquis Evely. She was 15 when Krypton exploded. So she wasn't a baby like Clark, who doesn't remember the planet that he came from. She was a teenager when she saw her entire planet die. And then was sent to Earth to raise baby Clark, but because of spacey, wacy, timey-wimey stuff, she arrives when he's already an adult. So she feels like she doesn't really have a purpose, and the book and presumably the movie will show that learn her purpose. Yeah,
I get it.
So there's a reason that she's sloppy drunk. In the movie.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And not every, it's nice to see them flawed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I didn't mind seeing him. Like, it was kind of like he was talking about like stopping these wars and all that, and the arguments that he was having with Lois Lane. As far as her interview with him and all that. And I was like, I'm getting it now. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of what it feels like being on the internet. Okay, being a commentator on what's going on in the world. If you just sit there and you're just like, I just want peace. There's somebody on either side being like, what about, you know what I mean? It's like the conversation about Gaza. It's the same freaking thing. You see what I'm saying? It's frustrating because it's like, I just want the wars or the problems, the famine, the starvation, etc., to stop. And it's just interesting when you hear it from someone who's just a hero, who just wants to do the right thing, or believes he's doing the right thing by stopping the chaos from happening. So yeah, it was very cool. You know what I mean? Like I said, it was enjoyable. Did I think it was the best Superman ever made? No, but it was good.
We have we're gonna end here in a second. I just want to get quick last thoughts because I wanted a little bit more from Fantastic Four. I thought there was kind of too much exposition in that movie. Check out my review, folks, if you haven't. But I thought the movie kind of started and stopped a lot. It would give you a bunch of exposition and then kind of let you live in that world a bit, and then give you new information, more exposition, let you live in the world, start and stop. And I feel like it was tonally, there was a movie that was much darker, mashed together with Marvel comedy that we need to undercut every emotional moment with a joke.
Interesting. I felt like the comedy wasn't super over the top, which, when it comes to the Marvel stuff, I was expecting it to be a little bit brighter. I'm going to be honest, as far as the comedy goes. But I thought it was good for what it is, but I also felt like the resolution, everything kind of wrapped up very, very fast. Like they were just kind of like, you got to get straight to the point. And then, of course, you're dealing with something as colossal as Galacticus, and I'm like, what? Am I saying his name right?
Almost Galactus.
Galactus. Sorry, Galacticus.
I'm a huge
Galactus. No, you're good. Galactus. You got the the likes of somebody like him, and then of course dealing with the other entity that's in the thing. I don't know if I can even say that, but the other entity that's there, I'm like, I just felt like things were just kind of wrapped up very, very fast, and then of course I was expecting a little bit more action throughout the course of the movie. There wasn't a whole lot of that.
I think a lot of it was relegated to montages.
Yeah, it was a lot of it was a lot of
montages.
Yeah, hell yeah. It was a lot of montage type cut things and comic book type things, like, they're going off to this place and saving the day. And, don't get me wrong. I think for the first one, it wasn't bad. I thought Pedro Pascal was.
I think they
was
did
good.
a great job. The actors and their chemistry, pitch perfect. It felt to me almost like this is a Fantastic Four movie within the world that we're watching that they're starring in. So it's like a cheesy, movie that the actual Fantastic Four are starring in because their acting and chemistry was so fucking good.
I thought everything was good. I wasn't a fan of Human Torch. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah?
I thought he was cool, but I was expecting a little bit more flair. And I mean
swagger.
More swagger. Yeah, because he's the Human Torch. It's supposed to go with his attitude. It's supposed to go with his vibe. I was just expecting a little bit more swag, a little bit more, like I said, flair, pun intended. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. You know what I mean? But like I said, it felt like they kind of like what they did with Superman. They just kind of plop you in the middle of it. And it's fine. I'm not expecting an origin story. They've done it millions and millions of times. But at the same time, I wanted to see them establish those personalities and those characters a little bit more. And with him, I was like, meh. And even so, the Thing, no, not the Thing. Yeah, the Thing. I enjoyed him. I don't know. I was just
there was something missing. There was something missing. I liked Superman more. I have criticisms of both, but I think for me, Superman takes it. And I am excited to see what both franchises do next.
Oh hell yeah! I mean,
very excited.
You got Avengers Doomsday. The Fantastic Four are going to be involved in that. We already been known about Robert Downey Jr. being Dr. Doom.
I hope that's a fake out. I really do. I hope he's a variant and is killed off quick, and then we get a real Dr. Doom.
Really? I think either way, it's going to be fantastic because I think he's fantastic. I think he's really great. He was great as Iron Man. I was upset when he went bye-bye. You know what I mean?
I just don't like the stunt casting of it.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's like maybe it'll make sense here soon.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
it'll surprise me. I was surprised by Heath Ledger's Joker. I was surprised by the Riddler in the Robert Pattinson Batman. I was surprised by Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor. I didn't know if he could do it.
But he was good.
He was fantastic.
I forgot about that. He was great. He was really, really good. Yeah, he was really, really good.
I'm happy to be proven wrong. I've been burned too many times with these superhero movies.
I heard that, and that's the thing. It's like, but and one thing that the Marvel industry really needs more than anything right now is they need a jolt. They need a kind of a resurgence of energy again, and maybe recasting Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom might be the thing that everybody needs. I don't know. He might be the good luck. He might be the good
certainly
luck.
Hoping for it. Thank you so much, Pascal, for showing up, for being on this space. Hopefully we'll get you on again. We'll talk more movies. Hopefully I'll be on your show one day, and
no doubt
we'll go all into it. But thank you so much, everyone watching. Like and subscribe to this space. Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky. Pascal, where can they find you?
You can find me on the Pascal Show on all platforms. So just go subscribe and show some love. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, folks. A Difficult Truth is up next with some real hard-hitting news.
day. Just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day. Ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken. With the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line. The fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up. And that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, everybody, to the show. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you so much to Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions for that awesome show. Folks, another round of applause for the new contributor for Pepaganda that was on earlier today. That's pretty freaking cool. Thank you for that. My Dogs Are Goth, Johnny Too Late, Etchbox, Adam, Devil's Advocate, welcome everybody. Moanep, Johnny Too Late, I think I said hello. Debbie, welcome. Rolando, Soul Life, Amanda Jules, welcome everybody. I hope everyone's doing all right. Groove Dragon, Pitchforks, welcome everybody. Sorry, Soul Life, it happens. George Waters, Kristina, welcome. Fantastic stuff earlier, by the way. Hanging like wet laundry, I hear you. Folks, this is the top of the hour. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support. Your guys' support is what makes this go. We appreciate all of you being here. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, folks. Subscribe, do all the things, share, comment, hit the little emoji buttons, spam them. Thank you for your support. This space is live on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays with live and syndicated content. There's so much stuff here on this space. I'm sure that there's something for everyone. So spread the word far and wide, folks. Appreciate the support. Thank you, guys. Let's get started. There we go. Appreciate that, Soul Life. You be safe. The Tipsy Gypsy, welcome. Tropical Ding Dong, welcome. I didn't realize this was a swanky event. It is. Have you seen Jake's Wicked show? Or What You Can Do? I would almost argue he even dresses up even more. If you're in it for the dapper wardrobe, check out Jake's show. All right, folks, we definitely have quite a couple of things to go through today, so we should get started, folks. I think we should probably start here. Let me just preface this because this story is kind of a dark story. I'm sure that by now, by now a lot of you probably already know the story, but just in case just in case, folks, it is a pretty, it is a pretty heavy, heavy story. So just be forewarned, folks. I dig the tie. Thank you, Groove Dragon. CONAN Neutron hands down has the best suits. Oh, also Pastor Ben Dixon. Pastor Ben Dixon is always on point too. Hans, I'm gonna send Jake some bow ties because reasons. That's actually funny. All right, folks, let's get started. Trump says Jeffrey Epstein, quote, stole Virginia I'm sorry if I can't pronounce this right, Giffrey, from him when she worked at Mar-a-Lago Spa. So just to be clear about what's going on here, he's talking about an underage person, an underage girl that he employed at his spa that ended up being a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Pitchforks, I'm going to be here lurking. I have a 4-hour drive. Oof, be careful. Ladybug, welcome. Good to see you. B-Cat, welcome. President Trump said convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, quote, stole Virginia Giffrey from his Mar-a-Lago club, a stunning admission that could increase scrutiny of his relationship with the late financier, even as the administration seeks to change the subject from Epstein. Trump was speaking to reporters on Tuesday when he was asked about his comments over the weekend about a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein because he took employees from his business. Again, the employee being a underage girl that was that ended up being a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. How many girls were recruited from Mar-a-Lago? That place needs to be investigated. 100%. Quote, he took people that worked for me, an underage girl, and I told him don't do it anymore. And he did it, Trump said, telling reporters that he barred Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, his estate in Palm Beach, Florida. So, I mean, yeah, so the issue isn't the fact that he was a predator. The issue is that he was taking his victims. That's the issue that's being raised here by Donald Trump. I mean, it's pretty gross. The more we look into this story, the worse it gets, honestly. Pressed about whether any other of the stolen employees were young women, Trump said many of them worked in a club spa. So he didn't really answer the question. So one could probably assume that if there was one underage worker at the spa, you can probably assume that there was more. Yeah, this is incredibly gross. Trump was asked specifically whether Epstein had stolen Giffrey, who was one of the Epstein's more prominent abuse survivors, and led the charge calling for his arrest. Giffrey, who died by suicide in April, has said she met Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell while she was working at Mar-a-Lago as a teenager. Underage. I think she worked at the spa, Trump said. I think so. That was one of the people. He stole her, by the way. She had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever. White House communicator Stephen Chung said in a statement that Trump booted Epstein for being a creep. Epstein died by suicide in New York jail in 2019 while awaiting trial for federal sex trafficking charges. The Trump and his administration have grown growing pressure in recent weeks, including from within his MAGA base, to release more files related to Epstein. Trump, who previously shared conspiracy theories about Epstein, has sought to tamp down the scrutiny by saying the story is boring and denouncing reporters that focused on the issue. Right, because, you know, there's nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Please stop looking into this. Look at anything else. Yeah, alleged suicide. I was reporting this moment, the moment the words came out of his mouth. I mean, the more stuff comes out, the more it is becoming apparent that Trump is heavily implicated in this and should probably be investigated. And as Etchbox said earlier, Mar-a-Lago probably needs to be investigated too. And by the way, another problem here is Donald Trump doesn't see anything wrong with making these statements. Donald Trump doesn't see anything wrong with saying he stole employees from me when the employee is a underage girl that was victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. Virginia Giffrey was 16 years old at the time. Yep. You know, if there's one thing that if there's one thing that's a pretty safe bet, is that predators tend to protect each other. Predators tend to protect predators, and it is unlikely that it is a coincidence that Pam Bondi, who protected Jeffrey Epstein in Florida, ended up being the Attorney General under Trump. I don't think that is a coincidence. Pam Bondi has lied to everyone's face, saying that she had the files, she was looking through the files herself, and all of a sudden there is no files, and now the story is, well, his name is in the files, but there's nothing. It's not that big a deal. Okay, it's not even worth sharing. Okay, there's nothing to see here, folks, okay? Everybody just move on and talk about literally anything else. I, for one, will keep up with this because if it is the case that Trump is heavily implicated in this, he needs to go to jail, right? Like, when is it that the line gets drawn, right? The guy has committed so many crimes, financial crimes, has incited an insurrection. I mean, he has suffered borderline zero consequences. Right, they campaigned on it. They campaigned on releasing the files. That's right, Groove Dragon. And Prince Andrew looking like that cat that the cream in that photo with Virginia. Rip Virginia. Yep. The use of the word stole. Also, one cannot steal a person. Property is stolen. Right. Because he thinks that they're his property. Because he is a predator. It's exactly it, Adam. Exactly it. Exactly what I was getting at. And this guy is the president of the United States. That was the president of the United States. The capital class only sees us as a commodity to be bought and traded. Yes. That is also true. The party who pretended to care about children, the party who pretended to care about releasing the Epstein files to hold everyone there accountable, all of a sudden, that doesn't matter anymore to them. Well, Q is nonsense, but it's not that there's no, like, secret conspiracy, right? Like this was all pretty well known since Epstein had his stint in Florida. Right, this is a pretty well known thing. But yeah. We've had a few PDF file presidents who thought their employees were property and some whose employees were property. Bad lefty. Right, Q is a right-wing conspiracy group. Right, and you don't need a conspiracy when this is pretty well known. You can look at what happened in Palm Beach, and how Pam Bondi essentially helped Jeffrey Epstein get out of that. And now she's the attorney general under Trump. I mean, this is not, there's no like secret conspiracy, or anything like that. It's actually pretty out there. But yeah, we don't need QAnon for that. Bad lefty, welcome. All right, folks, let's shift gears over here. The EPA proposes gutting its greenhouse gas rule. So that's great. Cool stuff happening. For years, the EPA has pushed car makers to reduce how much vehicles contribute to climate change because, as it turns out, the Environmental Protection Agency was supposedly designed to protect the environment, and fossil fuels are currently destroying the environment. Today, the EPA laid out plans to not just weaken those rules, but end them entirely. In 2009, the agency determined that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases are a form of air pollution, which is indisputable. I mean, like, this is irrefutable facts that we've known for decades. That's right. Seeing all the same jatters from other lefty shows make me feel like are a real peer group and not just another parasocial fixation. That determination, called the endangerment finding, determined that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases are a form of air pollution that the agency can regulate under the Clean Air Act, which, as the name states, is designed to help with regulations with regards to air pollution. That's because those gases contribute to climate change, which harms human health. That is also indisputable. Like, that's not up for debate. That is not up for debate. That determination, called the endangerment finding, underpins major regulations, including a strict tailpipe standard for car makers that envisioned at least half the new cars sold in the U.S. being electric or plug-in hybrids by 2030. The transportation sector is the largest source of direct greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. President Trump campaigned against electric vehicle mandates, which there is no such thing. But okay. And once in office, pledged to roll back such rules. The 3 sets of regulations that push companies to build cars that burn less gasoline or no gas at all were in his sights. His administration and Congress have already eliminated or weakened 2 of them. Now the EPA published its proposal to revoke the endangerment finding and rewrite its tailpipe standards, meaning the 3rd set of rules is poised to fall. So, yeah. Very, very cool. EPA Administration Lee Zeldin, which I believe Lee Zeldin is a fossil fuel guy, if I remember correctly. Wow, this guy is quite this guy is quite the work. I'm trying to see if he worked with any fossil fuel companies, but I think that may have been someone else. That may have been something else. I may have been incorrect about that. Lock Dragon. The EPA administrator Lee Zeldin announced the proposal at an auto dealership in Indiana on Tuesday after previewing it on a conservative podcast. We heard loud and clear the concern that the EPA's greenhouse gas emission standard themselves, not carbon dioxide, which the finding never assessed independently, was a real threat to American livelihoods. I mean, this is some Orwellian language, right? We know for a fact what carbon dioxide is doing. This is not up for debate. We know the dangers that carbon dioxide pose, not just for the environment, but also for people's health. Changes won't happen immediately. The EPA's proposal must now undergo public comment, which this is your call to action. This is your call to action to make your voice heard. Once finalized, lawsuits are likely to follow, and automakers can't pivot their lineup on a dime. Still, this proposal is a major victory for the oil company and biofuel manufacturers who have long fought against these rules. It fulfills a campaign promise for President Trump, who has lambasted the regulations as increasing cost and limiting choice, which makes no sense. Nancy, who's your? I apologize for my home state. Please let me make amends. Thank you. I did not know that, Group Dragon. It is horrified environmental advocates. Environmental Defense Fund President Fred Krupp wrote in a statement on Tuesday, if there are no enforced limits on pollution, you'll get more of it, making life more expensive and even more dangerous. The stakes could not have been higher for Americans. Environmental advocacy group called Moms Clean Air Force called the rollback a shameful, reckless, and immoral move. Vehicles in the U.S. have long been covered by 3 overlapping sets of efficiency and pollution rules. The EPA regulates vehicle emissions through tailpipe standards. They govern how much pollution a vehicle can release while it's operating. The Department of Transportation regulates fuel economy, or how many miles per gallon a car gets. Those rules are known as the CAFE standards, short for Corporate Average Fuel Economy, and are administered by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA. They require that the average fuel efficiency of new cars brought to market across all vehicles offered by a manufacturer must meet a certain bar. That bar gets higher every year. And because it was the first state to regulate vehicle emissions well ahead of federal regulations, California has long been able to set its own rules that are tougher than the national standards. These include pollution standards and a rule mandating how many zero-emission vehicles car makers must sell in the state. Other states can choose to follow California's rules, which wind up having major influence on the auto market. Over the past few decades, the combination of these 3 kind of rules have pushed automakers to build cars that are significantly more fuel efficient and pollute less. The Trump administration has taken major steps to roll back all 3. Yeah, abundance of fossil fuel, apparently. Florida's not a good state. It's not. The federal CAF standards, meanwhile, are still in place for now, but the Department of Transport... Oh, sorry, I skipped this one. First, the administration asked Congress to revoke the EPA waiver that allows California to set the state zero-emission vehicle mandate. That was an unprecedented move, and May and Congress did as requested. The federal CAFE standards, meanwhile, are still in place for now. The Department of Transportation is currently reviewing those rules after stating it costs automakers too much to comply with them. What are the profits for the auto industry at this point? What are the profits for the major auto manufacturers? And that they drive up prices for consumers. Rewriting the rules will lower vehicle costs and ensure the American people can purchase the cars that they want. But that doesn't make any sense because, again, first of all, as the article states, do you know, the immediate lawsuits that are going to happen? Also, you can't just switch manufacturing like that and roll this out on a dime. It may be years. It may end up being cheaper to just keep what you have already going versus having to redo everything. Just doesn't make any sense. Now we're getting effing granular. But left past 10 are able to retool every 7 days. Toyota, $19 billion in 2020. So it's safe to assume that they made tens of billions. Yeah, those poor Those poor auto manufacturing companies. Look at that. Volkswagen, 15 billion. Soul Life. Welcome back, Pitchforks. The regulations do increase the cost of cars, but consumer groups have repeatedly found they save drivers far more in fuel over the life of the car than they create in upfront costs. In the meantime, Congress defanged CAFE standards by removing the fines for car makers who fail to meet them. That change, increased in the mega tax and spending bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, could save hundreds of millions of dollars for automakers like General Motors and Stellantis, who have chosen to make less efficient vehicles and pay resulting penalties. And it removes the incentive for other automakers to comply, as they face no consequences if they don't. Gotcha. Maybe maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the auto industry getting what it wants because they make even more billions of dollars. Probably a simpler explanation. While the rollback of the California waiver and the elimination of the CAFE fees have both been signed into law, the EPA's change is just a proposal. There will be a comment period where companies, organizations, and members of the general public can tell the agency what they think, and the EPA is required to take those comments into consideration before it finalizes any changes. The deregulatory push is also being challenged in court and will almost certainly face more lawsuits. California has sued over the revocation of its EPA waiver. States and the environmental groups have also asked the federal courts to review some of the NHTSA's changes to the CAFE standards. The Environmental Defense Fund has repeatedly sued the Trump administration over changes that weaken the environmental protections. Asked whether this latest change is likely to prompt legislation, Vicky Patton, the group's chief counsel, paused for a moment. This would be one of the most damaging actions really ever taken in the history of the EPA if they move forward with an effort to just walk away from protecting the American people from some of the most dangerous pollution in our lives. She said, pointed to the ongoing effects of heat waves and fires made worse by climate change. In addition to smog and soot from vehicles, it is the EPA's responsibility to carry out the law and ensure that American people are protected from the harmful tailpipe pollution. Rolling back standards has long been a priority for the oil and biofuel industry, with focus on issues intensifying as the rules grow stricter. In a statement last fall, the American Petroleum Institute called the standards intrusive government mandate. Yeah, whatever, dudes. While the American Farm Bureau said it would pull the rug right from underneath the farmers growing crops for renewable fuels, the auto industry's position has been more nuanced, with the automaker trade group for the Alliance for Automotive Innovation stepped in a few years ago to defend the EPA's rights to set strict standards, but also frequently pointing out that it would be far easier and more efficient to have one set of standards instead of three. Recently, as EV demands grew more slowly than expected, now expect to be made worse by the administration's elimination of the consumer EV tax credits, traditional automakers have been vocally warning that the Biden-era standards are unfeasible. On Tuesday, John Bozzella, the president of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, issued a statement saying the group is reviewing the proposal to understand what it means for U.S. vehicle emission rules going forward. Yeah, there's no threat. There's no question the vehicle emission regulations finalized under the previous administration are achievable and should be revised to reflect current market conditions. While many automakers would welcome an easing of the rules, flip-flopping between administrations and drawn-out lawsuits create enormous uncertainty for them, even as companies have to make decisions about their product lineups 5 years or more into the future. As for consumers, Bella Spiller, an economist and a fellow at Resources for the Future, a nonpartisan think tank, points out that drivers like having more efficient cars. People would prefer to have a vehicle that costs them less to operate. But she says research shows that new car buyers focus more on upfront prices, especially now when those prices are high, and undervalue their future fuel savings. That means market forces alone won't push cars to get clean as fast as regulations. And like that's kind of like the rub about everything, right? You can't expect the market to do the right thing. Regardless. So the rollback, in addition for increasing emissions, would also increase long-term fuel costs for drivers. But she says it would not send the market into an immediate U-turn towards gas guzzlers. Automakers have made major investments in cleaner car technology. Some of those investments might be reversed and just written off as lost money. Others might be carried forward. Even as EV sales flag, she says hybrids in particular are likely to stay strong. I mean, like, this is why certain things just can't be left to the market. Yikes, so life. Immigration agents told a teenage U.S. citizen, that's right, a citizen, that you've got no rights. Thankfully, he recorded this. Otherwise, we would have never known about it. On the morning of 2nd of May, teenager Kenny Linus Ambrosio was driving to his landscaping job in North Palm Beach with his mother and two male friends when they were pulled over by Florida Highway Patrol. On one swift moment, a traffic stop turned into a violent arrest. The Highway Patrol officer asked everyone in the van to identify themselves, then called for backup because, you know, a mother, her child, and two friends apparently require backup. You know, very scary stuff we're dealing with here. Teenagers and a mother. A highway patrol asked everyone to identify themselves and called for backup. Officers of U.S. Border Patrol arrived on the scene. Video footage of the incident captured by Linus Ambrosio, an 18-year-old U.S. citizen, appears to show a group of officers in tactical gear working together to violently detain the three men, two of whom are undocumented. They appear to use a stun gun on one man, put another in a chokehold, and can be heard telling Linus Ambrosio, again, the citizen, "You've got no rights here. You're a migo, brother." Afterwards, agents can be heard bragging and making light of the arrest, calling the stun gun use, quote, funny, and quipping, "You can smell that $30,000 bonus." The footage has put fresh scrutiny on the harsh tactics. That's one way of putting it, I suppose. On the tactics used by the Gestapo, as the Trump administration sets ambitious enforcement targets to detain thousands of immigrants every day. The federal government has imposed quotas for the arrest of immigrants, said Jack Scarola, an attorney who is advocating on behalf of Linus Ambrosio and working with the nonprofit Guatemalan Maya Center, which provided the footage to The Guardian. Anytime law enforcement is compelled to work towards a quota, it poses a significant risk to other rights. That's right, a $30K bonus. Yes. ICE gets 30 to 45 on sign-on bonus. Yep. I was just reading. They have different figures. I guess it depends on what you're. I guess where you are, but it could be anywhere from up to even 50K bonuses. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I misread that. 50K a year is the minimum. Okay, so yeah, so this is post here. What's true in July 2025, ICE offered the agency's former employees a 5-figure sign-on bonus, potential salary of about 100,000. So yeah, chat's correct. About 100,000 with a 5-figure bonus. So how high that bonus is, I can't confirm exactly, but clearly it's around that much. The federal government has imposed quotas for the arrest of immigrants, said Jack Scarola, an attorney who's advocating on behalf of Lainez and Ambrosio, working with nonprofit Guatemalan Maya Center, which provided the footage to The Guardian. Anytime law enforcement is compelled to work towards a quota, it poses a significant risk to other rights. The incident unfolded at roughly 9 a.m. when a highway patrol officer pulled over the company work van driven by Lainez Ambrosio's mother and discovered that she had a suspended driver's license. Oh no! Gotta get the Gestapo out. Lainez Ambrosius, he said he's unsure why the van was pulled over. Well, that answer is very easy. Driving while brown is what what her real crime was. Lainez Ambrosio hadn't intended to film the interaction. He already had his phone out to show his mom a silly TikTok, but immediately clicked record when it became clear what was happening. The video begins after the van was pulled over and Border Patrol had arrived. A female officer can be heard asking in Spanish whether anyone is in the country illegally. One of Lainez Ambrosio's friends answered that he is undocumented. That's when they said, okay, let's go. I mean, like, folks, again, if you are being stopped by the police, by these Gestapo, again, the best thing that you can do is not say anything. It doesn't matter if you're documented, a citizen, undocumented. Don't talk to these people. Don't talk to these people. And as Ambrosio said, things turned aggressive before the group even had a chance to exit the van. One of the officers put his hand inside the window and popped the door open, grabbed my friend by the neck, and had him in a chokehold. Footage appears to show officers then reaching for Lainez Ambrosio and his other friend. As Lainez Ambrosio can be heard protesting, "You can't grab me like that." Multiple officers can be seen pulling the other man from the van and telling him to put your effing head down. The footage captures the sound of a stun gun as Lainez Ambrosio's friend cries out in pain and drops to the ground. Lainez Ambrosio said that his friend was not resisting and he didn't speak English and didn't understand the officer's commands. In the video, he can be heard repeatedly telling his friend in Spanish to not resist. I wasn't really worried about myself because I knew I was going to get out of the situation, but I was worried about him. I could speak up for him but not fight back because I would have made the situation worse. Lainez Ambrosio can be heard telling the officers, "I was born here and raised here." Still, he was pushed to the ground, says an officer aimed a stun gun at him. He was subsequently arrested and held in a CBP station for 6 hours. Audio in the video catches identified officers debriefing and appearing to make light of the stun gun use. He's like, "You're funny, bro." One officer can be heard saying to another, followed by laughter. I mean, like, this is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of people who work in ICE, right? Like, this is the kind of depraved mind that you have to be able to work for the Gestapo and do this to people and have and take joy and pride and laugh at your victims. Truly disgusting stuff. I wonder if we can get some of the if you don't tell the truth, he gets jail time. Like, but if you're an undocumented person, what you would just get sent back. Like, what I'm not understanding what the threat is here. Look at this. Look at this. Look, this guy even has the boots like a jackbooted thug. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, there it is. That's what I wanted. Right here. That's what I wanted. Right here.
To do it, bro. That's not how you arrest people.
What? Here, I can take care.
I got rights to talk, bro.
You got no rights here.
I do.
Illegal,
Yeah, you've got no rights here. That is deeply disturbing to hear coming from a police officer. It doesn't matter, even if you're a citizen or an undocumented person, you absolutely have rights. At least as of right now, how the Constitution is written, you absolutely have rights. And for a police officer to say you've got no rights here is truly disgusting and indicative as to where we are, in this country. It can happen here, folks. It is happening here, folks. We all just watched it in video. We all watched the 3 seconds, the 5 seconds of video where the cop told him, "You've got no rights, bro. You're amigo," which I don't know what that means. I'm not entirely sure what that means. But in any normal and just world, that police officer would immediately be removed, and a massive lawsuit would ensue. I'm hoping that he does take legal action against this police officer. And if there is any kind of justice in the world, he would be removed immediately and imprisoned for violating civil rights. Lainez was charged with obstruction without violence and sentenced to 10 hours of community service and 4-hour anger management course. While in detention, he said police threatened him with charges if he did not delete the video footage from his phone, but he refused. I mean, like, how was he even charged with anything is wild to me. Scarola, lawyer, said the charges were retaliation for filming the incident 100%. Kenny was charged with filming and alleged to have interfered with the activities of law enforcement, but there was no intended interference, merely exercise of a right to record with what was happening. In February, Governor Ron DeSantis signed an agreement between the state and Homeland Security, allowing Florida Highway Patrol to be trained and approved by ICE to arrest and detain immigrants. While such agreements have been linked to the U.S., across the U.S., Florida has the largest concentration of these deals. So that's why you had this incident here. I mean, it's truly gross stuff happening here in this country. And we're going to keep talking about it each and every time. Each and every incident that happens, we're going to keep talking about it. That's right, Bad Lefty. All right, folks. It's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Thank you all for being here. Again, if you enjoy the content and you enjoy your stay here at this space, make sure you do all the things like comment, share, subscribe, spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. There's live and syndicated content across the board, folks. There is something for everyone here at this space. Thank you all once again. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. We'll be back next week, Tuesday, around 7 p.m. You can also find me at Twitch and YouTube. Same name, A Difficult Truth. Thank you all for being here. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. For the ice Pepaganda.
Brody, sick vandalism. That is a deliberate mutilation of a public service message. Now, I want those little paint-happy bastards caught and hung up by their Buster Brown.
It's officially been 50 years since the first summer blockbuster, Steven Spielberg's Jaws, hit the big screen.
That's a 20-footer.
25. 3 tons on them.
You're gonna need a bigger boat, right? Based on a 1974 novel by Peter Benchley about a giant great white shark preying on a Long Island resort, Richard Zanuck and David Brown at Universal Pictures instantly scooped up the film rights as soon as they had read the novel. Shopping around for directors, they thought about John Sturges, who had made The Old Man and the Sea, and then Dick Richards, who they ended up dropping because he wouldn't stop describing the shark as a whale. A young Steven Spielberg, who had just had his first theatrical debut, The Sugarland Express, produced by Zanuck and Brown, was lobbying for a chance to direct Jaws. 26 years old, he compared Jaws to his 1971 road action thriller TV movie, Duel.
Busting loose. Pull it back.
Then he got cold feet and almost left Universal for Fox's Lucky Lady, but Universal vetoed that and said, "Oh no, you're working on the shark picture." He was afraid that he'd be the Truckin' Sharks director. Part of the deal to get the novel rights was promising Peter Benchley the chance to write the first screenplay draft. After 3 drafts, Spielberg was still unhappy with Benchley's work, having his own ideas about wanting to clean up and consolidate the first 2 acts, but keep the last act, the shark hunt, as it was in the novel. Benchley said that his contribution was largely the mechanics of the whole thing, the storyline, and the ocean stuff. After looking around for new writers, the Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Howard Sackler did an unaccredited draft, as well as Carl Gottlieb, who was writing for The Odd Couple, Spielberg's friend who also wanted to play Harry Meadows. Gottlieb ended up rewriting the whole screenplay over 9 weeks, the same 9 weeks as the beginning of principal photography. He'd finished pages right before they shot them.
It's lunchtime, and the afternoon dialogue is being doctored a little.
No, because he'll be so energetic, and he'll be screaming and yelling, "It's a great white, it's a great white, I knew it all along." And there's only room in there for one quick line, expository line about the mate. Where's the mate?
Is dead. We'll have to.
Where's the body? Why is the boat torn to pieces? Because it's a great white shark.
Universal obviously wanted big stars, but Spielberg didn't want that. He wanted the shark to be the biggest star. Most of the minor roles were played by actual people who lived around Martha's Vineyard. Spielberg hired the head of Universal, Sid Sheinberg's wife, Lorraine Gary, to play Ellen Brody, and Murray Hamilton to play the mayor. It was tough casting Brody. Robert Duvall was approached, but he wanted to play Quint. Charlton Heston was interested, but he was way too big of a star. Roy Scheider actually overheard Spielberg talking about the project at a party and started lobbying for the role.
I had seen Roy in The French Connection, and I met him at a party at Andrea Eastman's house, and I was sitting here talking to him saying, "I can't find this leading man, you know. Here I am saying I can't find this guy to play Brody. It's terrible." I looked at all these actors, and you know, most of them want $1 million. We're not going to spend $1 million, and the other ones aren't interesting enough. What am I going to do? And I suddenly said, "Hey, what are you doing this summer?" it was really that fast, you know? And it just dawned on me that Roy would be right for the part. And of course, Roy, who has written before, he and I together worked on his character, so there was a lot of freedom.
The list of options to play Hooper was really long. We will go through it on air. But it was George Lucas, who had worked with Richard Dreyfuss on American Graffiti, who got Spielberg to cast him.
And they came together during the actual shooting, because on Jaws, Richard pretty much designed his own character with Matt Hooper. That wasn't in the book, and that wasn't in the first couple screenplays. And when Richard had a good idea, if it conformed to my overview of the whole movie, I said, "Great, that's a great idea. We'll use it." And I pretty much, you know, sat from Richard. I said, "I want Richard Dreyfuss to play Matt Hooper. I don't want you playing a dilettante. I want the dilettante in you." And that's why I cast Rick. I kind of typecast Rick for the part of the ichthyologist.
Quint could have been Lee Marvin or Sterling Hayden, but since Zanuck and Brown had just finished The Sting, they recommended Robert Shaw. Jaws was filmed on Martha's Vineyard. Although this isn't the case now, they picked it at the time because it was lower middle class enough to be economically wiped out by a shark ruining a season.
Look, we depend on the summer people here for our very lives.
You are not going to have a summer unless you deal with this problem.
We're not only going to have to close the beach, we're going to have to hire somebody to kill the shark. I mean, we're going to have to tell the Coast Guard.
Mr. Vaughn,
we're going to have to get
contract
shark
the shark
We're going to have to put extra deputies on because
you have to
the
ring
world
this
is going to come in
harbor.
here. I don't think one of you are familiar with our problem.
The ocean bottom around Martha's Vineyard also never dropped below 35 feet, or 12 miles offshore, which made it much easier to operate the mechanical sharks without losing them. Starting a trend that would go on throughout Spielberg's career, new equipment was developed just for shooting, like an underwater camera box and new rigs that kept the camera stable regardless of tide. The giant mechanical sharks, including the main one, Bruce, were incredibly hard to work with and kept breaking down in the ocean water. It was the first major motion picture to be shot in the ocean, and technical difficulties arose from the start. Spielberg refused to shoot in a lake or a tank. On top of malfunctioning sharks, cameras got wet, frames fractured, and the Orca at one point, the ship, started sinking with the actors on it. Robert Shaw and Richard Dreyfuss also began feuding, and Shaw would disappear on drinking binges to Canada. Meanwhile, they had Ron and Valerie Taylor capturing shark footage in South Australia. And one day, a great white actually attacked their caged boat, leading to that great cage attack footage at the end. There was also a real shark, the tiger shark, which a crew member caught in Florida and flew back to Martha's Vineyard, but nobody thought about how fast sharks decay, and they had a rotted shark they had to keep applying makeup to. The film ended up 100 days over schedule, which was unheard of, and $5 million over budget. So a 59-day shoot became 159, and a $4 million film became $9 million. An unprecedented $1.8 million advertising campaign followed, and this is what really made it a summer blockbuster. 24 30-second TV ads played on prime time, and up until that point, the most merchandise of any film. Posters, the novel special edition, soundtrack album, plastic tumblers, t-shirts, towels, games, all kinds of toys. And the John Williams theme played everywhere. Jaws opened with a $7 million weekend in 400 theaters. Adjusted for inflation, it's the 7th highest grossing film of all time. Until Star Wars A New Hope, it was the highest grossing film of all time. Although it's most identified with Watergate and the corruption scandals of the 1970s, you have to be struck with how prescient it is for every time science and policy unites today. From climate change to the environmental fights to really any regulation, from pesticides to cigarettes to the FDA. With the scientist, Matt Hooper, acting as a Cassandra, warning about how bad things can quickly get, the mayor holding back any solution for fear of economic damage, and in the law, an Officer Brody hesitating in the middle, with the public unwilling to really have a vocal opinion until they actually see the shark in action.
Why? Go further out! What for? Will you go to the end of the pulpit, please? What? Will you please go to the end of the pulpit? What for? I need to have something in the foreground to give it some scale. Foreground!
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space for the first time. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Alex makes reviews and reactions and is on YouTube and Twitch at Devil's Advocate Productions and is a part of This Space. I, of course, am your host and the local mayor who doesn't want to close the beaches for economic reasons, Boris Miller. So 15 podcasters went into the stream, 5 podcasters come out, and the sharks took the rest.
Nice. Hey, Alex, welcome back. I'd say it's been a while, but it hasn't. Welcome back.
How you guys doing?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back into the stream, here you go.
So I found out today that USS Indianapolis, I knew that like kind of that story, but it really was the biggest shark attack, the largest shark attack of all time. Yeah, because they had 900 people in the water. I remember Jeremy Wade, I think, did an episode on it of River Monsters, or like one of those shows where he went out into the middle where the USS Indianapolis had sunk, but they like torpedoed
like
it.
A third of them really died or something. Yeah, it's crazy.
Or I think it might have been 2. Like it was literally 900 people I think went in, and then 300. Like that number 300 really did get like airlifted out of there eventually. It's like
what's interesting is John Milius like wrote like a 7 or 8 page monologue, and then Shaw like took it back and like compacted it down to like what we have on screen, which is perfect because it's not like this guy's really going on. It's like it's very compelling, and you're like, oh, that's why he's like hyper focused on this, you know that.
But also, you can still barely
situation.
understand him. Like if it wasn't for subtitles, right? Like his Irish accent plus the like plus the like it's like his brogue and the and just the drunkenness, I guess, of his demeanor.
Can I say that like this on this rewatch, I was like, oh, so that's probably a primary inspiration for Johnny Depp and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yeah.
Yep. Because if you like close your eyes, you're like, oh yeah.
I mean, this is prototype prototype old man who knows more about the thing that we're going after than anybody else. And
Which-
kind of
but-
crazy drunk.
But what's crazy is like this being, again, celebrating its 50th anniversary. Again, one of the reasons why we're doing this episode is Jaws at 50. And it's been homaged and sequeled, and it's been referenced so many times that people forget some of this stuff started here. This was the first blockbuster that wasn't like a creature feature, like a grindhouse creature feature. And peace and love to like Piranha and like with things like along those lines. But there was not a movie like this that hit this big that was made for mainstream audience. It literally did not exist. So when you talked about, I'm glad you talked about the box office in the beginning for us, because like it not only made Steven Spielberg's career, and I saw some love for Sugarland Express in the comments. Good movie, yeah, but it didn't hit on this level. And hereafter, with the exception of 1945, basically Steven Spielberg didn't miss, and he re-engineered what the blockbuster meant multiple times, and made a lot of incredibly very watchable movies, some of which we've already covered. But it's crazy to think that how much of the stuff just like this is where the tropes came from.
Yeah,
this is where those like character ideas from. They come from this.
Well,
they come from Jaws.
and even, I mean, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, but like even something like Superman, right? Like a blockbuster like that at the time that like was made for like an older audience. That's still 2 years in the future from this. I mean, Star Wars: A New Hope, 1 year in the future from this. You know what I mean? Like it's still like all these things are like in the future coming out of this kind of moment where like Spielberg is kind of creating the summer blockbuster as like a thing, and from then on, summer blockbusters, like it's literally 50 years later. It's been 50 years of summer blockbusters.
They're trying to recreate Jaws now, Sometimes
no way.
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like they're always just trying to recreate Jaws in some way, shape, or form. Not literally. I hope not. Anyway, but if you think about the idea that like these are you have the summer blockbuster. This is a movie that everybody goes and sees in the summer. Everybody's trying to do that, trying to recreate that, and that really started here. And it's so interesting because you mentioned like he thought he was gonna get kicked off the movie. It's like, hey, we're way over budget. It takes twice as long to do anything in the water. Like they're gonna like take this away from me. Because again, he
did do the smart thing though. He cast Sid Sheinberg's wife, which means that of course he's gonna
Right.
she goes home. He ran Universal Pictures for even like 30 years after this, and she goes home like Lorraine Gary, right? Like she goes home and she's like she has to be like, well, I don't want the movie that I'm in, this big movie that everyone's talking about, to be like a disaster. You got to give him the rest of the money. You cast the boss's wife. You always got to do that.
Yeah, that was very astute. But it's wild to think about. You think about it's Steven Spielberg, right? Mr. Jurassic Park, Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T. I mean, like, I don't even Close Encounters. That was even like around this era, right?
His next movie after
his next movie.
Yeah.
like again with the one very, very hilarious notable exception with 1941, he didn't miss in this era. But the thing is, he didn't. This was the movie that made his bones for that.
Yeah.
And again, it's crazy to get the history of it not. This is not a known commodity. This is not a Money in the Bank at all. They're like, you're making a movie about a shark? Why would you do that? And like, what's fascinating about it?
Okay, Moby Dick haters.
What's fascinating about it is that it defines an entire species for multiple generations, negatively, I might add.
Yes.
And in some cases, very uncharacteristically negative. But it's echoes through our generations. Crazy.
Yeah.
He did for like sharks, I think what Paris Hilton did for chihuahuas.
Yes.
It's also like one of the greatest like friendships and rivalries of all time, right? Spielberg and George Lucas trading work back and forth. And one of the biggest things is that Richard Dreyfuss was suggested for that role, right? For the Matt Hooper role. And then we go on to star in Close Encounters of the Third Kind too. Right. But he was suggested because he was in American Graffiti. Like George Lucas already at this point was friends with Spielberg. They're very close. And he's like, hey, I got a perfect guy for you.
Have you seen American Graffiti? That's a fun movie.
Of course. It's one of the only
4 Days of Confused.
Yes, and it takes place in the city of Modesto, which is where I was born and grew up. And I went to the same high school George Lucas did. And it's maybe one of the only 3 or 4 claims to fame for that town. But it's pretty good. Yeah.
If we ever cover it, I want to try to get Mackenzie Phillips on because she played that little annoying preteen in the scene, and I know her, so that'd be kind of cool.
I feel like feels like that'd be like a 1,000-mile walk in the desert for an ice cream cone for her. But I mean, look, I'm ready. Let's go. But it's yeah. When we think of Steven Spielberg, we think of the author of the modern blockbuster. It was not that. This wasn't proven yet. This was like he even knows like, am I ever going to get fired on this? That is it's worth mentioning because like it was a real concern.
Even one of the things early in his career.
Very early in his career, and if you think about like from so again, because that's what I was saying earlier is you got Sugarland Express, which is good, but not on the same level. Goldie Hawn, good stuff. Duel was his first movie, but it was a TV movie. And remember, this is back when TV was like insult.
Yeah,
wasn't considered on the same level. And Grand Duel is very good.
Bottom
it's
of the industry if you're working on TV.
Right, that's where you go when your movie career is done. Is you go
exactly.
Yeah, that's what Joan Crawford did, and guess who Joan Crawford was directed by in a 1969 TV show? Any guesses?
Spielberg.
Yep.
Yeah,
she
director of the movie we're talking about. So I feel like
she felt embarrassed.
It would be funny if it was
directed by
else.
this young guy, and I'm like, little did she know he would direct the best summer blockbusters.
Well, yeah, because he did like an episode like Night Gallery.
That's the show that she was in. Yeah.
Oh, was it Night Gallery? Oh, I like Night Gallery. I haven't seen it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he did TV show, but he also did TV. Felt like Duel, right? Like Duel is his big truck film before Sugarland Express.
That's what I literally just said a minute ago. Yeah, correct.
But I'm saying like he was doing, it's two different things.
Did you fall asleep? I mean, did you not?
I have multiple windows open. I'm doing multiple things.
Oh, okay. But you have multiple shows at the same time. I get it. Okay.
No, but I have but there's difference right between TV movies and then shows like something like Night Gallery even. You know what I mean? Like there's these different kind of Which today directors are way like directors are way more likely to go back and forth. It's like even as a prestige thing. Like I mean, like even something like Steve Buscemi getting to direct episodes of like The Sopranos because they're like, hey, you want to come on and direct literal episodes? Like
But it's decades before any of the idea of prestige television, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's,
I think
so
the 80s kind of gave birth to that.
And like somehow even less than that, would be like the TV movie, which is meant to be disposable. Because remember, in a non-on-demand culture, this is like, that's just the movie. It's a movie that's on Friday. I remember that movie with the trucks. That was wild. Oh well, moving on.
It might play again.
Right, maybe someday again I'll see it.
Unless it's a cult classic like Stephen King's It. When was the first time you guys saw Jaws? Because I remember watching it when I was really young with my pop-up. Again, it was one of those movies I saw probably that I shouldn't have seen at such a young age, along with Nightmare on Elm Street and the Alien movies. And I remember thinking, why do they say shark-infested waters? They live in the ocean.
All right, so I have my story for this that I've been excited to tell. I know. Well, but I went to Maine every summer because my grandpa lived there, and we had Jaws on DVD. So like we could only really, because we had like local cable or whatever, but we didn't really have cable there. So I would watch Jaws pretty much every summer, and I would scare the shit out of myself. And everybody would go, "Oh well, don't worry. There's coves here. Sharks don't go into coves. Sharks are in like the open ocean." And you'll be fine. Also, like there's never been a shark attack in Maine ever. Well, in 2020, I went to Maine for the last time, because my dad was about to sell the house. And I went there to enjoy it for the last time during the pandemic. I got home 2 weeks later. We find out Bailey's Island, where the other cove is, where I was just kayaking. There was the first shark attack ever in Maine, in the cove, ever, that they've had on record. And a woman got bitten in half by a great white.
What a full circle!
It was like some
a lot of people don't like when I go to Beaufort, we have friends who have a property on the river. A lot of people think, oh, I'm like there's a river, but it's all salt water that leads to the ocean. We have actually seen, we would know if there was like dolphins or sharks, and we would get in the boat, go along the river, and there we see.
Bull sharks, which are the biggest one. Like they're the ones that are like, they're even twice as big as the great white ones. Like they're those big motherfuckers. They actually go upriver, so you can sometimes even as far upstate or as far up country as like New York. Like there's been like bull sharks in the Hudson River before. It's really rare, but down like in the Mississippi or you know, like in the Gulf of Mexico, they go up like these huge motherfuckers. Like they're
Yeah. Well, so that I guess that'll tag into me. So being a West Coast guy, but again, I grew up Central Valley, which is, you know, an hour and a half away from the ocean.
Valley.
I did see it probably too young, frankly, because this is another one that my dad wanted to see. So it was like, all right, I'll take you with. But like this, it already, I guess it must have been a cable watch. That's all I can think of, because like I'm not even old enough to have seen this in the theater. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I was 50 years old. That's too much.
I want to find somebody who was old enough to see it in the theater and ask them about like the merchandising thing that went.
Oh, it's got to be insane, right? But
my mom.
I do, if I remember correctly, it was big on like a very nascent like HBO and things along those lines, and so I probably saw it on there. But when we went to the ocean, the Pacific Ocean is a known thing, especially for people that surf and whatnot, that like there are sharks around. Now, the first thing that they tell you is, but it's not like that movie. Like they're not like killers that are trying to eat you. But if the silhouette of a surfer swimming in the ocean looks like their food. So you need to be careful when you're surfing specifically. And that's what was so interesting to me, because I was always, all I knew was, oh, this is the movie with the shark eats people. You know, like, oh, the shark's eating people. Is that all sharks? Oh no, that's not what sharks do normally, but they sometimes will mistake human swimmers for their food. And that's what led to this fiction.
The West Coast. The West Coast, right?
Yeah,
the West Coast, they have sea lions. And when you swim on your surfboard, you go out.
You look like
you look
like a sea lion. Sea lions are loud as hell, by the way. They're so loud. You get a bunch of them together.
Like,
it's like,
yeah, they are. I've seen them like at the aquarium and stuff, and it's a nightmare.
Dude,
but
when you get a bunch of them together, it's definitely it's like a podcast.
But when you get a bunch of surfers, together, they do the same kinds of, same motions.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a different way. No, but I did see it, and there was like a PBS that I'm not assuming it's PBS, right? That like showed, the outline, like, well, from the shark's point of view of like what a surfer paddling on the board looked like versus sea lion. It was like, understandable,
Well, because it's like you see the hands here, right? Like the seals and sea lions, both of the like it does look like because I've had books when I was a kid. I was like autistically obsessed with finding out about sharks, and I think Jaws was a big reason. Like I watched Jaws way too young, so like my like obsession was finding out about sharks and kind of being scared of going in the ocean, but also wanting to go in the ocean. Like I remember seeing like one of those books where they had the thing where they showed you like like what a person looks like on a surfboard. And
you do the comparison.
Yeah,
and I want to hear Alex. I want to hear your reaction to this as well and your experience. But before that, I want to say that the split diopter shot when he's like chumming the waters, and again, for the people that are not like film nerds, that means that like the on the right side it's like super in focus, but the thing that's far away on the left side is also in focus, and it's a very unique way of shooting in a film-based camera. That haunted me. Like I had nightmares about that, because this is something where he's like turning around and talking to them, and you see the titular shark like right next to him. And granted, he's not even attacking him; he's just there, and you're like, oh,
yeah. Well, and they have the cage shots, right?
Yeah,
the cage shots.
Sure, and the cage shots are incredible in a different way. Yeah.
But I'm saying like those shots of it, like the actual shark attack. It just happened to be that they let a camera out in South Australia for long enough that a great white did attack their fucking shark
attacked it, which is
like, hello, dinner.
Exactly. Alex, so how give us your when you first watched this.
Well, first about sea lions, I went to San Francisco once to visit my uncle, and I went to the piers, the famous piers that have all these sea lions sunbathing, and yes, they are loud as fuck when they want to be.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the area I'm talking about. And they just hold court, man. Tourists are like, wow, there they are.
It was awesome.
And they're like, what do you got for me? You got me some food? What are we doing here?
I just want to pet them.
The first time I saw Jaws, I'm thinking about it. I was terrified of a lot of stuff when I was a little kid. If you think Rugrats and Chucky Finster on that show, who's scared of everything, that was me. So if I heard that there was blood in it, I wouldn't have watched it. Even so far as like The Matrix, I heard there was blood in it. I was like, nope, I'm not gonna watch that. Until I started making movies myself and made a horror movie, and then I was like, let me consume every horror movie ever. That was in high school, but
You overcame
I must
your
have
fear.
seen this as a kid because my dad wanted to always show me his favorite movies. It just happened that some of his favorite movies were like Aliens or Predator or Jaws. But I think he would get away with showing me Jaws if he just, because rewatching it, literally just finished it as we were coming on.
Well, and it was PG too. That's the other thing. Is like there was no R rating. It was like, just bring your parent.
No
Yeah,
PG-13
but
rating either.
Here's the reason why we have PG-13 because Indiana Jones and his involvement with Poltergeist.
That's
And then, so I must just the shot of the kid getting eaten. Like I did not remember that. So he must have covered my eyes or something when he first showed me that movie. But like, there's not much of the actual shark, as we all know. The famous story, the prop didn't work that well. So
well, because it's a freshwater. It's a prop that's meant for freshwater, and they're shooting the first movie ever in the ocean. Nobody had the thought like, hey, we need to fix this so that the seawater, because seawater is corrosive.
Oh, that's what was happening.
Yes. Yeah. So the thing was short.
That's why if you have a seawater aquarium, you have a special treatment
Right.
so it doesn't eat through.
Okay, I didn't know that's why the prop malfunctioned.
But you're right. I think what you're
sparingly, like in the shot you were talking about, I forgot the word you used. Say it again.
There's the split diopter shot.
Yes, that.
Yeah.
It's a split diopter shot thing.
It's not just that they used
though.
that shot; it's that they repeated it.
Right.
I'm going through me and my fiance's yearly rewatching of the Mike Flanagan Netflix shows. So we're starting with Hill House. The trick is show people this shot, let them get comfortable with this shot. So and then surprise them.
You change what's in the back, and people are like,
whoa! And we're having a conversation at the same time. You're paying attention to the conversation. It's just a reverse angle on his face. We've seen this before. Oh my God, shark! It's one of the most iconic in movie
There's also
history.
there's so many shots that like I noticed this on this watch through as if you're the shark. Like you're watching people react to the shark in real time, and like some of the shots are pretty funny because they're using just people that lived at the time in Martha's Vineyard, and obviously it's not Obama's Martha's Vineyard that everyone takes pictures in now, or it's like really fancy and like this is like the rundown 70s Martha's Vineyard.
Where this movie is the reason why a lot of people wanted to live there.
Probably, but I mean they're like oh well I deal with sharks. I don't go in the water, but like.
I do. I'm not. The only thing I'm afraid of are jellyfish.
But like, it hurts like a bitch to get stung by a jellyfish. But like, when you're going around, right? Like, you actually see these faces of people that are like not actors that are responding to as if there's a shark attack coming, and like, there's so many of those really great shots.
Well,
oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say something real quick, but like Jaws would do well at the Sphere in Las Vegas because then you'll feel like you're in the water. Because
well, it was one of those big. It's been one of those big IMAX films that whenever you go. I mean, obviously they did Jaws 3D really early, but like whenever you go to IMAX, it's one of those big ones.
Talked about.
But it's one of those big films that like has done really well. At like IMAX theaters, they like re-release it every 10 years or whatever.
One of the first games they came out with for VR when VR was really picking up steam was like a shark cage game where you just go down and it's not really, you just look around, but it's very much just that scene from Jaws. I mean, Jaws really has so much DNA in everything.
Well, I want to get into that. I do want to. Absolutely. I want to get into that directly, and we will, but I do want to give a shout out to this the super chat. Thank you so much for all our super chatters. Pendulous Dragon, Night Stalker is one of my favorite early 70s movie, 1972, Darren McGavin as Carl Kolchak. Agreed. It's a certain, again, we didn't have that style of storytelling everywhere.
That's
as we
the one
do
that's
now.
It's like shot documentary style, and it's kind of interviewing the townspeople as they get more panicked.
You talk about right for Nightgown. It's an anthology. So Nightgown is an anthology, and in this, and the one that was referenced earlier, Joan Crawford's Ossie Davis is in it. But basically, they did a spinoff of basically the movie was like a backdoor pilot for like a TV series of the same name that that started so it was called Kolchak, the Night Stalker, but started with Night Gallery. But it's sort of like in that Twilight Zone sort of vibe, like Twilight Zone plus Columbo, I guess. I don't know. That's a terrible. I mean, it's both accurate and terrible at the same time, right? But it also a lot of very famous directors and people in the industry got their start working on that show, just like a lot of people did, working with Corman and whatnot. But that was something we talked about a while ago too. I just didn't see the super chat. Sorry. But
did they name the Night Stalker, the serial killer, right? Like that was plaguing San Francisco. He's named after it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they must have, because Kolchak the Night Stalker is like early 70s, and I think Ramirez was
that was 80s.
Yeah.
80s. Yeah.
So. But it's funny because people now only remember the serial killer. They don't remember the TV show. But I'm sure it's streaming on Amazon Prime or like one of these channels. You know what I mean? It is actually pretty good. Like it's a good show in that kind of like genre of sci-fi. But it's getting back to and first of all, split diopter shot specifically, but lots of pull focus stuff. You think of like Brian De Palma, a lot of Brian De Palma stuff. There's a lot of Citizen Kane. There's a great split diopter shot, because what you're doing is you're over magnifying one area and under magnifying another. So if you think about things like Blowout and Touchables, there's a lot of stuff in there.
I watched a horror movie called Bring Her Back, which is really good actually, and it uses a lot of shallow focus shots and racking focus to convey information. I'm like, in a fucking 2025 horror movie? Okay,
right, exactly. Which is
go.
also another progenitor of that kind of a focus as a tool thing. Not only this movie, but a little movie called Star Wars.
They apparently somebody put up on YouTube a version of like those scenes in Jaws with the split diopter effects removed from it. So like they literally went backwards and retro edited those scenes.
Just because they can, or
I think people love doing shit like that.
But you say, oh sorry, go ahead.
I would say, is Jaws considered like a horror movie?
I was thinking that too, kind of.
I don't know. Like I just
I guess it's considered a thriller.
It's considered a thriller, but it's right on the edge, right? Is Predator a horror movie? I don't know, kind of.
Yeah.
Like,
wait, is it a Shark Week this week? Perfect timing.
It is Shark Week and 50th anniversary. That's one of the reasons why I was like, let's do that week.
Yeah. I love Shark Week.
The only I wish is we got a song called Sharks Keep Moving on the new record. There's a video for it that we blew it by not having the video be ready for this. What can I say?
But I think you brought up that the only real kind of blockbusters before this were creature features. I wonder if that was part of the reason people were like, okay, big shark movie.
Well, and it was niche stuff. It was for kids. It was it was like literally, like that's the Hudsucker. Oh, it's for kids. Hudsucker Proxy, right? No, but that's what it was considered. It's like that kind of thing wasn't cinema. Is what it was. It wasn't for
it was a roller coaster.
The general public. It was like. Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff, but this was the first one. I was like, no, this hit big because again, this is getting off of that crazy reptilian brain fear of the unknown.
Yeah. Creature from the Black
Lagoon. Yeah, which
this is also
Spielberg is actually
the huge renaissance of auteur director. You got Spielberg, you got Texas Chainsaw Massacre around then too, Alien, Star Wars. Taxi Driver.
And what is Alien if not Jaws in space? And I love Alien.
Yeah.
But it kind of split off like auteur filmmaking, right? So that then it was kind of the more like we're doing auteur filmmaking kind of stuff, and then this kind of stuff, whether that be Jaws or Star Wars, like the Spielberg George Lucas side of things, which obviously they both kind of. I mean, Spielberg more kind of came out of like adventure stuff because he was already interested in that. But like even George Lucas, right? Like American Graffiti, like he comes out of kind of this more artsy version of stuff, not so much like these big studio pictures, but it kind of split off these two sides of the new Hollywood movement. And of course, the Spielbergs and the George Lucases kind of won out over the extensive freedom kind of that artists had at this point.
Yeah. Plus that it also taught the studios how to make deals that benefit them more, because they will never give anybody a deal like they gave George Lucas for Star Wars, where he got to keep all the merchandising rights. Because they were like,
oh, dude,
okay, your little space movie, all right.
The way they like tried to do like a the way that they tried to do a sabotage campaign on Coogler for daring to do the deal that he did, which is not the deal that Lucas had. It's like, you know, and they basically almost did up everything up to including sabotage in the movie and from PR terms. Well, was it really a blockbuster? Yeah, bitch. Yeah, it was.
People were cosplaying going to Star Wars back then. We even girls were like, yeah, we're into this.
Yeah. And that's what's so funny is
get a deal like Matt and Trey from South Park either. I'm sorry.
Well, and also look at Sing Sing, right? We talked about that earlier this year, and this incredible snubbing at the Oscars, despite being like one of the greatest movies. A24 fumbled the bag on that one, Pelt the Chips and the Brutalist. But also, I mean, look at like the payout structure, right? It's something where, we can't allow that to exist because then everyone's going to want it. So we don't want to, give too much. And not that was like the leading thing from it. The leading thing of it is this humanistic portrayal of these troubled characters that single-handedly states the case for acting as an art form. But because the payout structure was so revolutionary for this, like, just absolute like Byzantine top-down thing that everybody's used to, it's going to be a real wildfire event for it to even be able to get up out of the art house niche.
By the way, the guy, Laurent, I don't know how to say his last name, Laurent Regto, the guy that runs the Woodstock Film Festival, that runs Hudson Valley Film Commission, apparently just died of cancer. But there was a long tribute from Brett Buell, like the guy that that was played in Sing Sing, right? Like the guy that and he was talking about how that guy actually went to bat when he before the cancer kind of made him I think a lot sicker, but like he went to bat for Sing Sing and finding those locations and stuff, and I was kind of like blown away by that.
Now, is there a debate about whether Jaws actually did cause a fear of like the ocean because my mom's afraid to go in the ocean.
It did.
Unless it's jellyfish.
And it did the same thing. It did the same thing just a couple years ago that The Exorcist had done, where people were a couple people at least got so like physically sick in seeing shark attacks and getting afraid that like they actually kind of got sick in the movie theater and stuff. It had that same kind of effect on people. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And The Exorcist is another movie I feel like that kind of has that same word of mouth, but also like people going crazy for going to the movies. Yeah.
Yeah. Labor. I've heard it all. That should be one day.
But Spielberg actually apologized because, after Jaws came out, so many people were going shark fishing. They were so afraid of sharks that a lot of people were like, "Oh, we got to get rid of all these sharks." And now, like, a lot of those sharks are like endangered. So I was watching this thing where Spielberg was actually like, the part I regret about this movie, like, I don't regret obviously making Jaws, but I regret the fact that like people are so afraid that like a lot of people are hunting down sharks after that, and like I feel like I contributed to shark endangerment.
Absolutely did. I mean, you villainized an entire species of animal to the point of just that's the first thing people think of with sharks.
Yeah.
Culturally,
he didn't know this movie was going to be as big as it was.
He thought he was going to get fired from it because it was going over budget.
Like,
well, it's not even just over budget.
It's not like people went after ants.
I can't think of another movie that went over the budget. Like, not that just that it went over the ballooned but that it went it ballooned to twice as much as, because they put $4 million aside for it. By the end of it, it was $9 million that he needed, and then he still couldn't get the shots he wanted. He actually put his own money into some of those final cage shots.
But it wasn't like he was like, I'm so self-assured that this is going to be the hugest hit in the history of film. No, not at all.
Yeah,
like not at all. He was just trying to like make something cool, and he did.
He put the last. I think I read something. It was crazy. It was like $40,000 or $400,000. I don't know. He put like the last few $1,000s into the shot where
that was the buoy budget
goes down. but when Richard Dreyfuss goes down into the shipwreck, and then there's that jump scare where, and I don't know if he ever got reimbursed for that. I mean, he made, I'm sure, bucket loads of money on this, but that final shot where the body just leaps out and you get that jump scare. Spielberg was actually putting his own money into like the reshoots for that, because they're like, well, you've gone more than twice the budget. We're not going to pay for those last reshots.
Yeah. Can I mention one thing? Finding Nemo. You know, they tried their best to portray sharks as good guys unless they smell blood. And I love how they're like, you know, he was taken probably American. Fish are friends, not food.
Well, the shark is obviously named Bruce. Bruce is the name of the Jaws shark.
Yeah.
The main one that you see throughout this. That that was getting
name.
corroded by salt water.
Yeah.
I didn't really realize that this was the first movie ever shot in the ocean. Like they had never done that before.
Yeah, that's wild.
Studios used to build sets, yeah.
Well, you would either build a production tank or you do it in the lake, and you'd say the lake is the ocean.
Right.
Because it's freshwater, and freshwater is not so corrosive. So they ended up having to create like all these different technologies to not like salt water get near the cameras, which you obviously have to do. I had a little camera as a kid that was like, one of those disposable ones, but they'd always cover it in a layer of plastic. So you had to be like, when you took it down snorkeling or whatever. Yeah.
I remember
Those
those.
were not good.
I remember those. I actually have seen not sharks, but I've seen dolphins in the Hudson River.
We rescued a dolphin one time in Beaufort. My
Yeah.
dad and I, it was low tide in the river and it stuck.
By the way, real quick, because I'm getting a DM about this. It's the movie is Night Gallery and the show's Night Gallery. Kolchak the Night Stalker was another show around the same time as Night Gallery. They aired together on whatever the channel I watched these things on. Sorry, we regret the area for like 70s esoteria television shows that like 3 people watch, including me. We regret the area.
But
there's been
I'm sorry.
2020 I guess was another time for this. But like going up at least to like Hudson, like in the Hudson River, right? Like at least to that like point, like half an hour above the city. The sharks actually did make it that far during COVID, which there was a lot of like crazy shit going on during COVID.
Well, yeah, because no one was going to the beach and stuff. So sharks were like, "Oh yeah, we're free."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Were they doing that specific dance while they were doing it?
Oh yeah.
And this movie actually made me think
sharks
of.
were like, "I feel like a woman."
There you go.
This movie made me think of COVID because I remember when that was starting up, a lot of people were using the clips of the mayor to criticize Trump for not closing stuff down and wanting to keep everything open.
Yeah,
and
that was like a
that
popular.
same
That was
vibe.
like a very popular like liberal meme template where it's like,
and just the popularization of that kind of character also originates in this movie.
Well, and that's important to note, and I should note this also for the This Space listeners who apparently would rather talk about alpacas than the movie Jaws or sharks. Okay, fair enough. Alpacas are great, but there is a substantive leftist critique within this movie that still rings true to this day, which is the let's keep the beaches open. We've got to keep the beaches open. This is our biggest year, 4th of July. We can't close the beaches.
Yeah.
There's clear and present danger. And again, you're right. That was used as a corollary when we were talking about, businesses staying open during COVID, which led to the endemic, not pandemic, that we currently live in, is because that Jaws mentality has been normalized to be like, well, that's just the normal thing to do now, apparently. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why the pandemic ended, if it ended the way it did, or mutated into the endemic that we currently are with now.
It's the endemic now. It's
but it's just like, which is to say that like commerce and capital has to take precedence at all times over the lives of people.
Now we just
thank you very much, people. It's been a laugh riot, everybody. Good night.
Now we just accept that there's sharks in the ocean. We swim anyway because we have. Because the mayor said,
Go to the
beach.
I'll dip my toes.
Except for Kristina's mom. Everyone else does. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I guess some people are going to get eaten. Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's
but
our mentality now.
A detail in watching now. So there's the initial famous, the woman, it's on the poster. The woman gets eaten in the beginning. They find the remains. Then he goes to the mayor, says, we got to close the beach. The mayor says, no. Then next day, everyone's at the beach.
Yeah.
Our boy Brody's watching, and kid gets ate. Now, that later the mother comes when they think they've caught the right shark, but they're not sure, and she comes and slaps Brody and is like, "This is your fault." And I'm like, "No. Brody told the mayor. It's the mayor's fault.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he rat out the mayor?"
I know.
In that moment,
Politicians are always to blame for disasters.
Like, I told him. I told him, and he said, "Stay open." It's his fault.
It's a common trope among like disaster movies or anything. Like you got to tell the person that's head in charge, and they're like, whatever, it'll be fine. It's
Glaring plot
Whatever.
hole. Movie ruin.
So
Well,
what
he
if they're
just
like
doesn't. He doesn't
birds?
want to narc him out.
Oh.
He just thinks it's like dishonorable. Like who knows?
And
right?
he also
I think
feels responsible anyway because he didn't close it. I understand.
he probably thought they didn't push hard enough. Who
But
knows?
it was kind
right?
of funny. I'm like, if I'm him, I'm like, dude, I told you.
Real quick,
It's like a Titanic.
Roy Scheider, so noted character actor Roy Scheider, right? Who's all over like great cinema in the 70s. He's in The French Connection. He's a Marathon Man, Sorcerer. You know, he's all over the place basically until he isn't. And then it's like, oh, it's whatever, Roy Scheider, everybody. But he was like the guy for the longest time, and what a great role this is for him as the sheriff that goes to the island town for the job and doesn't like the water or water related activities, and it's like literally all these people do in this seaside community. Amity is what they call it in the movie. And
Amity means friendship.
And it's so funny that like this is a guy that doesn't like it's not for him. Like none of these things that
he's a big city. He's supposed to be a big city cop. Yeah.
But specifically, he has a disdain for water and water-related activities, which is deeply hilarious when you think about him like getting on the boat with his dudes and going out on the shark hunt. It's like,
And I like how nervous he is throughout about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like it never goes.
He's trying to call back to
end.
shore. He's trying to call back Coast Guard.
Yeah.
He's trying to call his wife. Like he's like, I gotta
Quint
keep
flips
keep in
out
touch.
at him. Yeah.
Yeah, which is never really like
we
no explanation for that.
And
When he
if
breaks the
we
radio?
see that, well, it's just he's just a maniac. He wants to get the shark on his own. Who knows? But it doesn't need to be explained. But also, if you see that in movies now, it's over explained or it's played for comedy. Oh, this guy's a coward and he's acting cowardly, and this is played for humor. And this is just like, no, this guy just doesn't like the water. That's all it is. And like he's gonna do it. He needs to do it. This is the thing that needs to be done. He wants to protect his people. He's trying to do his job, et cetera, et cetera. But that's how generationally how irony poisoning we've become with our narrative storytelling. That like you can't have that now. They either need to be like, well, they're not afraid of anything, they're the hero, which is like straight up like 1952 sort of vibes, or it needs to be the other way around, which is just like, oh, it's played for comedy, and somehow you can begrudgingly respect them even though they have this character flaw. It's like, no, this is just something that's part of it, like every human being.
That's why Superman works.
It's when you look at like I mean like another obviously like big automobile movie, right? Like something like Dog Day Afternoon. Like he would have been one of those NYPD cops that's like going around on this beat until he decides, the city's actually getting too dangerous to raise my two sons. I want to find like a nice quiet posting somewhere, in a northern originally the book takes place in Long Island, but they never say whether it's New England or Long Island in the movie. But you presumably it's New England, somewhere in like Massachusetts or something like that, right? Like but he's going up there to like finally what's the worst that could happen? Someone's drowning, but there's also lifeguards that can kind of take care of
he
that.
He didn't grow up around it.
Yeah,
it's not like where he came up. Like,
but
all the people
what I was trying to say is
Amity.
it's New York City. It's New York City at its most dangerous, going on at the same time. So it's like he's not like. He's especially not a coward. He's like a cop that would have been a big city cop that's like, I can't raise my sons in this environment.
Yeah,
I
the
need
Warriors is happening right now.
Right, exactly,
all the gangs are joining up.
and I guess what I'm going with this is that it makes the movie more distinguished by having this be a huge character trait for him that he kind of overcomes as a small tertiary like C tier plot point. That is
at the end, the last couple lines, like he's like, I used to not like the water.
Yeah.
And
well, now
what
he's
would
seen
make
the
you
worst
think-
of the
what
water,
would
right? Like, yeah.
And the other guy's like, well, what would make you be afraid of the water? Why is that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
It ends on that great funny note.
Yeah. So they're like trying to swim the shore.
But
and then you get the
like,
tag over the credits where you see, they made it, by the way, just in case
Yeah.
you're wondering, they made it.
But I mean, you even see it in like
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you even see it in something like Hot Fuzz, right? Like that big city cop comes to like a small sleepy place and then bad things happen. Like that trope has continued, and that trope is so well represented in John.
Mass. Again, for the Mike Flanagan Netflix shows, I was thinking of Midnight Mass. The sheriff in that is from a big city, wanted to get his son away. What's the worst that could happen here? Oh, fucking vampire. But I was
spoiler alert.
I was thinking about that. This is another movie that kind of just ends when they kill the shark. Like
he blows up the shark,
and they're
dude,
alive.
like,
blow up the shark.
Which is where the origin of the phrase.
Like all the townspeople celebrating, and
you don't see any of that. No.
And none of
we don't see that. And nowadays that'd be like a full half hour of
that's what I was
movie,
thinking.
right?
Exactly.
But like
the whole epilogue.
The origin of the phrase "no monster is truly dead until it explodes." Pretty much.
Also, speaking of quotes, listing the top 100 greatest movie quotes of all time. Conan.
You're gonna need a bigger boat, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And in context of the movie, I forgot he said it multiple times.
He says it twice.
He's like trying to remind. It's a comedy point. Like he's trying to remind Quint, we're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah, and I would have sworn it was "we're gonna need a bigger boat," except I referenced that line in the song on the record that I mentioned.
He says both. Yeah.
And I wanted to get the first time he said it. It's specifically to fit with the rest of the lyric. So I specifically, that's the only reason I knew it, because I looked it up because I hadn't seen it so long. I'm like, is it "we're gonna" or is it "you're gonna need"? I was like, oh, it's "you're gonna need."
Yeah.
Okay. So like they're kind of both right, but the one that everyone thinks of is "you're gonna need a bigger boat."
Yeah. First he says "your," but then he's repeating it over and over. Like it's like he gets fixated on it. He's like, we're gonna need a bigger boat, right? We're gonna need a bigger boat.
But that's also going to Star Wars, Luke, I'm your father. That's not the line.
Yeah.
It's not the line. To paraphrase them. Yes. Yeah. And that's it's so funny that like the malaproposized famous phrases where it's like, yeah, that's not what they said though. Yeah. which is kind of funny.
Mandela.
I not to steal Kristina's bit for this. So do you want to know who Spielberg was, like some of the actors that they suggested to play the Richard Dreyfuss role?
I know it was a long
originally.
search. I'm into it. Yeah, let's go.
So John Voight was the first initial one that they wanted.
Wow.
But Angelina Jolie was born that year.
Imagine him as like a smart guy though.
John Voight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, 70s John Voight is that's not a bad thing. Like,
where do you think Angelina Jolie got her lips from? Actually, from him.
Exactly. He did something.
All right, so Timothy Bottoms from the Last Picture Show.
Oh, okay, yeah, good. Mm-hmm.
Jan Michael Vincent.
Really?
Wow, in the 70s too. Okay. Better known for was it Airwolf, right? Was that his big show? Yeah. Which was the conceit of that show was, what if a dude had a cool helicopter? That's the show, everybody. and like everybody watched it. Like, all right, I'll watch that. Yeah, Knight Rider but helicopter. Exactly.
So Joel Grey, father of Jennifer Grey and from Cabaret and all such things.
Sure.
Yeah. And Jeff Bridges.
Oh shit!
Bridges! Wow.
Jeff Bridges could have done it.
He totally could have done it. That's
and so could John Ford, honestly.
It's like a shark, man. Like. Well, it's such like Richard Dreyfuss is such a peculiar kind of character, right? Like the fact that like he's kind of like he's a young guy, but he's also like he gives the story about how he's kind of rich and is the only reason he's able to be like the Oceanographic Institute shark guy is because his parents have the money to pay for all the cool gadgets and stuff. Like he's such an interesting character in this, and he's the whole like the fact that Quentin and him have this kind of beef is mirrored in the actual Robert Shaw, Richard Dreyfuss beef, which I guess right in the middle of this, Richard Dreyfuss started getting really good reviews for a performance that he had played, and Robert Shaw got like jealous of, or at least that's the story. He got jealous of those reviews, and he's kind of going through his some of the worst parts of his alcoholism at this point. So he's getting more and more jealous of like all the acclaim this young upstart kind of is getting on. In the newspapers at the same time that he's beefing with him.
Imagine if Paul Newman felt that way about Robert Redford.
Sure. Right. Would have a very, very different film history. I like, by the way, that Spielberg, when he read the novel, he found himself rooting for the shark because he thought all the humans were like unlikable. So like that's why he like put all this characterization in and like then kind of gave like the backstory, which totally works. It was like, yeah, I get it. Be like, yeah, go shark.
Well,
I
want to see the monster. they had Robert Bentley, or like he went back and he had to do the first 3 drafts of the script, and Spielberg was saying the entire time, like, the characters are still unlikable. Like, you did nothing to improve the likability of any of these characters. Which is why that he had his friend drafting it up until the day of each.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and I guess like Shaw was even like taking drinks between takes and like just saying like, oh, I wish I could keep drinking, and then like Dreyfuss like took his glass and like threw it into the ocean.
He's like, you're on a film set. Be professional, you old drunk.
Yeah. Which I mean,
well, he would do the thing where he would work himself up and then go on a bender. So he would disappear into Canada and he would go on these long Canadian benders, and they'd have to drive like 100 miles up into Canada.
No wonder they went over budget.
Wow,
you just reminded me that great monologue he does, the USS Indianapolis thing. He originally that's the second time they tried it, because the first time he was so wasted that was like Spielberg's like, that's not usable, and then like I guess he was like, hey, can I give that another try? And then like he delivered what is like one of the coolest scenes of the entire movie of the shark,
which he's drunk for, but it's I have
in a good way, compliment, yeah. Not insult.
but I have to imagine it's not like there's a certain skill to being movie drunk rather than kind of just being drunk in a movie.
Yeah, right. Well, we talked about that a couple years ago. We did another round, right, about how like playing people that are drunk is not the same thing as being drunk on camera. Although
I always think about this. Dr. Strangelove, all the George C. Scott scenes are actually scenes that he was having a really hard time getting into character and like being the crazy like war hawk guy that's on set the whole time. And Kubrick would go in between these shots. He would say, "Oh, have a drink of wine. Can we just do like a silly one that you're like over the top? You're acting over the top. And I promise I won't use it." And then he used only those ones.
That's great.
Fantastic.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's
Yeah.
one of my favorites.
Oh yeah. It's so
I got
great.
to show it to my wife recently, and showing an older movie is always risky because like they're slow a lot of time. But man, that hit. It still hits.
So
George C. Scott.
Oh, dude, like literally one of my favorite movies of all time. Actually, my favorite movie of all time. I've talked about it ad nauseum on this very show. Yeah, absolutely. Wait, I'd redo that. I'd do that one every week if we could. Another alt casting note. Sorry to steal your bit, Kristina. Again, is Charlton Heston as Brody rather than Roy Scheider, which would have been nuts. But like So Spielberg didn't like it because he was like doing like real heroic roles, like Airport and like Earthquake, other one-word titles. And but it's like Charlton Heston is Brody. It's a different movie entirely.
Because then
he was also talking about how
he was so scared of the water.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. It wouldn't be.
There's that clip that I used part of it, I think, in the intro. But there's that clip where he's talking about casting, and he's talking about how all these people wanted $1 million casting, which now is nothing. You know what I mean? Like now, with the budgets of movies, $1 million is like you can just throw it away. But back then, like he's like it's a $4 million, until he went twice that, to be over budget.
Yeah.
It's like a $4 million movie, and someone like Heston would have wanted 1 million of that.
Yeah.
4 million just to appear on screen.
Well, it's like with Superman, like I think David he didn't get like $1 million or anything, but like Nicholas Hoult did because he's a more established star.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man.
And you
like,
go with
maybe...
the unknown because you want it. First of all, you want him to embody the character. So we don't want to be thinking about Charlton Heston when we're watching this movie. Like you said in the intro, we want the shark to be the star of this movie. Okay. And then we also...
Although this movie is a great NRA, it's a great, it would be a great NRA thing. Like,
this was before he was into
so much
all
stuff
that,
with guns. We could do so much stuff with guns. You can actually shoot the shark. There's that one scene that I felt like it's just every American trying to solve a problem, and it's the shark goes by as they're the shark's in the pond, and you hear the one guy go, shoot at it, what are you doing?
Exactly.
I like this scene when all the townspeople are going out to try and get the shark. Very much, again, DNA and a lot of
professionals.
But yeah, just like we're going hunting, folks. Come on, it's gonna be like a town activity. We're not taking it that seriously.
One more casting thing. the role of Quint, right? The Robert Shaw role could have been either Lee Marvin, which I think somebody in chat mentioned that it could have been Lee Marvin, or Sterling Hayden. Speaking of Doctor Strangelove.
Oh wow. Okay.
Interesting.
He's Jack the Ripper, the general that goes insane.
Oh, that would have been all right.
Yeah.
I could've
neither
seen
of those
that.
are bad. They're just different. I mean, Lee Marvin would.
That's
very different. Yeah. But I kind of
apparently. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say apparently there was a guy that's in the movie, Craig Kingsbury, who's a local that's like, he plays the Ben Gardner role where he's the the guy that's at the bottom of the ship where he's like, oh, that's his boat, and he's like, you see him go, and that's the jump scare thing. So apparently Robert Shaw based the performance for the Quint performance on that guy. Like he just copied his mannerisms,
which is great because there is a certain just sauced authenticity to that. Which again, like I'm now firmly convinced that Johnny Depp, when he was doing the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, was like that's like one of his like on the vision board or something, right?
Yeah.
It was that
Robert Shaw and Jaws.
Look like
and Keith Richards. Yep.
But sound like
Totally.
Why is the rum gone?
Right. It makes sense, right? And it totally works. And it works in a way that you're like, what did he just wait? What did he just get like kind of like the mumbly kind of like bits too. And it's all great. We have gotten this far. We have not talked about the John Williams score. Iconic, amazing.
No.
And specifically, he insisted that Spielberg only use that iconic piece of music when the shark's actually present. So when there's like the fake fin and whatnot, that you see the people frolicking in the water, like, oh, there it is, there's a shark. You don't hear the theme. And I think that's so cool. And in this era of themes being used for everything all the time, always, to have that restraint. It's why we still think of it to this day, right?
I don't think you can have that restraint. Like I think that the studio would be like, because everything's seen in dollar signs, right? Like a score with someone, especially like John Williams. Now it's all seen in dollar signs. Like we're paying for this piece of music. We're gonna get our share of this piece of music. Like
a recent memory of using the score appropriately and only at certain times was I can think of Rogue One and Andor would use classic Star Wars themes very sparingly.
Creed, the first Creed movie, it brings back the iconic but not Oscar winning, thanks to Cabaret, part of the Rocky theme, and it uses it very specifically in one key moment. And the fact that it's only used there, it's devastatingly effective. Rather than and it's not what emotionally carries the scene, it's the tag to it. And that's what makes that so good.
They also have the new Superman. We talked about how they use the that little tag from the original Superman theme as he's flying in, and that's like such a good use of that original John Williams.
I was thinking of that, but they do use it a lot.
They use it way more in that movie than I mean, in a way that movies.
But like the initial entry of that, I thought was a effective use of
and the marketing of that movie and the way the posters look is very much the first movie. Stylistically, which I like.
I have a question though about the theme. When I heard Jaws, I remember watching an episode. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Remember when they went to the water park?
Yes.
And at the end, and at the very end, Max sits his, butt on the drain, and you hear dun 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 dun. It's actually a real symphony, and I always think of Jaws when I hear that because it's very similar, but it's more operatic because I think it's from like Allegro or something like that. So every time I hear that, I'm like, oh wait, this sounds like the Jaws theme.
I like to just real quick kind of gold derby this a little bit, talk about the Academy Awards for that year, because remember this is like one of the biggest movie.
Wait, I had one more thing. I had one more thing quickly that I wanted to say about the score. Just about the score.
Sure.
I noticed today, and I wanted to tag onto this. The Spanish when he's like, farewell and adieu, you old Spanish ladies. You actually hear they have but you hear the actual flute version of that in the John Williams score as they're sealing away. Never noticed that until today. It goes and it does that perfect little tag of that. But that's all I wanted to say.
He's still here in spirit.
So Verna Fields won for best film editing for this movie, up against a number of movies, including Dog Day Afternoon, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and 3 Days of the Condor.
Oh, that was
damn,
a
that's a
good
stacked- that's a
year.
stacked
then.
year.
Damn.
Stacked year.
God
So
damn.
it won for best sound as well. It was nominated and won for best music for John Williams, of course, which should be too surprising.
Is that John Williams' first Oscar?
It actually might be. We'll get our top researchers on that after I finish this bit.
By the way, Verna Fields, in the 70s, her run was What's Up, Doc, the Peter Bogdanovich movie.
Yep.
American Graffiti, and then Jaws.
That's so amazing. It's like
That's
that's just a
in 3 years.
good resume, yeah, just in general, but to have that be like a 3-year run, I mean, that's freaking incredible, dude. So burying the lead, nominated and lost for best picture. Also nominated, are you ready? Nashville, okay, Dog Day Afternoon, Barry Lyndon, which we just covered. And of course, the winner, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
We've covered all of those
So we've
movies.
covered all of those movies. And One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest won. So we've now covered every Best Picture nominee for
1975, 1976.
Do you think some of that was like begrudged? We nominated it, but of course we're not going to give it to them because it's a creature feature.
Because it was considered it was considered this is a big movie, but like whatever, this isn't cinema. This
just
is,
like now when we'll let some of the Marvel stuff win like best CGI,
we'll give it the technicals,
special
but
effects.
Exactly.
So One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest that year.
Shout out
had
to
both-
Stravinsky from the chat. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you.
had both most awards, 5, and then most nominations at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first Oscar
That's
he was ever
wild.
nominated for scoring or adaptation or treatment, Valley of the Dolls. He was nominated for that. He did score for Valley of the Dolls.
Oh,
And
interesting.
the first
he was
best
nominated, but he
scoring
didn't win though, right?
Yeah, the first Academy Award he did win was he actually did the score, or the best scoring adaptation and original song score, Fiddler on the Roof.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and also he won for Tom Sawyer. No, he's nominated for Tom Sawyer.
Okay.
Jaws, Star Wars, that was back to back. No, almost back to back. E.T.
I
he did
totally
a
forgot
lot of
that.
Schindler's List.
So his first
year-
Oscar was Fiddler on the Roof. Then is what you're saying.
Yep. If I were a rich man.
That's
This
no
right,
wonder Spielberg hired him.
Best original song this year. And like you think of like these big musical numbers or whatever, which but I'm Easy, the Keith Carradine won the Oscar
Oh,
for
and
best
from
original
Nashville.
song this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
How funny. What a year, man. That's oh wow, that's
crazy.
And it's nuts that we've done all five nominees.
We should
too.
do a
That's
year
crazy.
review 1975.
I mean, it's 50 years ago. We could do like 50 years. This
SNL
a little
also started
special.
that year.
Exactly. By the way, Milos Forman also won Best Director that year, and notably, do you know who was not nominated? Steven Spielberg.
What?
He's too young.
Crazy.
We had
We'll see if
Altman,
we can hit
Lumet,
another one.
Kubrick, Fellini, but they didn't give it to the kid that year for even as a nomination, which is kind of crazy.
Even back then, the boomers hated the younger generation. Where the silent
The,
generation, I guess, hated the boomers.
Silent generation hated the boomers, yeah. And then they carried that hate forward to every generation afterwards.
Yep.
Listen, listen to the so listen to who was nominated for Best Actress this year. All right, Louise Fletcher obviously won for being Nurse Ratchet, which of course she did. But
was a great role.
Isabel Allende for
from Possession, or no, that would have been
for
Nosferatu.
for the story of Adele H. She was Adele Hugo.
The French film.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool. And Margaret.
I love Truffaut. I haven't seen that one. But.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Was
it.
that Tommy?
But and Margaret for
Like the Who
Tommy.
movie? Yeah.
Oh
shit.
Glenda Jackson, who I've seen her. I don't remember where I've seen her. And then Carol Kane for Hester Street.
That's that's the
I saw her in
Joan,
Wicked.
Joan Silver. Joan Silver did that one. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's it. Well, think about it though. I love all those movies. All those movies, dudes are rocking. Like seriously.
Yeah.
Like Jaws inclusive. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, dudes rock. Barry Lyndon, dudes rock. Dog Day Afternoon, dudes rock, but sometimes they're gay. Jaws, dudes rock. Nashville, everybody's in this
Sharks
movie,
rock.
but dudes
Dog Day
rock.
Afternoon is a
Sharks
great
rock.
movie.
Yeah, Sharks rock. Go to
I
video,
watched
right?
that
They
on
should have
my
tried.
phone.
They should have tried just lobotomizing the shark.
There you go.
Like, oh,
tried
maybe,
it several
maybe,
times.
maybe,
Gun and a
yeah,
harpoon and-
true.
And Mark, we got nominated for Tommy. Really? That's not that good.
I'm surprised.
Peace and love. Love the Who. but-
Also, the
Love it,
pioneer of stick a tank, some sort of tank or explosive in the monster, and then
Oh my
shoot
God.
it and blow it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huge trope.
They've got to.
Great.
They've
Love
got to. They've got to switch them out. They've got to switch out One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Jaws, so that they throw a tank into Jack Nicholson's mouth,
Oh, there you
and
go.
then
There
he
you go.
blows up. But then they lobotomize the shark.
I love how they pay tribute to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in the one episode or a few episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That
Yeah,
was always
the
funny
donkey
to me,
brains.
with Frank.
The donkey brains. Yeah.
I gotta close this page because it's too interesting. Derzu Uzala won for best foreign language film. They call it instead of best international. Kira Kurosawa, lesser known Akira Kurosawa movie, very good. Shot in Russian, his only non-Japanese language film, very good. But anyway, I'm closing this page now. We're done with this. Moving on.
Yeah, too much.
We could do this
too
all
much
night. It's
info.
really it is interesting, right?
So the Verna Fields thing, right? The different movies that I listed, but she also had edited Medium Cool. She edited Paper
Oh
Moon.
yeah, we just talked about in Jackie Brown that was homie's like the other thing he's known for, basically.
Yeah,
known him for.
But so she edited Paper Moon, Sugarland Express, Daisy Miller, the Peter Bogdanovich movie, Memory of Us, which I don't recognize, and then Jaws, and then apparently she dipped out of editing after that. That was her run.
Just
She
got
was
out
like,
top
Jaws,
for game,
I
I
win.
guess.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. What's up? What's
That
good
was a
now?
it's a 6-year run because it goes between 1969 and and 1975.
That's really cool.
Nice.
But yeah, no,
I love learning
the
all these
pioneer
facts.
of exploding monsters at the end. The Thing, big, Deep Blue Sea, of course, homage to Jaws. Love Deep Blue Sea. What a great movie.
Hey,
Love
maybe
it.
that's
The
where Trump
only
got
other
the
good
inspiration for
shark
shooting
movie
at the
I would argue.
hurricanes.
Twister.
Well, yeah, no monster is truly dead until they explode, right? Like I said. And we think of that as like such a trope now, but it is, but there is quite a setup for it. Like when it's the tank, but the shark got away with the tank, and now what's it gonna do? And then he's like shooting with a rifle, and while he's shooting him, the ship is sinking.
Yeah,
and the
I
mast
love
he's
that
on is
too.
like, you got like 2 shots, bro, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe 2 shots. Like it's
such tense. Like they do such a good job in that third act.
Yeah,
of just building that tension, paying it off. The ship is slowly sinking from much earlier, and then it's just like that's in the background. The ship is sinking, and we got to do all these other things, and then it really starts to go under, and then Jaws can get in there. Oh, so
You always know though that it's gonna, because he has this great line, "Smile, you son of a bitch."
Yeah,
and then he shoots off that last shot. You always know he
Another
guys
trope.
his eye closed. He has the gun pointed, and then he has to say his badass line, and then he shoots it in the target.
I'm trying. Badass line. Mission accomplished.
And every
there's
so
many.
Myself inclusive.
Yeah, there's so many great moments of tension in this. Like every time they start to have a lull when they're at sea. Like they start to. I mean, they have the whole thing where they're singing the "I want to go home."
They're all wasted at sea. Yeah.
That scene, right? As they're finishing up their song, you see Quint hear the same thing we're hearing, which is like a slight wood breaking, and then all of a sudden the shark starts ramming the boat, which apparently is a real thing great white sharks do in these shark attacks. Once they have they have the feeding frenzy kind of like once they're in that predator mode, they actually do start ramming the boat a lot of times.
Yeah, there's
and
always
trying to
a
get everybody
debate
to fall off of it.
There's always a debate of whether or not women could go in the ocean when they're on their period, and I'm like, water.
Debate? Was it 1945? Who's debating this?
No, seriously. Like I'm like, tampon it or just let the water go in you and dilute it. It's fine. Whatever. You can go in the ocean. It's fine.
Deep enough for sharks to come get you usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, too, most of the
but
time,
but that is what makes
it's
it.
baby sharks. Speaking,
It makes it
baby
what
shark-
makes it that terrifying, right? Like it's those rare times where a shark is hungry enough to come up to shore, or the rare times where a shark is hungry enough to come into the cove, which they said it wouldn't, but apparently.
It's relatable content apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, one time we were fishing in Beaufort, like on the boat or whatever, or on the little like dock, and my dad caught like a shark that was like this big, and my mom was like, "Put it back."
I forgot about that dock scene too, with where they
where
try to
the
catch
drags
it and tie it to the post and it rips the dock.
And that dock just gets got immediately. And
Which
you're
again,
like, whoa,
your puppet's not working. How do we make this thing scary? Have it rip things apart. So we just need to pull the dock down. We just need some barrels. Barrels have never been scarier than in this movie.
Great
or in
barrel
Donkey
work in
Kong,
this
which
film.
would come out 20 years later. But just the barrels moving
They
around.
perfected the form
the
of
barrels
barrel
are
work.
coming.
Yeah.
That means he's here.
No, that is
Right,
why there is. So on rewatch, I did not remember nearly as many barrel involvement scenes from last time, but it is very effective, and it's great as a tracker for. Again, it's the leaving your imagination to fill in the blanks. Right? Oh, that's a shark. You know that means that crazy. That's how this coming at you, and you are led in, and it's Hitchcock's bomb in the room thing, right? The audience knows more than the protagonist.
Yeah, we set it up right at the beginning with the teens partying.
Yep,
and the girl getting eat. Makes me think of every horror movie since then.
Oh,
It's
absolutely!
like a
How
group
many
of
times have we
teens.
seen that? Right? Yeah, how many times?
Yeah.
And by the way, what must it be like to be that actress, right?
Oh yeah,
to be like, oh, I'm in like one of the biggest movies of all time, but not for very long.
But it's a memorable scene.
It is very memorable. Yes, absolutely.
Get that legacy going.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. So absolutely. The barrels are the bomb in the room in this situation, right? Where it's like, we know more than the characters on the screen do. And that's one of the things that makes the tension so thick.
Yeah.
Because if you think about like the mechanics of what we're talking about, it's a bunch of dudes on a boat.
Yeah.
You don't
I'm
see
on a
the
boat.
actual shark
I'm
that
on a
much.
boat.
And so you have these incredibly tense moments where is the line gonna snap? Is that beam gonna hold? And like
Titanic who?
How many times have we
really.
seen that not work too?
This
Like,
is
meaning
like
narratively
proto Titanic as well, because again, we don't have the shark, so we got to make the boat scary. Oh, it's breaking. This isn't working.
Right.
We got to fix this. It's held together with duct tape and hope. Now the shark's bashing against it, and Quint's putting in the full throttle, and we're not going to be able to move the boat if the engine breaks.
I really
by the way,
love.
he's right. They do need a bigger boat, by the way.
Yeah.
It's FYI, it totally could have probably would have had Quentin probably
Jeff
came out of
Bezos
it.
yacht.
Where's Mansion's yacht? The one he lives on. Get that in here.
I really love a good a smoke on the water. Like when there's already problems going on and then the boat catches on fire. Like I feel like that's always such a great use of resources. They're like, oh fuck, the boat's on fire.
Yeah, the boat's on fire and it's out at sea. Great.
We need to destroy this set. Okay, cool. We got fire.
And like little things like the lines going and the canister spinning is pours water on it, right? Stuff like that, because it's like okay, you need to reduce the heat on it so it doesn't snap. It's great. Is it accurate to what fishermen do? I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's great cinema. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe it is. What do I look like?
Actually,
like the Gordon's fisherman. Come on, what are we doing here?
Look at the arrows on the IMDb page, and we'll figure it out. Actually,
because why put that in there?
Yeah.
There's something that works so well with. I mean, I know you guys talked about the barrels, but being like an effective thing.
As a noted Donkey Kong enthusiast, yeah.
But as they're goofy and they're bright yellow, and that somehow makes them more terrifying. That when the barrels pop up on the surface, you're like, oh, the shark's about to be there. Somehow, like the fact that they're goofy and like they're in like these little tanks that are floating makes it scarier. Like, I know what the fuck is about to happen. Like, that's the shark.
It's kind of like I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, taking something that would be an object of ridicule, absent of context, and turning it into something terrifying.
Yeah.
No, it reminds me of even the flour on the floor in like Paranormal Activity. You know, that's just flour on there. But through the movie and through the context, it's fucking terrifying because you're seeing the steps, the footprints of the demon.
Yeah.
They sent, I mean, I said this in the intro, but they sent a guy. They needed they wanted to have some kind of shark because they're rewriting this as they're going on. They wanted to have some kind of shark, you know, like the whole tiger shark scene when they're like, oh, they're the garbage cans of the sea. They wanted to have something like that. They sent a guy down to the Florida Keys and had him fish until.
And they're pulling in that scene where he's pulling the stuff out of the shark's stomach, get the license plate, dude, it's like this. It's like this tiger shark was on tour. How he's eating. It's like what you doing?
they love aquariums. Love to have a tiger shark and call them the garbage cans of the sea. Because tiger sharks are but they're like they're like a lot of aquariums end up having them for whatever reason. So they're like, oh, we can't like you can't have like a great white at an aquarium probably because they're like too big. But you can have a tiger shark, and you could be like, oh, this is the garbage can of the sea. They love saying that.
They love it. They love eating trash. Crazily enough, a whole bunch of Sharknado DVDs were found missing.
Yeah, God, I remember that. That was one. Oh God,
great scene. Like it reminds me of I mean, so much of this. Again, the DNA is in all these other movies, but there's, I think it's in The Walking Dead. They cut open a zombie to see if it ate one of their friends because they're looking for like a tattoo.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, just the idea again, it building the horror without even showing much like gore. We're not going to build like body parts of a kid.
It's unearthly, right?
We want to, it's unearthly. Exactly. It's foreign. The white stuff that comes out when they initially cut it open. It's like, what is this? It's like Bishop blood from Alien.
Right.
And then, and then they're just pulling out like, we got to make sure. And it's the melancholy of the act of what they're doing that makes it terrifying. Like we got to check and see if there's like kid bones in here.
Right.
Kid parts.
Because look around, we see Quato in there, you know,
at the beginning.
Some Total Recall for you.
Yeah.
So
Quato, everybody. Thank you.
some of the weirdest stuff ever found inside one of those tiger sharks.
Oh, you're looking that up? Great.
a suit of steel armor. They found an entire suit of armor inside of one of them.
Delicious. Go ahead.
Who did that thing kill? Like, what the hell?
It's like Ava Knight of the Round Table or something. I don't know.
a fur coat.
I tell you,
a fur coat.
All right.
Yeah. License plates. Obviously, you know.
All right. So the license plate. That's accurate.
Yeah.
That's a trope.
Apparently they found one tiger shark that eaten not one, not two, but 3 overcoats at one point. But they had,
I didn't realize there was a tiger shark attack at the Burlington Coat Factory.
Yeah.
I can see how a tattooed in water looks like a meal.
Yeah, it looks like an animal.
A tattooed human arm, which I thought I was missing one, but I got
watch out.
It was the guy who threw all those license plates away. They got too close.
An entire reindeer. It just seems like a reindeer probably got too close to the water. That's what Santa, I guess, does with the reindeer that aren't taken.
A couple over the Atlantic.
The ruthless cat.
An unopened
exactly, you lose it to attrition.
So an unopened bottle of wine. Apparently multiple dogs. Multiple dogs have found inside of one. Several songbirds that were unlucky enough to land on the water. I guess. Oh, an unopened can of salmon, a green iguana, a leather wallet, a coil of copper wire.
Where is this list?
This is on outdoorlife.com.
Oh my god.
A propeller from a boat.
Puppies.
A keg of nails and porcupine spines. I tried to eat a porcupine, I guess.
Wow.
And that's the list.
That's aka
that shark had a bad day when he ate that porcupine.
Yeah, a tiger shark. Our tiger shark. All you can eat iPod. It's still playing. Yeah, still playing music.
Yeah.
And it's playing the Jaws theme. Crazy.
Coincidentally.
Who knew?
The shark finally has to go try to get the high five out of him.
They always know I'm coming. They hear the music.
I shouldn't have tried to eat all that music.
It's like it's the update for in Peter Pan. The alligator has the clock, right?
No, yeah.
The watch clocks. I'm like, anyway, whatever. They hear him coming.
There's a new Peter Pan coming out, isn't there?
And they say a swallowed clock is right twice a day. No cats, by the way. Yeah, cats somehow escaped from being eaten by the tiger shark.
Cats are like, I ain't fucking with that. I ain't going anywhere near that water.
Cats are like, we're not going in the water. Did you see the video?
I seen this tiger shark eat, some fur coats, a porcupine, like a full bottle of wine. I ain't going anywhere near that. I like to think that this, first of all, is the same shark and that ate all these things in series. You know what I mean? Like a cartoon.
Yeah. You ain't pooping that out.
The shark's just like, oh, I'm eating too much. Oh, what have you eaten? An unopened bottle of wine, a dog.
Someone give this guy this shark Draugelis.
I should have quit after the second fur coat.
It's the all you can eat garbage island buffet. You know, he goes to the garbage island. It's like, they just kept offering me more stuff.
Look, don't play. We've all been there. They say, you can eat. You feel like you got something to prove. All right.
Yeah, always, every time. That's why I don't go that often to buffets. Yeah. I'm like, if I eat less than like 3 meals
every time.
I gotta beat the system. I gotta eat more than it would cost normally.
What I can chew.
Kristina, you got to eat the porcupine quills first. It'll aid with the digestion.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a shark making this out. Oh.
I do like the tiger shark as the look everyone, we got him. Drop the banner, mission accomplished. Like we got him. And Richard Evans is like, that's not the shark. That's
well, tagging on to that story too. Apparently, they had forgotten how fast sharks decay because of so much of them is cartilage, so they decay a lot faster than like other kinds of bony fish. So they literally had to keep applying coats of like water and like makeup to the shark. Like they had to keep trying to make the shark look fresh.
Oh man, imagine being that makeup artist. God. Yeah.
Well, there's a picture of the guy and he's spraying the water onto like this famous picture of the guy trying to spray water onto the tiger shark to keep it fresh.
They said get a job in show business, everybody.
I'm the shark water guy.
I'm the guy. I sprayed down the shark. Look, there wouldn't be a movie without me. All right. It's up there. Wait till you hear about the guy from Boogie Nights. Anyway, Letterboxd is a social media site for film lovers talk out with and to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies where they just proclaimed accurately one of the best blockbusters of all time. And of course, it is a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime and opine, not just the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everybody gets to express themselves, have their say, and it's best done succinctly for the purposes of this bit, which is done weekly, collected by yours truly for Forrest and the panel to respond to. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Jaws. Let's roll them. The tragic story of a bunch of alcoholics who hunt down and murder a fish for the crime of being really hungry.
True. I would summarize that for sure.
Did Spielberg write that from the perspective of the shark?
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted the shark to win.
I feel like the shark's the most relatable character here. I mean, I don't know. What are we doing here?
I do feel bad for the shark at several times. I'm like, it's such a majestic fish. Like, let it live. Like,
let it eat as many coats as he wants to.
They just had to close down the beach. That's all they had to do.
That's all he had to do. I would have tried to befriend the shark, but that's just me.
Same.
Nobody really tried. At no point are they like, oh, maybe we could give it some chum, and then the shark will be like, well, now I'm full.
You can see that shark was like, yo, what's good with that chum? I'm good. Let's go, baby. I'm ready.
What's good with that chum? Let me see that chum. I'm coming.
Oh boy, there we are.
We're having fun. Free after party nonsense.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if I was on that boat, it would have gone down differently.
Was that Mark Wahlberg? Yeah.
It's his alt. It's his alt.
We're like, yo, it wouldn't have happened if I was there. I would have kicked the shit out of that shark.
I would kick that shark's ass.
Yo, I would have kicked that shark in the face.
I still can't believe you said that.
Amazing. Me personally, I just wouldn't go in the water. Yeah,
That was my mom.
This is Kristina's mom. Okay, wow. All right.
Like that literally was me after watching it every year in Maine, though. I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't go in the water.
I don't know. What do I really need to be in the water for anyway? I'm just gonna say it. The shark had to go. It was causing too many problems.
Yeah, I mean, the like 4th of July is a big weekend in Amity, and the sharks kind of.
It's kind of bumming me out, man. I'm trying to celebrate the 4th over here.
I love how every like just Jaws is just every scientific problem now that we have. Like, there's always just a mayor being like, yeah, we can't do anything. Like, we don't want to do anything about this. It'll mess up the economic flow of our town that we really need really badly. And that's like every problem, like climate change, just pesticides, like anything that we have. It doesn't become a problem until, the entire beach gets sick.
Literally, the mayor says it in the movie when he finally relents and is like, okay, I'll give you the money to go hunt the shark. My kids were on that beach too. And it's like, yeah, when it personally affects you, that's when you get shit.
Mm-hmm.
Conan, you're muted.
The cure to capitalism is.
Yeah, you don't get to do it just because I muted myself. It's my bad. Damn it. The cure to capitalism is voting with the boys.
I mean, it is, yeah. Because on the sea, you share everything. You share drinks. You share stories about,
everyone's got the role.
Exactly.
I love how the scene where they're talking about battle scars. I love how they literally just Kevin Smith copied that. Well, no, Kevin Smith copied that exact scene, even down to the I got that one beat for Chasing Amy, where they're talking about scars that he got while while either like pleasuring a girl or like hooking up.
Oh yeah, I forgot it. Well, Kevin Smith does love Jaws.
Yeah, but I love that he copied it down to I've got that one beat. I've got that one beat.
But it's for sex, guys.
That's how Kevin Smith pitched the movie. He's like, but it's for sex, guys. Think about Jaws. Think about Jaws, but it's a bi woman instead of a shark.
Whoa, bro.
She doesn't even know she's bi. She thinks she's lesbian at the beginning.
All the men were having a sass off this entire film. Also, RIP to that diva of a shark.
they literally are.
And Robert Shaw were really, really sassing it up.
It was super sassing, yeah, for sure.
It would have been disappointing to learn they weren't feuding in real life. Like if they hadn't been, you know what I mean? Like
I didn't know they were feuding.
I like the idea of Robert Dreyfuss just taking his drink and throwing it off the boat.
Can we get like a movie about behind the scenes of Jaws? Because I think that would be so funny to portray.
They do have a documentary.
Does it show that scene in the story I talked about of Robert Shaw not nailing the monologue the first time because he's too wasted?
I haven't seen the entire thing, but I assume probably like there was just a camera crew following them throughout the entire thing.
I wonder if it's on like the movies that made us on Netflix. I love that show.
Maybe. I wonder if Chief Brody ever caught those 9-year-olds who were karateing those picket fences. It does seem to be like this is going to be a big karate movie, I guess. I don't know.
This is how we got Surf Ninjas.
And again, happy 50th anniversary to one of the greatest of all time. Yeah.
There's there's like everybody in this town was kung fu fighting.
They said everyone was.
Kung fu fighting.
Those kids were fast as lightning. We never caught them with those fences.
Yeah, they get these picket fences. They just break the hell out of them, busting my balls over here and my fences. I'd have a foursome on that boat.
Wait, is the fourth the shark?
With the shark?
I'm guessing. Is the shark the or?
Oh, I think the reviewer and the three guys.
Oh,
is
the
what I was
review.
thinking,
Yeah.
But could
Well,
be
you
the
got
shark. I don't know what they're into.
In the middle of the water because of the implication.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I did not get that.
Three men go onto the boat. They have an orgy. Two men leave the boat.
Return.
And never make eye contact again. It got weird.
A friendship was lost on that boat.
That'd be if Luca Guadagnino did Jaws. Luca Guadagnino, everybody. Thank you. Moving on. Forgot how much of this is about barrels. Yo, facts. It really
So
is.
much.
Yo, they could have
Barrels
gotten
are
Donkey
huge
Kong. They could have gotten Donkey Kong to kill the shark.
They couldn't pay
Well,
his
they couldn't.
rate, man. He wanted too
Donkey
much.
Kong didn't exist yet.
That's true. That's true.
He was just a young ape throwing barrels
Nintendo-
around for
playing
shits and
cards.
giggles. Yeah.
Well,
He's
how often
working.
do you
He
gotta-
was doing Shakespeare, throwing barrels at Cicero.
to be or not to be.
By the way, the Donkey Kong game is fucking awesome.
Oh my god.
Thank you, everybody. Donkey Kong doing Shakespeare. That's right. That's what we're doing here. Moving Extravaganza. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Jaws. Please follow the show on the popular Letterboxd platform. Boo, 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 boo. I'm moving it extra, where we're posting up stories of all the great movies that we cover on here. The episodes, attendant, short form content, tidbits, so much more. Follow us on there. We're getting caught up. Always Flacco, at Always Flacco, the Great White Hope. He's logging all of the stuff we do in this show. I'm just gonna shoot right past that. Logging all the stuff we do in this show and so much more. I noticed you did a little mini Spielberg journey. That must have been nice. That's a good.
Yeah, I haven't watched
one.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind since I was a kid. I remember going to the video store and getting it. That was the last time I watched
A
it.
good one to do on this show, actually.
Yeah.
we were gonna do it for Invasion, but we didn't. I think it didn't make it anyway.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's a lot of movies, man. I am, of course, at Conan Neutron. My name. You're gonna need a bigger host. Haha. See what I did there? Highbrow, midbrow, populous fare. Follow me for the Criterion Challenge 2025. Right at par for that. I've actually seen a bunch of movies this last week, so we're gonna talk about that in the after party. But follow me on the Letterboxd platform to see what I'm up to there. Kristina, Human Infested Waters at Kristina. Logging a bunch of stuff. I know you logged Fantastic Four. I've seen it. I've seen it before.
And I'm gonna log the new Naked Gun movie too.
That's fantastic.
I'm excited for that one. That's
Yeah,
one where that's a legacy comedy sequel that I from the trailers, from the casting of Liam Neeson, I think has legs. I hope it does. I hope it does well.
And they
it's
fell
also
in
not reliant
love.
on old characters and old actors coming back. So
I'm excited about it. We're
This
going
is
to talk
the
about all of it in the after party. I thought you were going to say a Lego Lost comedy, and that immediately made me think of Lord of the Rings, which was a great different scenario. That's one I'm surprised that didn't get the Hot Shots Part 2 style. I guess that style was kind of fun out of favor at the time. Is the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Well, it did, but it was in those like epic movies.
No, those were terrible.
Yeah.
Those were really bad. That was
scary movie.
Well, you may ask yourself why that genre kind of died. Well, I can show you the reason why.
Yeah, the only like bright spots of like the first of those few movies is obviously Jennifer Coolidge and like Fred Willard.
Yeah.
They kept having them play different roles,
Yeah.
but even that
They're-
can't save it.
They're always treasures, but even they can't polish those turds. Frankly.
Crispin Glover, they got him to be in a lot of them too.
Right, exactly. Alex, I don't think you're on Letterboxd unless you've been an account in the past 2 weeks.
Christina, I believe.
Oh,
sorry. I'm so
well,
sorry.
well, it's fine. We're gonna get into plugs and all that.
Okay.
We can get back to it, but we need to keep this moving. So,
Well, I am Devil's Advocate C on Twitter and Blue Sky. I am Devil's Advocate Productions on
Wait,
Twitch
we're not plugged yet.
We have to get to the thing that doesn't. Sorry, we just everything we do makes this show more complicated and takes longer to close it out. But somehow we keep doing it anyway. So, but yeah, it's good. That's a good trial run. Let's save that powder.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yeah. Let's actually do this. I keep forgetting that we want to do this. So thank you, Forrest. It's me, Conan Neutron, talking now. Protonic Reversal, the latest episode with John Fine of We Contain Multitudes, up in the general feeds for everybody. Of course, a weekly show, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific, streaming live on YouTube, podcasts later everywhere. If you always free, no ads, no sponsors, no kidding, but $1 a month at patreon.com/Protonic Reversal gets you advance access and helps support the show. So thank you for that, folks that do that. A bunch of really cool episodes coming up. Brian from Def Club coming up this week, which is great. They have a new record. I'm very excited for that. Steve on Neurosis coming up with that. Tim from the Maishi, 3 things I can't talk about, but they're all going to be great. It's going to be a killer August. To Protonic Away. Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends just played Green Bay UFO Invasion Fest, which was great. It was a really good time. It's hot AF. Don't mind telling you. The riffs were hot, and so was the temperature, everybody. Those are the last. So this weekend was with the last shows for the summer, announcing October and November tour dates. Finally, I've been kind of soft announcing them for forever on this show. Coming out in the next 2 weeks. So we're going to have a lot more coming up in the fall, but that's it for now. But go to neutronfriends.bandcamp.com or wherever you get your music to pick up Way of the Neutron, or just listen for free if you feel so inclined. That is also okay. And neutronfriends.com and on all the various social medias by under duress, basically. But there you go. So not tons of cool stuff coming up. There's a video we shot this weekend. Friend of the show, Rick Valentin, who's on, of course, for the Great After Hours episode. We did a great Villain of Circumstance.
And also the SAG, when we talked about the SAG.
We talked about the SAG stuff as well. Yes, absolutely. It's noir influenced. And let me tell you, if you follow my Instagram, you'll see it. Like, there's some pretty cool shots that came from this. I think this should be pretty bloody rad, actually. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming out this summer, as well as videos for Chekhov's Grift and Sharks Keep Moving. Not in time for Shark Week or this show, but it'll be out eventually anyway. Kristina, tell me what you got.
So we are still doing Shadow Saturdays. My mom keeps thinking we're done. And I'm like, no, we're not. Streaming on Twitch. I streamed for 12 hours yesterday. Why? I have no fucking idea. But we recently watched a bootleg of the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere in Las Vegas, and oh my god, it was a lot of fun to watch. You could tell what a lot that the Sphere was doing. It's mostly like 50%. It's like 75% or 85% Sphere doing the work, and then like 50% of the performers.
The best part about it, you don't have to actually be in Las Vegas to watch it on stream.
I know. I love that. Someone was like, here's a bootleg. I'm like, oh, yeah. I can't wait to watch the Wizard of Oz one on stream. But yeah, I wasn't on PowerPort last week because Dan was hashing out with the Vanguard. So I'm probably going to be back this Thursday.
I actually was the one that was able to reach out to the Vanguard guys and get them to And then I wasn't invited on as like a moderator.
Matt,
it was
yeah.
the letter hack. But
Yeah.
I was the one that hooked it up.
Yeah, not me. And also, I did my show today, Kristina's Corner. And of course, we're doing Movie Night Extravaganza now.
Are we? Oh man, I'm not prepared.
I don't know. August 3rd is my affiliate anniversary stream, so that's a Sunday. So I got a lot of stuff planned for that. Gonna do 24 hours for that one because why the hell not? Yeah.
Your health?
Yeah. I'll do drinking.
Sleep stream. Sorry, that was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, sleep stream. Yeah, just play. People stay when I'm sleeping and watch my Craig Ferguson marathon.
did?
They love it. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
They love that. We watch Craigie Ferg. It's part of the thing. It's great. But yeah, I don't really have much else going on besides all my streaming and stuff. I'm working on my Eve Textmaker cosplay from Superman, and Sarah, who played Eve, has been very much engaging in my Instagram post. So I'm going to tag her when I do the cosplay and see how impressed she will be.
The meta reference of you cosplaying an influencer, doing influencer things so that the influencer in question you are cosplaying interacts with you is some next level stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I'm glad it's
I'm
happening.
excited.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it kind of breaks my brain to think about it too hard. But anyway,
Yeah.
get her to come on the show.
Yeah.
Do you like Star Wars, kid? Anyway. All right. Alex, hit us.
Hey, I'm Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Devil's Advocate C. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch at Devil's Advocate Productions. Look for this symbol of the smiley face with the devil horns. That is my symbol everywhere, so you'll know it's me. I have a review of Fantastic Four on my channel. Just finished that.
Which is like the one new release we're not doing this summer. I
know.
Whatever, we're doing plenty.
We're doing Jaws. Fuck it. 50th anniversary.
Fuck it. Put the shark in the picture, kid.
I got Fantastic Four. I got a review of Tyler the Creator's new albums. The first time I ever listened to Tyler the Creator, and this was a great album to start with because holy crap, it's great. And I got a lot of other stuff in the works. I got a Donkey Kong Bonanza review coming soon. A Tony Hawk remake review coming soon. Gamescom is coming up, so I'm going to be streaming on Twitch, probably covering Gamescom. A lot of stuff. Come check me out, and it's always a pleasure to be on this show. I love it.
It's great to have you back.
Oh yeah.
Yes, a little bit.
But I guess since you're already on screen, Alex, do you have some final thoughts on this movie?
I was worried watching it again. It was going to be a little slow. I know what's happening. I know what's going to come, but it was so refreshing. It was a lot of fun watching it today, and man, perfect summer movie. Perfect summer movie. A tight
It
2
makes
hours.
you want to go to the beach, though. It makes you want to go to the beach.
It does. It looks so much fun. Everyone's having a great time.
Except for the whole getting eaten by a shark. Part,
Yeah,
that part's
but
less
before
fun,
that,
but-
it was
Well,
just like
that's like 2 people.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Close down the beach?
It's that classic joke, right, about the bear, where 2 guys are in a tent, and the bear comes along, and the guy starts getting his shoes on. He says, "What are you doing?" He says, "I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you."
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Same stuff.
But yeah, no, this is a classic for a reason. Sometimes me being a very obstinate person, hence Devil's Advocate, when I hear a movie's great, I go, "Is it?" And then I don't watch it for a while, and then eventually, sometimes I succumb and I watch it, and I'm like, "Yes, I was right. This movie sucks," or "No, this movie's great. I can't deny it." It's Casablanca, it's Jaws, it's Jaws.
I love when the shark turns to the shark turns to Brody. He says, "Here's looking at you, kid."
All right.
But yeah.
Yeah,
Kristina.
so to me, Jaws is the epitome of a perfect shark movie. Everyone's tried to do it. Everyone's paid homage. It's been parodied, but nothing compares to the OG. And thank God they did end up going over budget, because look what came about. Like, again,
I mean, it's crazy how little money that they were originally going to spend on it, though. Like $4 million for that whole thing.
Yeah, and so
It's bold.
if you, it's one of those films you probably saw when you were younger, you didn't really realize maybe the impact of it. Go see it again. It's 50th anniversary. It's great, classic, like one of the best Spielberg films ever.
That's saying a
Like
lot. The
top
guy's made.
10.
You hear this Spielberg kid? He's made a lot of movies.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, do not be afraid to go in the ocean. Don't go too far out. Okay, whatever. Like,
wait.
just know your limits.
See, this would have been the gift that I should have done when I made a lot of movies. Yeah, there it is. That's Fablemans.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
But yeah, if you haven't seen Jaws, go see it. It's a Spielberg classic. You know, I never realized growing up how many Spielberg movies I actually watched. So, wow.
Yeah.
You
No.
need
Yeah.
multi-vice.
You don't even like really think about it. Like I feel like Spielberg is just one of those directors that you've seen all the
He's
movies,
like
even if you haven't.
Prototype of a director. Like in a cartoon, when they need a director, he looks
It's
like
Steven
Spielberg.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like
Yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld is the prototype stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
And also, too, Steven
What's-
Spielberg directed apparently the Liberian Girl Michael Jackson music video because they're like, who's directing this? And there's Spielberg. And then also, too, you know, he's in the Austin Powers 3 movie, which is so
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
He's got a
Golden
mojo. So yeah,
I was gonna say. I
love that.
What's the deal with great white sharks?
That's good. Yeah, solid. Yeah, so then it's me, Conan Neutron, everybody. Hi. Yeah, one of the greatest blockbusters of all time, rated correctly. This is a very well-crafted story and even more well-crafted, because it ruined the reputations of sharks, the creatures, for multiple generations. A quintessential blockbuster. Everything else copies it, parodies it, homages it, or is just inferior to it. John Williams' score is iconic. Spielberg, the fact that he wasn't nominated for Best Director for this movie is kind of a mind blower. But don't worry, they made up for it later on. And so the performances here are perfect. They've again also homage and parodied a million times. It's a thrilling horror adventure, and it rung a bell of actual terror for people in real life for many years. It's only gotten better with age. Frankly, it kind of shows how hollow and bland so many films that bear the blockbuster name really are. And I'm just really glad they never made any sequels.
yeah. What everyone says?
Who would
it's
do that?
sequels, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no.
Sequels. To
No,
Jaws?
those were only in Back to the Future.
I will debate people about sequels. I'm like, there is no sequel to Jaws. No. Don't
Yeah,
be
never
talking
happened. I mean, the other ones are not directed by Spielberg.
They don't exist. What are you talking
Sequel
about?
to Jaws. Come on. What are you talking about? Sharknado, that's a different movie. Anyway.
Deep Blue
Yeah.
Sea is the only good movie, I think.
And then, so stay tuned for the after party. We're doing an after party tonight. So we're hanging out if you want to hear.
Wait on the
Yeah.
Movie Night
We will-
Extravaganza YouTube channel.
We'll be hopping over. Yeah.
Did we announce that we're doing what we're doing next month? No? Did we do it?
We're doing no, we can announce it.
Here's $5. Go see a Star Wars. That's what we're gonna do.
Well, I better get $15 because we're doing the original trilogy. You know what I mean? So
and Rogue One.
And Rogue One. We're starting with Rogue One.
And Rogue One, yeah.
We're doing all
New
the good
Hope.
ones.
Nice.
Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So Bonnie
I don't-
Burton
I'll
will
happily
definitely be
hop
coming
on
back.
those.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. Also, what people say there's these prequels and these other sequels. I don't know what they're talking about.
Balderdash. I never heard of anything.
Prequels.
What the hell?
To Star Wars. What are you talking about? Rogue One? We're doing that one. What are you talking about?
You're I'm not even joking.
Yeah, so we're heading on over to that after party.
The great after party in the sea.
Take care, folks. Thank you so
Yeah.
much again for having me on.
No, great to have you, bud. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you don't eat before you stream, so yeah.
He's just
You're
waiting for that
excused.
chum. He's
I
waiting for us to
literally
throw
am
that chum
staring
out
at
the
the
I'm chumming.
It's time for the